Josh Woodhead's been added to that field.
Well, kia ora koutou, everyone. Welcome along to the Potts Track and Field Classic here in the sunny Hawke's Bay. We are at Mitre10 Sports Park on Saturday, the 22nd of January, kicking off a summer of athletics. A couple of weeks ago, we had the Lovelock Classic in Timaru, and here we are. That you can see there, the weather is fine and warm, 25 degrees. There's just a gentle to moderate, occasionally moderate wind coming in off the bay, but otherwise it is perfect for athletics today. And you can see here the pole vault is getting set up. My name is Hayden Sherman. I'll be on the mic all afternoon and evening long. And next to me is Terry Lomax bringing the expert comments, and we've just had a little chat about some of Terry's charges, most famously known for supporting high jumper Hamish Kerr to his great campaign this year at the Tokyo Olympics. So welcome along, Terry.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a beautiful day for it. Perfect for pole vault to kick us off with.
Yeah. Now, talk about these boys. You can see the windsock there, just a light tailwind blowing them in. Is that ideal conditions? Do you want a little tailwind?
Yeah, tailwind's brilliant for them. And the good thing about it is it's a pretty consistent wind. It's not going up and coming down, so that they don't really have to worry too much about waiting for the wind. They just have to get themselves prepared, and they know that they're going to have a tailwind to take them through.
So kicking off will be the pole vault, so that's starting at 2:30, and then next up will be the hammer, men's and women's. So there you've got the start list. Max Atwell from Christchurch, Etienne Duprea from North Harbour, James Stain from North Harbour, Ruben Vogel from North Harbour, Charlie Cameron from Christchurch, and Joshua Woodhead from Hastings. And have we got any idea on the start height that we'll be looking at today?
I think it'll be based pretty much on what Josh Woodhead wants to come in at. He's a decathlete rather than a pole vaulter, so he'll be wanting a wee bit lower starting height for him. So maybe in the mid to low threes.
And we did read out James Stain, but you were mentioning that you haven't seen him warming up out there yet.
No. I know he's over there because he's helping advise Ruben
with
his pole vaulting. So whether he's actually warming up, either that or he's decided that because it's going to take a while to get to his sorts of heights, maybe he can delay his warm up.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of time.
Yeah,
you can see Max Atwell there. Now you're the coach of Max. Tell us about his background.
Well, he's the national decathlon champion, and he's coming back from an injury which occurred at Nationals where he snapped his Achilles.
Whoa.
Pole vaulting on that runway. So
and this is where he got silver, didn't he? He picked up second place last year.
Picked up second place.
I didn't realise that he snapped his Achilles.
Yes, so this is his first competition back. But it's an ideal place for it to happen, so he'll get that off his back.
And is that his jumping foot?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
But he's made a very good recovery. He's worked very hard. He's had good support from the medicos, and he's done all the things right. So he'll be excited just to be back into it, I think.
Yeah, a million calf raises later, he's back into it. So here's Josh Woodhead, one of the many locals we will see today, opening up the action here at the Potts Classic, and just knocking over the bar on that attempt. We'll try and get a reading for what he's opening up at, but he will know this runway possibly better than anyone. But a lot of these the pole vaulters who will be competing today competed earlier in the week. We saw some of the ladies put some good marks on the board. With Olivia and Imogen both going clear at 4:45, so I understand that's a B mark for the Com Games. So yes, pretty impressive to be doing that just on a quiet little weeknight in Hastings.
Yes, it'll do the confidence a world of good leading into these more important competitions which they've got coming up to start at that level. So Charlie Cameron next on the runway. The best of 4:25, I think he's got up to this season.
Here he goes, Charlie Cameron, and just overshooting that one.
Yeah, he sat on the pole a little bit there, didn't really work the pole away. One of the things that the pole vaulters, it's almost a mantra for them, is to turn the pole over, and that means keep the pole moving in front of you and keep your hands working over the top of the pole. And that time he was just a wee bit passive and sitting on the pole, and that's why he shot through.
Yeah, sure. And so what you're after there, working a bit more on the pole, is essentially using the pole to get you more vertical rather than that horizontal?
Oh, definitely. And they're designed to work in a certain way, and if you make them work that way, they'll take you up in the air. But if you work against them,
yeah,
you can have a few problems.
So here we are, attempt number 2 for Josh Woodhead. Lining up, we'll try and get a shot of the height that they're on at the moment. Oh, nice, and going clear. So I'm pretty sure we're not at 5 metres yet, but
no.
Nice and clear that time for Josh.
It's always very satisfying for a pole vaulter to get that first height, takes the pressure off, and they can relax and get into the competition a bit more.
And that's why our screen was saying 5 metres. Someone had a job of setting the heights, and I'm sure they'll just be passing it around the team, making sure everyone knows what height we're hitting.
I think they're adjusting it now, so we might see exactly what it is. Ooh. Bit of pressure on now, second miss by Charlie.
So Charlie just almost looked like just struggling to get those legs up and through. And again, almost a replay of that other attempt. So, all right, so we've had it confirmed they're attempting 380 at the moment.
So that's a decent challenge for these boys opening. They wouldn't normally open this high, but they're both... Josh has already got it, but they are both capable of clearing this. I think Charlie just being a bit tentative. He's got to work the pole more. He's got to make sure he keeps his right arm straight for longer. And he's starting to pull down on the pole, and that's never a good recipe for trying to get over a bar.
In this event, it's almost the chess of athletics in terms of working out what's going on with the conditions, what's happening with your body and your mind, and working out what pole you should be using, how that run-up should look. There's a million things happening at a great rate of knots as you're charging down that runway.
It's definitely the most complex event. It's got the pole as an implement, then you got yourself as an implement flying through the air. So coordinating it all's a challenge.
All right, here he is, Charlie, attempt number 3, and this time he's over. He's put all those pieces together, and you can see there, that was a great sigh of relief. So Charlie goes clear. Now, I understand he's got a PB from last year of 4 metres 20, so he's still, you'd think he's got another 40 centimetres, and by the clearance he had over that, you'd think that 40 centimetres is there today if he can keep putting those pieces together.
Yeah, I think he'll probably move the uprights back a wee bit, because he reached his peak beyond the bar there, which shows that he can give himself a wee bit more room. And when pole vaulters do that, it means that they can work the pole without the worry of trying to get over the bar. And if they get a bit close, then the bar comes into the reckoning, and they tend to compromise what it is they thought they were supposed to be doing.
Right. So if you've just joined us, welcome along to the coverage here at the Potts Classic in Hastings. We'll be live right through to the end of the evening, where we have the big event to close out on the track, which is the New Zealand 3,000 metre champs, senior men, senior women. That is to come later, but in between we've got a whole heap of action coming on the field, in particular for the first couple of hours. as Josh takes another look at this new height, going up 20 centimetres, and knocks it over on his first attempt, as he did in the first round.
So a key component for the pole vaulter is obviously the plant of the pole, and Josh got himself into trouble there with a very late plant, so he never really got it in front of him, so he was always battling to turn that pole over, and that's why it was a semi-stall at the bar.
There's Charlie Cameron on screen, just having a look at what he's attempting to do. This will be within 20 centimetres of his lifetime best, with Josh Woodhead with a PB of 395. So this will be in PB territory for him. Okay, Charlie Cameron, first attempt, 4 metres. Over he goes. Did a double claim in the air as he came down onto the mat.
It's a lot more positive with the plant that time, got the pole out in front of him, and if you get the pole out in front of you well enough, then you can start to get that left leg swing, in his case, to move into the inverted position.
Lacking a couple of safety pins on the back of the singlet there as well, so someone out there on the embankment might want to lend him a couple. It always pays when you're an athlete to bring a couple of spare safety pins. So over he goes. Oh, nicely clear, but the bar comes over, or the pole rather, comes over with him, and so does the bar.
The officials are having a discussion now to decide whether he actually made a genuine attempt to push the pole back, and they've decided that he didn't push it back enough, and so that's a failure.
Right, so if you make an attempt, does that allow for things like wind that might push the pole over?
The pole back.
Yeah.
And of course the top vaulters don't have that problem because their poles
so
pass
higher,
underneath the bar, whereas these guys have got, their poles are longer than the height of the bar, so if they don't push it back, then they have that risk of knocking it off with the trailing pole.
So back to Josh Woodhead, who's also missing a couple of safety pins. So maybe it's a thing going around. They're just sharing the limited number of safety pins out there. Good thing they're not distance runners with bibs on the front and the back. Not sprinters with the lane stickers as well. Oh, there we go. We've got some safety pin action in the background. Some teamwork. Love to see it. So talk to us, Terry, about the pole selection when you're coming to an event like this. If you're a sort of 4 metre vaulter, what sort of variation of poles you'd be needing? And
well, these guys are probably on maybe 14'6" poles. Funny, that we still talk about 15 inches with pole vaulting because the Americans make all the poles, and of course they fought a war of independence, but they maintained the imperial measures.
Josh Woodhead going for number 2.
Much better attempt. So so they're probably using a 14'6" pole perhaps. I'll start off with a flex on the pole that allows them to get a bend, allows them the time to swing through, and they can get away with that when the bar's lower, but as it goes up, they will look to step up to a stiffer pole.
Right. And simply just for generating more vertical lift, essentially.
Yeah, well, the stiffer the pole, the more energy you can put into it. The more energy you can put into it, the more the pole will pay out.
Gives back.
Yep. And
so
that's
it's
pretty much
essentially like a tendon. It just stretches and then springs back.
Yeah, and if it's too soft, it comes back really slowly, and if it's too stiff, it just doesn't come back at all.
All right, so here's Ruben again. So remember, he cleared the bar, but then the pole came through and took the bar off, and so he's having to attempt 4 metres once more. Oh, looking good, but just clipping it with his chest there.
So he just died on top a wee bit, and again, as I said before, you've got to be very positive with your plant of the pole so that you can actually take off into the bend of the pole. And if you're not dynamic enough, then the pole starts controlling you rather than you controlling the pole, and that's something you want to avoid. So he'll be looking now at whether he needs to move his uprights in, or whether he has to do something more effective in the way that he plants the pole so that he doesn't need to worry about the bar itself.
So here's our local boy, Josh Woodhead. He's got 2 misses at 4 metres. This would be a personal best for him if he can go clear and get himself into that 4 metre club.
That's good points for a decathlete, 4 metres.
Good speed on the runway, going up, pulls out of it last minute.
So you got caught underneath the pole there, and so you can see that when that happens, as soon as you take off, your body starts swinging under the pole, and doesn't get a lot out of the pole when that happens. He should still be pretty satisfied with that. He's opened at a height higher than he's opened before. So from that viewpoint, he should be reasonably pleased.
And is this, for a decathlete, is this one of those events that does consume more of your sort of technical time, because it is one of those events that demands you get those little bits right?
Yeah, it's a chicken and egg one in some ways, because it is such a technical event that it needs time, but you don't want to be spending too much time on it, because it's still only one of 10 events. And so you find that a nice clearance.
Oh, good.
So
Over he goes.
So you find with decathletes that they have a very simple technical model that they utilise, because they don't want it to be too complex. They want to know they do the basic things well, then they'll get the sorts of heights that are reasonable. Much more positive plant, and as a result of that, funnily enough, he was a lot more positive in getting the pole away.
So Ruben Vogel goes clear. So we have Ruben Vogel and Charlie Cameron moving up to the next height, which I imagine will be 420.
Yeah, I think from my straining eyesight, I think I can see 415.
Yes. So we're going up another 15 centimetres. So this is PB height for Ruben. And for Charlie, he's done a 420, so getting right up to the upper end of their abilities, and the fact that Ruben just went clear on that final attempt shows sort of the challenging nature of this part of the competition before the other boys start off their campaign. Now, when would we expect to see Etienne and Max open up?
Probably the next height, I would imagine, for Max. Like I said, it's his first comp. Good first attempt there from Charlie. He'll start looking now at whether he needs to move up a pole and whether that pole's reached its limit. Again, with this tailwind, it gives the opportunity for the athletes to go onto stiffer poles because they're going faster, and so they can, again, like I say, put more energy into the pole. All right, Max is coming in now, so he's getting a safety one and get that psychological challenge out of the way, knowing what happened the last time he was standing on that runway.
Tick one off. This on coach's orders.
Well, I left it to him to go those. But having been through a similar thing myself, you're standing there and you're going, the last time I did this, and you just got to gulp and go.
And in a decathlon, is that even more so, where you want to come in and just get something on the board?
They tend to be a wee bit more conservative
in
it. There are decathletes for whom the pole vault's a very strong event for them, and they'll be a wee bit more daring, but nothing worse than missing your first jump into decathlon, and all of a sudden the pressure changes.
So here he is, reigning silver medalist, back from his Achilles injury, and just clipping the bar on that occasion. Looked like he was coming in from a slightly shorter run-up.
Yeah, he's just going off 12 strides today. Again, because he hasn't done much vaulting. In that time, I think he was probably too far out. Very long strides into the takeoff, and pole vaulters call it mushing the pole. When it bends and it just takes forever to come out of it. And that's pretty much what he did there, very mushy.
All right, we're back to Ruben. So he went clear on his third attempt at 4 metres, opened at 4 metres, and now the bar is up at 4:15, which is his current personal best. So this to equal his personal best, and nice, over he goes.
Very comfortable vault. He's starting to get it together now, and you can see the fluency from plant through swing, inverts, turns, and just you can see him starting to fly off the end of the pole, which is what they all like.
And a good
very deliberate,
throwaway.
making sure the pole didn't follow through.
Gets rid of that pole nicely. Now is that James over there giving a few tips to this man. Oh, it looks like he's clipped it again.
Yeah, so as in almost all athletic events, it's how you set your posture is very, very important. So sunk it down a wee bit and try to muscle that one. And you want to be able to maintain your speed, and you want to be tall when you take off. So sitting down is not an advantage.
Yeah, sure. And is that so where you're planting the pole? Is it a higher position, or is it more about the jumping action?
Oh, it definitely helps in terms of the closer to vertical the pole is when you take off, the less distance it has to go to get vertical.
Right, makes sense. So here's Max, second attempt at 4:20, and sorted out those little wobbles for opening up, and he's well clear. Looked like he had a good half metre.
Yeah, he'll be very pleased to get that one out of the way, I think, and now he can just go for it and see what he finishes with today. Yeah, very tidy. Again, with a 12-stride run-up, you can't generate a lot of pace, so he's got to be a bit more technically proficient.
All right, and we have the hammer throw opening up as well. So we've got an exciting field, men's and women's. So there you can see 3 o'clock is the beginning of the hammer. Then we'll go to the long jump, back to the pole vault for the women. And here we are. Oh, just clipping it again for Charlie. So he will bow out of the competition with a 4-metre clearance.
He'll be a wee bit frustrated, but it's a solid performance. He hasn't competed against the big boys much, so the experience will do him a world of good.
So the women's pole vault to come, we've got Imogen Eris and Olivia McTaggart, who will be hoping to improve on those 4:45s that they both set on Wednesday. So they're in good form and expect to, well, hopefully we can get that bar up at around the 4:50 plus mark and, see them really progress. And there you can see the track program opening up at 5:30, starting off with some 100s and some 400s, and then we kick into some of those 3000s, and the 800s, of course, are always a good feature, but the big one on the track, the men's and women's 3,000 metre national champs. So we will be crowning 2 national champions this evening. And as we go back to Max, I imagine the bar will be up at 4:30. There it is, confirmation on the screen. So Max with that light, occasionally moderate tailwind behind him. Just backs out of that one. Now, what's the ruling with getting another shot? I know there's a time clock on.
Yeah, so I don't think time will be an issue because he doesn't muck around. And as long as he doesn't touch the ground or the mats beyond the plane of the back of the box.
Right, yeah.
So you can see there he held the pole up to make sure it didn't touch the mat.
Yep.
And that, therefore, it wasn't a no jump, and he could go back and try and get himself sorted out for this next one.
So the same as the high jump, if you cross that threshold, You've effectively had your go.
Yep.
So here's Max Atwell, the reigning silver medalist, New Zealand decathlon champion. And look at that. Beautiful.
Much better.
Well
Max is borrowing Etienne's poles today.
Right.
Because it's a wee bit expensive moving them up from Christchurch just for one comp, which is great, the level of cooperation that these athletes have, that they're happy to lend their poles to a fellow competitor. And so he'll be getting used to the poles as much as anything else.
So Max has a personal best of 4.72 as we head over to the hammer. And if there's one event that I'm very excited about this year, once again, is really the women's hammer. We've got 2 Olympians back in the country, and one of those will feature, I believe, today. That young lady, third from the top, Lauren Bruce. We've also got Tegan Ashley, Iorana Tofafo Tafili, Michaela Sola, Jamane Samoa, Dani Shepard Oates, Mila Name, Jasmine Samoa, Lexi Maples, Nicole Bradley, Anya Dunlop Brown, and Elizabeth Hewitt. So a good solid field in the women's hammer. We've of course got 3 women over that 70-metre mark now, with Nicole Bradley going clear with a 70.07 back in December. And here we are back with Ruben, and he went clear first attempt at 4.30. So the competition in the men's pole vault progresses. You can see all the hammer competitors lined up now. I can tell you in the boys, you can see Liam Nachokwolf just there on the end. We've got Max Abbott, Alexander Hewitt, Caleb Sola, and your reigning national hammer champion, Anthony Novello. So good, strong fields in the hammer. And they'll, for what it's worth, we'll have a nice little tailwind. And we saw, I think for the last couple of years, haven't we just seen amazing performances in the hammer at this event? I think it was 2 years ago we had a record here from Julia Ratcliffe, and Julia and Lauren have been just trading blows for the last couple of years. Just that national hammer record has just gone back and forth between them, and they've had a wonderful battle. And now Nicole Bradley, after taking the shortest retirement possibly in the sport, has come back and notched a mark into the 7-metre mark, which certainly puts her in the frame to mix it with those other 2 girls. She's 5-time national champ as well. Just jotted down. She has a pattern of winning the national champs every second year. So
yes, it's a good sign for throwing in New Zealand, the number of, especially the female hammer throwers we've got, and obviously that's the Julia Ratcliffe, Lauren Bruce, Nicole Bradley effect.
All right, here's Max. The bar has moved up in height, and so is Max, equal to the challenge. Over he goes, and getting through a good amount of work. Now, where else are we going to see Max today? Is he...
Yes, well, like all good decathletes, he can't just do one event in a day. He's got to do multiple. He's got a light day today. I think he's got the pole, then he'll follow up with the discus and the long jump.
Right.
So just a nice, easy day.
just a few events, nice and crazy. So you can see there Liam Nachokwolf, he's your reigning under-20 champion, and I'm not sure what implements our juniors will be throwing. I don't know if you'll be able to work out with the naked eye whether he'll be throwing
I've got a feeling he'll be throwing the 726.
And it looks like he is clear of that 40-metre marker. Well, that's the 50-metre marker there, isn't it? So,
and Ruben running under the bar there, didn't get the timing of his plant right and pulled out.
Now, are we at 4.45?
That's right, yes. Yep. And Etienne Dupre is about to start.
So here's Etienne going up and coming back down without successfully attacking the bar. He's sort of having a look at Max saying, what did you do to my poles?
Yeah. And one of the issues, of course, is that they spend their time warming up, and then someone like Etienne's got to wait around for 20 to 30 minutes. And so it's not a surprise sometimes that their run-up isn't quite right when they come back on the runway.
Now, I'd like to get a reading of what Liam opened up in the hammer, because from the naked eye it looked like it was well clear of the 50-metre mark, which would be a personal best for him with the senior implement. Oh, there we go, 54 something.
A decent attempt in the pole.
And here's Max Abbott. So Max probably more known as a discus athlete, but he came third at the national champs in the under-20 division. Oh, that looks good too. Oh, but it's just outside the zone, so just pulling that one left. But early signs are good in the hammer circle. It looks really like ideal conditions down there at the northern end of the park.
Well, funnily enough, that they do talk about the wind having an effect on the hammer. With the fact that you've got a long wire in the handle there, there's some level of...
bit more surface area to be caught.
Yeah, and that may well be what it is. I don't think you get the sort of boost you might get in a javelin or a discus, but...
Yes, yeah. All right, here's Etienne, and pulling out of that one, so things just not gelling early. Maybe it's too much of a break since the warm-up.
Could be, but yes, he's just not hitting the mark, probably. Jeremy will be looking to see if he's hit his mid-mark, and that will give him an indication. If he's not hitting his mid-mark, he's less likely to hit his takeoff mark where he should be.
There was Caleb Sola from Lower Hutt Athletics, just throwing that one into the nets, unfortunately.
Third attempt here for Ruben.
Here he goes, pumping those legs down the runway, and realises that something went horribly wrong there. Pulls out, and that'll be a day for Ruben. Clear at 4:30, but 3 misses at 4:45. And here is your 3 times national champ in the hammer, coming recently off a new PB of 66 metres 58, which he set at the virtual throws competition in December. So another of our throwers who's in a rich vein of form, and here he goes, winding up, and he's got that one well out past the 50, heading out towards that 70-metre mark, but I would say it's in the early 60s from the naked eye.
One of the things with hammer throwers quite often is they get better as the competition goes, and they get into the competition literally, and start throwing further and further with each round. As Etienne Dupré clears on his third attempt.
A big sigh of relief. That looked like a walk of a man who's very relieved to not go home empty-handed. Now, was Etienne and Max jumping on Wednesday night? Did they arrive early with some of the
Max,
girls who competed?
No, Max headed up this morning, flew up from Christchurch this morning. He's on a bit of a tour, so he'll do this meet, and then he's got the jumps to music competition in Hewitt on Wednesday, and then he'll do the Cooks Classic on the Sunday following that.
Yeah, this is definitely the start of the season where all the events start coming thick and fast. So if you're listening at home, be sure to jump on the athletics.org.nz website and see where an event is coming near you, because there is just... I did a little thought experiment this morning, and this might be a good topic of discussion to pick your brain on, but what events this year are we likely to see new New Zealand records? And I picked about 7 or 8 in each gender. So perhaps we'll see one today. Who knows? But definitely look up those events throughout the summer. Make sure you can at least get along to one. And of course, the big one. Here's Etienne going for the new height. Just missing that one. And we're into our female throwers now. A couple of misses there.
Another no throw.
And here she is, Lauren Bruce.
Lauren's been training very well down at Christchurch. She's been getting out some decent distances in her training sessions. So I think she'll be looking to post a decent performance today.
I was just looking through Lauren's record. If you haven't discovered it, anzrankings.co.nz is the place to find all the stats, all the details about these athletes. But she's won medals in not only hammer throw at the national champs, but also shot put and discus. And it's sort of overlooked how talented she is across all the rotational throws.
And she used to do triple jump. She's an 11-metre triple jumper, which is pretty impressive.
And just backing out of that one. Now is she going to be able to reset for this? She successfully controls it, and we'll have another reset. The battles we've seen between her and Julia on this throwing circle over the last couple of years just been fantastic. Here she goes. You can see that great speed she's got across the circle. And look, that's getting well out towards 70 metres. There's a little row of yellow markers, which I believe will be marking 70 metres. So that's probably a mid to high 60, which is a good opener.
Good solid opener, especially the fact that she pulled out of the first attempt at the throw, and that does use energy to then turn around and get a decent throw out. That's pretty good. So that was a second miss, I think, from Etienne Dupré.
And as the bar moved up to 460 in the men's pole vault, I imagine.
Should be what it's gone to.
Try and check that. So that's a 66 something opener.
66.37, that's solid enough.
So it's 8 metres shy of her best ever, and national record, which she set back in April or May last year over there in the States. But of course, early days yet. And as you say, you've got to get into your rhythm.
Like any sport where you've got an implement.
I believe that was Michaela Sola from Lower Hutt. She's 15 years of age. It's one of the great things is looking through the rankings of the young throwers coming through, and there's particularly a strong batch of young women coming through at age sort of 15 through to 18.
And that's one of the things that the throws event group has worked on to try and get those numbers up. And you know, there's a lot of potential there, and the more athletes we can get in those age groups who stick with the sport, then that's going to help raise the standard.
So Jermaine Samoa, bronze medalist back in 2020 in the under-18 division. She's now 17 years of age and just losing control of that one at the last minute. Sort of running out of runway on the circle. And here is Etienne. Now, is this number 2 or number 3?
I think this is number 3. I don't think he passed the plane of the upright, but I don't really think it matters based on that one.
Yeah, so a couple of things just not clicking for Etienne today.
Unfortunately, with a no jump on a certain Etienne Dupré, he will finish second in the event by countback from Max Atwell of Christchurch Old Boys, and in third, Ruben Vogel of North Harbour Bays.
I think Max opted not to go for 460 because he's got a reasonably busy day, and I think he just wants to save his energy. He's got a decent first up vault there. He's got that problem out of the way.
So Danny Shepard-Oates getting up just beyond the 50 metre marker. There you can see those yellow markers represent 50 metres. And just looking up Danny's personal best, 57.44. So she can start heading up into those mid-50s and inch her way closer to 60. So I think that was 51 metres on that one. Now we've got Mila name. And our official's doing a good job keeping an eye on the hammer. And that one just staying inside the field of play.
So the first distance these girls will be looking to break through is the 50 metre mark. Now they can start regarding themselves as real hammer throwers when they start throwing 50 metres.
Yeah, yeah.
And then from there it's on. Yes.
And it is good having those little markers out there, just letting you know where that little magic line is. And then, of course, once you get into the 50s, the 60s await, and now we've got 3 women up into the 70s, which is just incredible that we the sport is in such good condition right now in women's hammer throw.
The 3 best all time competing against each other, which is
amazing.
Very, very good, and it can only help them push those standards even further, I think.
And what do you think has led to that? Is it just coincidence that we've got three of the best we've ever had, or is it just have they fed off each other somewhat?
Well, most events go in waves, but I think one of the big advantages is that we've got a group of young coaches who are focusing in on the hammer throw. We've got the likes of Dale Stevenson, who I regard as a young coach, and his type who are starting to get into the nitty-gritty of this event, not only in encouraging athletes to do it, but raising the technical level and the training level of these athletes, because they have very untapped potential. And with quality coaching, they can really start to show out.
So Jasmine Seymour of Papakura, she's coming in with the best of 53.25. Now, I don't know if that's a junior
Probably
distance.
with a 3 kg.
Yeah, so we imagine that most of the juniors today are using the 4.
So next up, Lexi Mabel. She had a personal best at the Yvette Williams meet last week, 54 metres I think it was. Lexi got out to. Former heptathlete who's gone to hammer throwing and is really taking it on very well.
All right, so here's Lexi from Christchurch Old Boys. Winding up, going through those, it's 4 spins across the circle usually, isn't it?
And just outside. Yeah, 3 to 4. Depends on what best suits the athlete. Sometimes 4 gives you a wee bit more speed, but it makes it harder to control.
Yes,
3, they have a
more
bit more control.
variables.
Yeah, that's right. It's not much use having a lot of speed if you don't throw the hammer into the sector.
So here's Nicole Bradley. Now the team at Athletics New Zealand did a great little write-up on Nicole's year, which had ups and downs, and she took a little break from the sport, got a bit disillusioned. She's a 5-time New Zealand champ, was sort of struggling to get progress, took a few weeks off, and decided, I actually really enjoy the training, I'll get back into it. And then what do you know, in December she throws a lifetime best and gets into that 70-metre club. And who knows where she can push on from there.
It's great to see an athlete who realises how much they love the sport and how much they'd miss it if they weren't involved. And obviously that's what's happened with Nicole.
All right, so here she is, the freshly minted 70-metre thrower, and this one will just exit the zone. And you saw that maybe going into the mid-60s, somewhere around there.
And normally if it goes to the left-hand side of the sector, it means they've pulled on the hammer a bit too much. The hammer coaches want them to create radius or length of reach along their arms out to the end point of the hammer head. And if they pull in on it, it shortens that range of swing of the hammer, and it tends to hook out to the left or to the right if you're a left-hander.
Right. So that was Nicole Bradley's first opener, just going outside of the zone. And then we have Anya Dunlop Brown from Mana Amateur Athletics Club down in Wellington, I believe. So another of our 17-year-olds. And look, average age for this competition is probably somewhere about 17 or 18. A lot of these younger women really taking to the throws, which is just fantastic to see. We're really building a legacy in the sport that I sort of go back to being a young teenager watching Beatrice Famuina and then obviously Val. And from there, it's just been really wonderful to see so many young, particularly female throwers come up through the ranks.
Yes, they had the throws event group had a camp a couple of weeks ago, and there was a large number of young throwers who were invited to come along to that, and I think that they took advantage of the fact that they were mixing with the seniors. They got an appreciation of the level of commitment, the attitude that's required, and it's good to see that they're out here competing and seeing if they can apply what they learn in that situation.
And so a lot of these young throwers will compete in all three rotational throws typically up to a certain age, and then you'll choose something to specialise in.
Well, that's the goal of the proper long-term athlete development. They come in, we want them to become athletes first, and then they'll decide which event area they're going to work in. So they'll become throwers and become good throwers across the board, and then from there become more specialist in terms of the throw that best suits them.
So this is Elizabeth Hewitt, the last of our competitors today, and then we'll go back to the top again, back to the boys. Looks like she got that one away clear. Pretty much straight down the zone, out towards that 50-metre mark.
So a number of these girls will be throwing the 4 kg, which they'll find is a lot different. Well, it's another 1 kg heavier than what they used to, so it'll be quite a significant change and difference for them.
And here we are, Limna Nachokwolf. He's really been a standout performer in the throws in the junior ranks. I remember he had a great performance at the New Zealand Secondary Schools Champs, which wasn't on last year, but the year before in Tauranga. And a really promising thrower. And it'll be interesting to see what Liam focuses on over the coming years, what he chooses as his specialty. He's the under-20 champ in the hammer, but I'm just going through the results now to see what other. So he's the shot put champ, and Max Abbott's the discus champ. So, and that one's out beyond 50 metres again. Remember his opener was about 55.
I think he's still a wee bit of a novice at this event. He's obviously done a lot more shot putting and discus throwing, but it's practice and practice and competing as well, which is the other opportunity that these young athletes get at these meets.
So if you've just joined us, it's great to have your company. We are coming live here from Sports Park in Hawke's Bay, just outside of Hastings, where it's warm and sunny. And my name is Hayden Sherman. Next to me is Terry Lomax. We've just had the men's pole vault completed, and I can tell you that Max Atwell won on countback, clearing the bar at 4:45, and then choosing not to go on. He had a nice couple of clearances at 4:30 and 4:45. Etienne Dupree was second place, also clearing 4:45. James Stain was a scratching, and in third place we had Ruben Vogel. So back to Max Abbott. He was third place in this event in the under-20s and the national champs at this venue back in March.
He's got a very good build for a thrower. He's tall, he's got long arms, which is always an advantage in this event.
And does that just increase the length of the levers, essentially?
Yep, and just the momentum that they can build up through the rotations. It's a very controlled throw there. But again, that's a sign of someone that hasn't done a lot of this event. Still learning the craft.
Yeah, sure. And just spinning that one to the left of the playing field. So Liam Nachokwolf is 18, Max Abbott's 18, Caleb Sola is 18, and then Anthony Novello. He's the old man of the group at 22 years of age. So very youthful look to this men's hammer competition.
It's good that there's that group all around the same age, because they'll push themselves, and the standard will accelerate because of the fact that none of them can be complacent and just think, well, I'm the best one, no one's near me.
Yeah.
Which is very encouraging.
So here is Caleb Sola. He finished fourth, just behind Max Abbott in the under-20s back in March. So we've got first, third and fourth from that competition coming back here today. And I'm sure we'll see these boys in the shot put later. So the lefty just losing a bit of control. You saw midway across the circle there, just started to lose a bit of that balance. And they call this the ballet of the athletics events, don't they? Because that balance is all important. You've got this 7-odd kg rock trying to swing you off your axis.
Exactly, and that was his problem there. He let it get in front of him a bit too far, and it started pulling him away rather than him being able to maintain the length as he rotated round, and then it was very flat and it got ahead of him and went into the cage.
So Anthony Novello, he's already got 3 senior national titles to his name. Just taking a moment to set himself, maybe visualize what he's wanting to do. I bet it's one of those sports that no matter how many times you send it straight down the middle in practice, when it comes down to being an official mark in competition, and you can see there the amazing speed, how he just stays low, great footwork across the circle. And he's got that one out. Well, it looks over 60 metres.
Low to mid-60s, maybe. He didn't really connect with that the way he wanted to.
The first of the track events is the 200 metres. And the first of these heats, literally going to their marks. In lane 1, Liam Kilby from Hastings, lane 2, Theo Almans from Wanganui, Ryan Shepard from
So in the background, there are some track races going on now. The local sort of warm-up races for a lot of our local Hawke's Bay, particularly younger athletes. And the key event that we'll be going to live, I'm just having a look. So the men's 100-metre heats will kick off at 5:30. So if you do need to duck away, just remember, be back at 5:30 for those 100 heats, because they will be electric. And now we're on to the women with Ashley Tegan, the bronze medalist from last year's under-20 champs.
Competitor from Tyree. Tyree's got a real tradition in throws down there. Raylene Bates will be Ashley's coach. They regularly produce throwers.
As you can see, the officials have got to be multi-talented, not just about measuring, but also a bit of gardening going out there, because that hammer, when it hits the ground, it can sink pretty deep into this turf, even though it's dry out there. And it takes a fair bit of work to keep this
It's probably the
infield
most
looking green.
Most physical of the officiating roles that you can do is the hammer.
First job, dodge the hammer. And second job, measure it. Third job, repair the field. So here's Irana Tafafo Tafili. So she is 6th in the senior women in this event at the national champs last year. Successfully gets it out of the nets and looking like it might just be shy of that 40-metre mark.
So she'll be reasonably pleased with that. I think the personal best of just over 40 metres. So if that was done with a 3 kg, it's a good performance with the 4, and if it's a 4, she's still not too far away from her personal best.
All right, here she is, the New Zealand record holder in the women's hammer. She represented New Zealand at the Tokyo Games. Didn't have the best day out by her standards at that event. In fact, I feel like her performance was similar to that throw that she opened with today. So what was it, 67 metres she threw in Tokyo was her best. So
yeah, the competition like today, she'll be looking to try and improve with each of the rounds. And that's what her and her coach, Dale Stevenson, will be looking for, progression as she goes through the competition, because she's still a bit shy of competitive practice during the season.
So here she is, Lauren Bruce, the left-hander, spinning across the circle, gets it out successfully. Is it going to stay in? It does. And that looks like it's very close to that 70-metre mark. So like you say, Terry, she has increased by a couple of metres, you'd say, by looking at where they're measuring that from. Yes,
and she'll assess that throw in relation to what she was trying to do, which process she was trying to go through. Fell off it a wee bit. Again, we talked about length of radius, and that's what she's trying to get. I know the coach is working with her to make sure that she has the hammer, that she's pulling on the hammer, that the hammer's not pulling on her. But again, it's all about applying force, and if you've got it in the right position, you can use the strength that you've built up, that she's built up, to make it go further. But if you're not in the right place, it doesn't matter how strong you are, you're not going to do much with it.
So looking like an improvement for our competition leader as the numbers go up. I thought I heard 68. There we go, 68.87.
Creeping up.
So getting up towards that 70-metre marker. And bear in mind, this is this is very early days for these athletes who competed just what was it, 4 or 5 months ago at the games.
And that's the thing, the likes of Lauren, who had that big build-up right through the Olympics, and they needed to have the time off to reflect and recover, and she's had a good solid build-up to now, and she'll be targeting the Northern season, the Commonwealth Games and the World Champs, so she wants to be in good form here, but she doesn't want to be in the best form here, and as long as the signs of progress are happening, then she'll be happy.
Michaela Sola from Lower Hutt, maybe just losing balance just on the release of that one. And steps over the line to save the measure is a little bit of work.
But not the gardener.
So looking at the start list today, Terry, I did notice compared to other years at the Potts Classic, we are missing a few of the big names, the likes of Val Adams and Tom Walsh and Jack O'Gill and those athletes that did focus on the Olympics and like you say, maybe just not needing to get into their work this early.
Yes, a number of those athletes that you've mentioned have already done qualifying performances, so the pressure of getting out and getting a qualifying performance is gone.
Yep.
But it means that they can focus on the build-up for, like I said, for the Northern Hemisphere season. And when you get an athlete, the likes of Tom Walsh, the domestic season is about seeing where you are in relation to the training and the change of approach that you may have had. It's not necessarily about going out there and hitting PBs. Though obviously all athletes want to hit PBs.
Here's Denny Shepard Oates moving across the circle nicely, releases it but straight into the net, and that will be a red flag.
They're showing good speed across the circle there, but not quite in sufficient control, and therefore falling out. Because as in all athletic events, there's no substitute for speed.
Yes, and which brings us back to that discussion around the athlete development, starting young athletes as athletes primarily, and that speed transitions from event to event, and that looks like a good solid throw out near the 50-metre mark for Milner Name.
Yes, because in any throwing event, it's about how fast can that implement leave your grasp. And the greater the speed of the implement, the more distance you are likely to get, as long as you do it in the right place.
And it's often for the casual observer watching the throwers, they're obviously strong, but you can't just have that strength. You've got to have speed with that strength. And you've also got to have that incredible coordination to navigate. I was telling you off air that I've been playing around a little bit with the shot put, and the 1.5 turns that you do across the shot put circle, a lot can go wrong in that, let alone 3 or 4 turns in the hammer.
That's right. And I mean, the thing with the shot is you're holding it nice and close, so you've got a reasonable degree of control over it.
Yeah.
It's not trying to throw you, which is what happens in the hammer if you don't keep control.
Yes. I've seen some great footage. I think it was Anthony Novello posted up on his social media, himself being hurled across the circle by the hammer.
Yes, it's happened to all of them at some stage or the other.
And is there a condition where you're trying to muscle it a bit too much and it ends up sort of muscling you, and the best throw is actually that more balanced, controlled throw?
All athletes will tell you that when they did their personal best, it felt so easy. And the ones where they tried as hard as they could didn't give them the product that they were after. Yeah. So the term athleticism comes from our sport, and if you've got that athleticism, then you're at a big advantage when you then apply that to the events.
So there's 46.71. I think that's a slight improvement there for Jasmine. Now Lexi Maples stepping up. So as you mentioned, multi-eventer now focusing on the throws or just the hammer these days?
Just the hammer. So she's a decent javelin thrower as well. And we put more purpose in that throw and clearing the 50-metre mark and a white flag, so she'll be a bit more pleased with that. It's a 50-metre improvement on round one.
Always good when you get those 50-metre improvements. So she's coming in with the best of 53.77 and certainly looking like round two is getting her up into that sort of condition. Now, the state of where things lie in terms of placings in this women's competition, Lauren Bruce is certainly out in front. Nicole Bradley, who will go next, had a missed throw on her first round, so if she can land one, we would expect her to move into second place. And we've got a bunch of girls sitting around that 51-metre mark with Danny Shepard Oates at 51.51, and then Lexi Maples just clocked 51.19. So Nicole Bradley will be up next.
So we've got two contests really. We've got the Nicole versus Lauren contest for first and second, and then that battle for currently for third and fourth, but there's some others who aren't too far behind that.
Yeah, I think we've got 6 already in the 40s comfortably, so it'll be interesting to see how many of those we get into the 50s. But here is Nicole Bradley. Great speed across that circle. That has gone into the net, has it?
Yep. So generates a very good speed in her turns, but just pulled on it a bit early. Got a wee bit anxious to try and throw it a long way and pulled it into the cage. It's like many a throwing event or hitting sports like golf. It's a level of patience that you have to have. You've got to fight that desire to want to muscle it. And Ian Beard, who's Lauren Bruce's first coach, always used to say, when you get there, you've got to smack it, but you've got to get there first.
Here's Anya Dunlop Brown, getting pretty close to that 40-metre mark.
Very smooth technique there. She's got good control. And obviously with age, she'll get stronger and her ability to be more aggressive will increase. But if she's got a smooth technique now, then that's a great basis for her to build on.
Now, how do we go about when you're going through those 3 or 4 rotations, spotting your release point? Is there a cue that you use to know when to release it? Is it just kind of by feel, or do your feet give you any clues?
Yeah, all of the above.
Yeah.
The cage gives you a bit of a feel for it. I mean, there's definitely a difference when you're throwing in a cage with the hammer because they close it in, and sometimes it takes athletes a while to get accustomed to that almost claustrophobic feeling of the cage being around you. But the timing of your swings, the correctness of your footwork means that it becomes just a natural release of the hammer, and don't want to over control it. You want to let it happen to a degree. Elizabeth Hewitt with a decent throw there, pushing towards the 50-metre mark. But she must have got a red flag because they're not measuring that one.
So we're going back to Liam, who is sitting in second place at the moment with Max Abbott and Caleb Solar both having missed throws on their first 2 attempts. But Liam has a best of 54.61.
Sponsored by Abbott Classic Trust.
So here is Liam Nachokwolf, your junior hammer champion, junior shot put champion, and getting out once more, so consistent beyond that 50-metre mark. He opened up with that 54.04, then a 54.61, so that pattern would say that he would go another half metre better into the 55-metre zone.
The good thing is that consistency, you can build on that. It may not be an absolutely blinding throw, but if he's developed some consistency, then he can start applying more and more force and a bit more aggression to the throw. And then the distances will come.
The second into the women's 200 metres is Ruby Gilbertson in lane 2 from Hastings, Sophie Hancock Hamilton in lane 3 from 4.
So this men's competition started first, so they are into round 3. We've completed 2 rounds of the women's competition. So 54.66, so a 5-centimetre improvement there for Liam. Now Max is yet to put a mark on the board, so he'll maybe just want to control this, make sure that he can get something on the scoreboard.
So it's a fine balance between over-controlling it and not actually throwing the thing and going too hard out.
Here he goes.
And I think he chose the more aggressive approach, and I think that's worked.
And that looks like it might be in the low 50s, sort of 53 metres, I would say.
A lot more intent in that throw. I think he was being too careful in his early ones, worrying about keeping it in the sector, and you have to let it go.
So I make it that he's got a senior best of 47 metres, so that looks like it should improve on his senior best. But of course these younger athletes tend to predominantly have used the junior implements and then sort of dabble with the seniors before they move up permanently. And here's our podium from the pole vault, where we had Ruben Vogel there on the right. Max Atwell will stand up in the centre of the podium, and Etienne Dupree goes home in second place.
I think Max will be able to have a good conversation with his coach after that. I think he's achieved what he wanted to. He's in one piece. That's the number one priority, and he's got a decent height.
Is that his first, major competition back since the Achilles?
It's his first pole vault competition since Nationals.
Wow!
Last year.
I mean, back on the place where it all happened.
That's right. So that's a big day from that viewpoint, and of course he's coming back here because we've got the decathlon and heptathlon championships being run in conjunction with the individual track and field ones, so he'll be back here in not too long.
Now that's an exciting change, because I can't remember if that's been done in the past. Usually it's been held sort of early to mid-February, get it out the way, and then we usually see the same athletes back again for the individual champs. But what's the sort of reasoning there?
It's around facility access that we've had. We've only got 2 or 3 venues that are suitable, have full suitability for combined events. You have to have the capacity to run with a tailwind. You need to have a capacity to run 2 pole vault competitions.
Right.
You need to be able to run the long jump with a tailwind, those sorts of things. And we don't have too many facilities that have all those aspects to them. And so the ones that were being lined up for that, we weren't able to hold them at the time that we were looking for, and it at cost, because events like the men's hurdles and the women's hurdles, some of our best hurdlers are combined eventers, so they can't do the individual event, but because it's a Commonwealth Games year and we've got athletes looking to try and qualify for those, it was decided that this was the best course of action.
Here he is, Anthony Novello, getting that hammer out nicely around that 60 metre plus zone. It's definitely over 60 metres again, so He's got a best today so far of 63.59. I'm not sure if that's going to challenge it. He looks good, but
I think we'll be looking for more distance than that.
So a reminder, Anthony set his personal best back in December of, let me check my notes, 66 metres 58. So
he's not too far away, but
yeah,
he's probably frustrating distance away from it.
Yeah,
from his viewpoint.
Yeah, but he's certainly so consistent. To have 3 senior titles and you're only 22 years of age.
Hammer seems to be one of those events where we have dynasties.
Yes.
We had people who I remember way back, Murray Cheetah won innumerable titles, and then we had Phil Jensen who won 11, I think, or so in a row, and we had Angus Cooper who also won multiple titles, and it just seems to be one of those events where someone gets in there and they have a reign.
Right, here's Tegan Ashley coming in. She just pops her foot on the top of that stop board and does get the red flag on that one. So
she's not far away from getting it, and what I do like about her approach is nice and aggressive. She's not being careful, because you can't make breakthroughs if you're careful. You have to challenge yourself and push yourself to the limits.
So she's got a best of 44.79 today. And here is Iorana Taufafo Tafeli, who has had one mark on the board so far today of 37.53. So she'll be hoping to get over that 40-metre mark. Her best is 40.80. Successfully staying in the circle.
Should be over the 40-metre mark, I think.
Yeah, that could be a PB. She'll be happy to see that white flag, because it was touch and go for a second there, but she hangs
smiling
on.
It's always a good sign.
Could well be a PB. If it is, I hope that little video ends up on the Instagram somewhere. Great way to get a PB while sitting down. And it is 40.98. What a cool way to throw a personal best of about 18 centimetres. So
any PB is a good PB.
Yes, I've got her down for 42.98 on my other database. So whether that was with the junior implement or not, I'm not too sure.
It may well have been.
But here we go, Lauren Bruce. The New Zealand record holder, not the New Zealand champion, and I think this is potentially a little monkey she'd want to get off her back. She's won multiple medals across multiple throwing events, but never a gold in the New Zealand champs. At the senior level, I should say.
That's right. Mind you, those sorts of things are quite handy to have to motivate an athlete, because you don't want to go through your career not having won a national title if you're the national record holder.
Yeah. And who would have thought that a 74.61 metre hammer thrower wouldn't have won a national title? It just shows the quality of the ladies. And here we go.
Gone. There's the 70 broken.
There it is. There's the 70. You said it was coming, and she's warmed her way into this event. The third round throw that looks to our eye to be well clear of that. Well clear, maybe a few centimetres clear of that 70-metre mark. So talk us through this technique here, Terry.
Well, you can see nice smooth preliminary swings, some good footwork. She's keeping herself ahead of the hammer, not letting the hammer lead her, and some very good speed of release there. She wants the hammer to come out to the right-hand side of the sector, because that means that she's being able to pull it for longer, apply force for longer, and that's the result.
I often see with Lauren, and I don't know if this is just reading into it a bit too much, but when she has a good throw, she tends to sort of have a little sigh of relief as she's just released it. You see her arms drop, and it's just like, oh, that felt good.
Yeah, well, there's a bit of effort going in there, so it's not surprising there's a bit of a expelling of air.
Now, so the weight the senior women are throwing is 4 kg, same as what you throw in the shot put?
Yes, and as with the men, 7.26 for the shot and for the hammer.
So we're just waiting on a measurement for this one to come through.
71 metres 38 for Lauren Bruce's third round of the women's hammer throw, an improvement.
71.38. That's solid. And there's Dale. Dale Stevenson, coach of Lauren Bruce. And, well, do we say formally now of Tom Walsh?
Yes.
He's so if those haven't caught up with the news, Dale is heading back to his homeland of Australia. And
yes, he'll be here for the whole of our domestic season before he heads back at the end of March. But he's still employed by Athletics New Zealand through to the Commonwealth Games, and he's still going to be coaching Lauren. In fact, I think Lauren is going to be heading off to Melbourne to base herself there to work with Dale before heading over to Europe or the States or wherever they finally decide to do the build-up for Commonwealth Games and for World Champs.
Oh, he's done a great job, has Dale, in his time with Athletics New Zealand, and the throwing scene down there in Christchurch has been so good. It even lured Dame Val down there to do little stints of training, or some not so little, and obviously created a wonderful training environment there.
I think he's also influenced coaching around the country with his approach, very analytical. He likes to look at things from different perspectives to come up with solutions for the problem, and is always challenging himself, always challenging his athletes, and I think that ethos has started to move into other coaches around the country who aren't complacent about the way that they train, and they're willing to challenge themselves, and I think he's had a big impact on the way that our throws coaches have approached things.
And the winner for 2022 in a time of 22:29, representing Mana Amateur Athletics, Oliver.
So we carry on in round 3 of this women's and men's hammer throw. So the men went first, so they'll be heading into their round 4 shortly. Remember, it's 6 rounds in the field events. And here's Jamane Samoa.
So, of course, with 12 athletes in the women's event, they'll be cutting them back to the top 8 for the next round. So there might be some nervous athletes who are right on the edge.
Yeah, we've got 12 women in this field. Just the four boys. And Jamani will step that one out. And unfortunately, that will be her 3rd miss in a row. So things not clicking for her today. Yeah, so 12 athletes in the women's competition and then just the 4 in the men's competition. So imagine, yes, all 4 will go through. So this women's competition still being led by Lauren Bruce, who started off in the lead and has just continued to put a couple of metres on her throws each round. So going from 66 metres to 68, now 71.38. And in second behind her is Lexi Mabels with that 51.19. Oh no, Danny Shepard Oates, sorry, with the 51.51. So very close for second place. And here is Danny.
Very good throw there. I think she'll have improved her performance there. That's heading up towards 53, 54 perhaps. Of course, Nicole's now in the situation where she needs to get a throw in her 3rd round if she wants to have 6. because she hasn't registered a throw yet. So she's going to be confronted with that situation of, do I try and be safe or do I go for it? And I would imagine that she'll go for it because there's nothing to be gained by being safe.
Yes.
She wants to throw a long way.
Yep. So 54.20 there for Danny. So good improvement for her and just improving her position in second place. So that moves her up by 3 metres. And there you can see Nicole Bradley just preparing herself for that third round. Now, Mila Name has a 46.95 best in this competition.
She may well have improved on that with that throw. $46.91.
So yeah, just 4 centimetres off her best, but good consistency there. And Jasmine Samoa stepping up to the circle. Imagine is the sister potentially, relative of Jamane Samoa, both from Papakura. And that looks like it might be up to the mid-40s again. So currently she's just sitting behind Mila on 46.71 with her best.
There's quite a bunch of them in that mid-40s.
And here's Lexi Maples in third position with that 51.19. We saw her throw a foul on the first round and then that 51.19 in round 2.
So she'll also be looking to try and improve, just steadily improve as the competition goes and try and get it to a crescendo at the sixth round.
So bronze medalist behind Lauren Bruce at the National Champs this year. Here she is, Lexi Maples, getting ready for her third round throw. You can see there with those 4 spins and
just outside. It was a good distance too. It would have been, probably would have moved her back up into second place if that one had been a bit closer to the edge of the sector. She won't be displeased with that throw because it still went a fair distance and just pulled on it a bit early.
Just a quick apology for that last presentation. Batteries were dead on the mic at the most inopportune moment. We'll have another presentation for you in a moment.
So Nicole Bradley, a wee bit of pressure.
Yeah, so 2 foul throws to start off her competition. She needs to get something on the board here. Ideally, it'll need to be somewhere at least in the mid-40s, which you'd think she's capable of. But it's whether she can get all the moving parts sticking together. This one's straight down the middle and well out towards that 70-metre mark. Well, for struggling a little bit to find her rhythm in the first 2 rounds, she's just thrown very, very close to 70 metres, and that might just be, well, maybe her second best throw of her entire life.
Well, again, the good thing there, as I intimated, she went for it. She didn't try and play safe, and she's got the reward for that bold approach.
Great throw. So we'll wait and see what the measurers make of that one. And 69.92. Wow. So that's only 15 centimetres shy of a lifetime best. So that is an incredible result. Really lights up the competition because that puts her within 1.5 metres of Lauren Bruce. So Lauren might just be feeling like she needs to look over her shoulder somewhat.
Well, I think it's ideal for for the competition. There we've got two athletes throwing in that 70-metre mark.
And Anya Dunlop Brown gets that one just inside, just sticks it inside the tape, does it? Yes. Pinpoint accuracy. Just shy of 40 metres.
Representing Athletics Richmond,
So you can see these officials doing a great job, and I say this every summer, but we are truly blessed in New Zealand to have a great bunch of officials that make their way around all these events, and they certainly know what they're doing. They're qualified individuals. There's a relatively large textbook that you essentially need to memorise in order to be one of these officials, because in order for records to stick, qualification marks to stick, we need people who know what they're doing out there with the measuring and making sure everything is, the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed.
We have a very good group of officials.
There's a bottle of water there if you need it there, Terry. I do agree. And as Elizabeth Hewitt throws that one into the cage.
3 rounds to be completed in the 5 metre women's hammer throw. The men's Anthony Novello.
Are we good?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
We've got a very dedicated group of officials, and the officials people have put a lot of time into raising the standard of officiating in the country, and we're very fortunate to have high quality officials right across the country. But we're still short.
Yeah. So if you're out there watching this thinking, how can I still be involved with the sport? Maybe you're not competing anymore. The officiating is a great way that you can support these athletes and see it firsthand.
It's the best seat in the house.
Yeah. If you want to be not only seeing national records happen, but actually being the first one to look at the measuring tape and see what numbers being put on the board, this is a great way to be involved with the sport. And we can't do it without them.
No, it's true.
It would not work, me just jumping out with the tape measure, unfortunately. So we've done 3 rounds. The officials that we've just been talking about will sort out who's where in that women's competition. The 4 men will go straight through. But I can tell you that Lauren Bruce still holds that lead with that 71.38. And there's an outlook of what's to come up on the track. 5:30 it all kicks off. We've got 3 heats, men's and women's, to decide who's going to make it through to the final, which will be later on tonight. And boy, oh boy, am I excited about the 100 metres this season, Terry. And I jotted down in my little thought exercise earlier in the day of the events that I think could possibly, maybe probably, see new national records. And I put men's and women's. I mean, we saw a new national record in the 100 metres with Zoe Hobbs breaking that. But look, every chance that it'll happen again. And then that 10.11 men's record could go down this year as well, with Eddie and now Tian both knocking on the door.
Yeah, you would hope that we have athletes who see those as goals that they could achieve and come into the season saying, well, why can't I do this? And if we have athletes with that sort of attitude, then there's every reason to believe that some of these records or some of these events that you've identified will have their records broken, and that's what we want to see. We want to see progress. Yeah,
and look, I think one of the great things, with Zoe breaking that 100-metre record outright finally, it's just so cool. Like, imagine being at the track and seeing the fastest Kiwi ever run the fastest ever 100 metres. It's such a memorable moment. So I'd encourage everyone this summer to make sure you do get along to at least one of these meets and come and see history in the making, because you could well see the fastest or the furthest or the highest from any Kiwi in history. And so I've jotted down, what have we got? 7 for the women that I think could likely happen, and 8 for the men. So I'll quickly run through my list that I've got here. So 100 metres for women. So it's 11:27 from Zoe. I think she's hungry this year for a berth in the Com Games and the World Champs. I'm sure she'll be very hungry to improve on that 11:27. And she's got some ladies just behind her who will be pushing her all the way. And then, so potentially that 200 metre record of Monique Williams, so it's 22.90. Georgia Hulls has got her eye on that one. The 400 flat, I've put this down as a possible, very outside chance. Just seeing how Portia Bing is taking to the 400 flat, and I know that she's having a bit of a focus on that. Away from her favourite, there we are on camera, thanks guys. Away from her favourite 400 hurdles, which could also go down this year. And then obviously the hammer, that's got to go down surely with Lauren and Julia pushing each other. Javelin, Tori Peters, and then could we see a new 4x100 metre record with...
Well, the 4x1 team that ran in Christchurch the other week actually ran faster than that. They unfortunately got disqualified because they made the change outside the zone, but they did. There was a time looked at for when they crossed the line, and it was fast enough to beat that record. Can
you give us a rough indication of what that was for those who weren't there?
If they get it right, then they will break through 44 seconds.
Right.
And if they're starting to do that, then they're giving themselves a chance of competing at Commonwealth Games, but being able to compete at the world stage.
And so when we look at a 4x100 relay, is there any sort of calculation when you work out your average time, let's say is 11.5 seconds, is there a rough calculation where you might say, well, on average we can knock off 0.4 of a second or something like that? Do you do those sorts of calculations?
Yeah, those sorts of calculations. About a second and a half for a men's team. You'd look at, if you add up their PBs for the 100. Of course, the thing is that only one person starts out of blocks in a relay.
Yep.
And you have some people who have very good top speed but aren't that good out of blocks. But of course, when you put them in a relay, the blocks don't matter.
So maybe a 200 specialist,
yes,
so
exactly,
someone more like Georgia would...
Yeah, so I often refer to it as the engine room, legs 2 and 3.
Yep.
Invariably are athletes who are very good 100 metre and 200 metre runners.
Yes, right. Yep.
Because they have the long legs to run as opposed to the long legs to run with. And, that's where their strength is, and so that the sum of the parts is, can be very, very fast.
And fastest runner on the anchor leg, is that the rule, or does it depend?
Yeah.
Does it depend who the best starter is?
It depends who they are. Ben Johnson ran first for the Canadian team.
Right.
And he won the Olympic 100.
Yeah.
And of course, it's not just running. You've got to handle a baton. So
yes.
you have the people who are the best baton handlers. Again, 2 and 3 are the legs that have to receive and they have to give. And in the past, you've had teams that have put their fastest person last, but have mucked up the change. It's a balancing act to try and get the best parts in the right place. So it's not always the fastest runs last.
And you see some of those nations that really focus on the relays. They can pull, these good athletes and put together a great relay team and challenge for those world medals. So it'd be great if we can see those girls really put in some work over the summer and maybe book a spot maybe in Com Games or the World Champs.
Yeah, well, we had the women's team that got third at the World University Games in 2019, and Georgia was one of those athletes. Zoe was one of those athletes.
Yeah.
And so it's been developing, and we're now in the situation where the likes of Anna Percy has now moved from 400 hurdles to sprinting and is excelling at that. So
what a transition from four hurdles to 100, but we can get back to that shortly as Max Abbott comes up. Yeah. And so, and a lot of the, Max just throws it into the cage. And a lot of those girls were, I think they're all still running, who set the record 2 years ago, 44 to, I think I wrote it down somewhere, 44.20.
Yep.
Yeah. So we had Livy Wilson, Zoe Hobbs, Georgia Hulls, and Rosie Elliott in that team. So all four of those obviously still running. Maybe Anna Percy's just overtaken Livy Wilson for that spot at the moment, but
we have
sure.
Good depth. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You know, if someone like Livy Wilson isn't able to break her way into the top 4, that's a very good sign because she's running as well as she's ever run.
Yeah.
100 metres boys, sponsored by Potts Classic Trust. Competitors in lane 2, Aidan Bates of Hastings. Lane 3, Hunter Lyford.
Right, here we've got the leader, second place I should say, Liam Nachokwolf, winding up in the hammer. Here he is, national junior champ now, carrying that senior implement and putting it out once again beyond that 50-metre mark.
Maintaining that consistency.
Now, Terry, I believe we've got Nick Cowan coming in to the commentary booth, so I wonder if we let you go and grab a drink, grab some refreshment, and I'll pick Nick's brain about what his thoughts are about what records we could be seeing this summer. All right.
No problem.
Thank you, Terry. And so, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just tuned in, you're tuned into the Potts Classic here in Hastings, where it is warm and sunny as it always is. Just a light breeze coming in from the northeast. From where that hammer throw is taking place, coming across the ground. So there's 54.86. So slight improvement there for Liam Nachokwolf, which puts him, just solidifies his place in second place. And there's our competition leader welcoming to the commentary booth, Nick Cowan.
Thank you very much.
How are you? My name's Hayden Sherman. I don't know if we've met officially. But now your background, if we click back a few years, is 400 metre running.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I tried desperately to be good at 100 and 200, but unfortunately it landed with the 400. So.
So did I. I had to keep moving up. Then when I realised I was no good at the marathon either, I found myself behind a mic.
Yeah, well, I only did one half marathon, and for a sprinter that was enough.
Yeah. That's quite impressive, actually. So there we are with Anthony Novello. He's had a good, consistent round. So started with 61.36, 63.59 for round 2. 62.20, and I think that one looks to be very similar to those first 3 throws. And don't want to age you, but for our listeners, what sort of era are we talking for your 400 racing?
Yeah, so I was racing, sprinting in the era of the early 90s.
Yeah.
And right through to sort of 1998. Late 90s is when I finished. I was fortunate to run in an era where there was a lot of sprinters from a various age group point of view, with Mark Cadell, Sean Farrell, Chris Donaldson, Gus Nikisha, Eddie's father. We were fortunate to have quite a strong stock which kept us all together, if that makes sense, and had a great sort of decade from a sprinting point of view. Some New Zealand records and fortunate enough to compete at the World Champs and bits and pieces like that, so it was a lot of fun.
That's awesome. And did you take part, we were just talking about the women's 4x1 team and the potential for them to, almost guaranteed, they'll break that record, the New Zealand record, surely this year, but did you have any experience in the relays? And
Yeah, I did. I ran both the 4x100 and 4x4 relays, and I'm no longer part of the New Zealand 4x1 New Zealand record holding team, but when I was running, we managed to sneak a New Zealand record during the time, and
awesome.
The 4x4 record still stands, which was it's a lot of fun. Relays are at any level, as we know, are just fantastic for being able to sort of pull people through the sport that perhaps wouldn't necessarily stay in the sport, if that makes sense. And I think it's a great initiative to keep sprinters going. So
absolutely.
yeah.
And I think we're seeing this wonderful group of female sprinters coming through at the moment. I think we've got like 6 of the 10 fastest Kiwi women in history are all racing right now and all sort of in PB shape. And we're seeing just these great training squads in Auckland and in Christchurch, and just it just seems to be perfect for pulling them along, and then having the relays to add that team aspect to it is a great way.
And look, the coaching is just getting stronger and stronger, and we've got a really in all of our athletics events actually, but obviously I have an affinity to sprinting, so I know it fairly well. But we've got really high quality coaches, and naturally they sort of bring the best out of athletes, and what we are finding is genuine training squads that are sticking together and bringing the best out of each other, and that's why we're seeing, in the women, that's why we're seeing Zoe popping out the top of that, breaking the New Zealand record, breaking Michelle's record. So
amazing.
It's incredible. It's fantastic.
It was so great to see after so long, either getting a resident record, equaling the record, and then finally at a low-key meet at the end of 2021, just drops the New Zealand record by, what was it, 0.4 of a second, 0.5 maybe? 0.05 I should say.
That's right.
Just fantastic to see Zoe claim that outright, and we were saying earlier, every chance of pushing that on. I'm sure she's hungry to get a spot on the start line for the Com Games or the World Champs or.
Well, I mean, there's a good series of races coming up, and I mean tonight will be good for her. It's pretty good sprinting conditions. I think the wind will drop a bit tonight, so it'll be a legal wind. She's in real good shape. I'm sort of fortunate enough to be able to see her training when I'm sort of ducking my nose down to the track during the week, and it's going to be some great sprinting tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
It looks like she's just looking fast. Like the training videos and the races that I've seen, just her leg speed just seems to be just up a notch from last season. I don't know if that's just me reading into things a bit too much, but yeah, she just fast and powerful.
Well, she probably should have really been in Tokyo, to be honest, and so I think there's probably a little bit of fire in the belly as well, which always helps.
Yeah, and we obviously have a high bar here in New Zealand for making those teams, and she did meet the qualifying criteria in terms of world athletics, but obviously NZOC has set a high bar.
Yep.
And it certainly makes you hungry to push on.
That's exactly right.
And essentially what it means is for a lot of events to kind of all but guarantee yourself a spot on a world team, you kind of really do need to be pushing a New Zealand record. And I've actually jotted down some of the top probabilities of New Zealand records this year coming, and the 100's right up there for me with women and men. I also jotted down the potential of Portia Bing having a look at the 400 flat now, and as well as the 400 hurdles. Do you know it all? Have you heard through the network what Portia's looking at, with a little focus on the 4 flat as well? No,
look, I don't know, but I have. I've seen her compete in a couple of early season 400s this year, and she trains at the track that up in the North Shore in Auckland that I go to a lot, and she's in real good shape, and I think that's a pretty good tip in terms of sneaking. Certainly, I think Portia's going to be doing some significant 400s this year for sure, based on the early season form that I'm seeing. I guess it'll just come down to whether she can fit those 400s in and around the hurdle program as well, because ultimately you've got to try and fit them all in, and she'll have qualifiers in her mind for that as well. But she's in good shape. She's looking really, really good.
Did you ever dabble in the 4 hurdles?
No, I always had the philosophy that one lap was enough, and why would I want to put some fences in the way? No, unfortunately I was never flexible enough for the hurdles, and I think my George McConaughey, my coach, put me over a hurdle when I was about 16 and turned to me and said, no, I don't think that you should do that again.
Let's just keep it on the flat.
Just keep things pretty simple.
All right, so here's Danny Shepard Oates. So she's sitting in third place from round 3 with a 54.20 and manages to keep that one in, and that'll be a tick over 50 metres as well. I doubt it will threat that 54. But our competition leader is Lauren Bruce with that solid 71.38, but also right on her heels is Nicole Bradley throwing what I think is her second furthest in her lifetime at 69.92. So she became a 70-metre thrower at the end of last year with a 70.07 personal best. 5-time national champ. And here she is getting ready to go again. And wouldn't she love to be up there and maybe just nudge ahead of Lauren and improve her personal best? But the hammer throw at the moment in women's hammer throwing here in New Zealand, Nick, is pretty strong. It's pretty exciting.
Well, and how special was it last year with Julia and Lauren as well?
Yeah.
Both really excelling very, very well. And I was really impressed with Julia as well in terms of she obviously was under pressure there for a little bit and then came back, and it's just so wonderful to see. We're really strong in throwing, and what I'm really impressed with and satisfied with in terms of our sport is that strength has continued through and is growing out into all of the throwing disciplines. It's really, really good. It's exciting for the sport.
Oh, and this looks like a good solid throw again. That looks like high 60s. It's well out towards that 70-metre mark. You can see those little yellow markers there. That's 70 metres, and it looks to me like about a metre, maybe a little bit more shy of there. So it won't be her best throw of the day, but certainly shows that she is in great form and just reinforcing to her that 70-metre mark is around where she should be. So for those listening at home, I'm joined in the comments booth with Nick Cowan, former 400-metre runner. What do you do with yourself now? I understand you're involved with athlete management, kind of thing.
Yeah. I have been. I've been involved in athlete management for quite a long time now, and I still work in sports management at various sort of levels and different things around the place. Just last year, bit of a COVID decision, I guess. I decided to get myself qualified as a World Athletics athlete representative.
Awesome. Yeah.
Had to sit an exam to prove my my knowledge of the sport. It was probably one of the more nerve-wracking things that along with having to sit a driver's license test or something like that. I was like, oh my God.
What's involved with this test?
You have to sit like a 70-question multi-choice test that effectively is just on the rules of athletics, and it's not just necessarily centred on being an athlete manager. It's centred on rules of competition, and
so it's technical rules,
technical as well as sponsorship and marketing,
right,
and also obviously we've got all the shoe rules, and anyway, it was quite an extensive test that I had to sit. And you also
Lauren Bruce, New Zealand record holder, getting it out to 70 metres.
That's a great try.
Tick over 70. Looks similar to her 71.38. Sorry to interrupt, Nick.
No. That was a good throw. It'll be good to see what that one is actually. Yeah. So and you had to pass. You had to have over. I think you had to have an 80% pass mark or an 85% pass mark. It's quite a nerve-wracking thing to do, and if you fail it, you have to wait 2 more years. So anyway, I successfully passed. And
2 more years. That's quite the standout. And so what does that mean in terms of what you're able to do and offer athletes? Yeah,
look, I did it because it was just something that I felt that, good for me, for the sport and for my own personal development. But if you're in the top 30 in the world under the World Athletics rules and regulations, you have to have a certified or endorsed World Athletics athlete representative.
Right. Yep.
And they're all over the world, and you don't necessarily have to have one from your country. But I just sort of...
It's always helpful if you've got someone just down the road that you can call up at any time.
Yeah, that's right, and perhaps more from an advisory point of view and being able to help young athletes with direction and be a little bit more in touch with what's happening at the elite level with world athletics and things. I just sort of felt that it was a good thing to do. So
awesome.
Yeah,
and talk us through what a manager does for an athlete, because obviously we've got Athletics New Zealand, which sorts out some stuff, but there's lots of logistics that go in, sponsorship and all that kind of stuff.
There's all sorts of different rules, I guess, or different things, I guess, that an athlete manager does. But in a general sense, they act as an independent person for the athlete, so they sort of sit outside things and can provide independent advice as opposed to perhaps political advice, for want of a description. And then, organising competitions, organising sponsorships, helping organise coaching. If you wanted to really look at it, just sort of helping facilitate and be part of that high performance setup around an athlete. So in a nutshell.
Yeah, because it's a big old world once you find yourself. I don't know, 20, 21, you've qualified for one of these world majors, and then you're thrust into this world of dealing with contracts
that's right.
Signing your life away for the next 4 years or so. And it's some big decisions that need to be made and need to be made right at that age.
That's right, and I think it's just good to have locally some expertise that can help with that, and just and people that have been there before and
cool.
know how it ticks. So it's been good.
Absolutely.
Been fun.
Are you allowed to talk about who you've worked with?
So I did work with Dame Valerie Adams for over 15 years,
awesome.
which was a lot of fun and obviously a great experience. And more recently, I've been helping advise younger athletes, and I've actually been doing a little bit of stuff with some Kenyan and Ethiopian athletes.
Great.
Just helping connect some of the more developing athletes into perhaps some better positions for them, which has been a real learning curve and quite a bit of fun.
Absolutely. So we can see there on the board the start list for the women's long jump, which will be kicking off very shortly. So we've got Kelsey Berryman, Charlotte Goldsmith, Courtney Trow, Sophie Hancock, Mariah Ridinui, she's your reigning New Zealand long jump champ, Lily Zabo and Ellie Hurley-Langton. So we've got a few returnees from the national champs, which was held here back in March of last year. But Mariah Ridinui, your reigning champ, also works for Athletics New Zealand in a coach advisory, sort of helping get coaches upskilled and connected and engaged with the sport. So there we see a 51 metre throw from, I think is that Max just before? Yeah, I think that was Max Abbott. He's got a best of 53.61, so he's sitting in third place at the moment in the men's competition. In second place, I should say, is this man on screen, Liam Nachokwolf, with a 54.86. And then in first place, the reigning national champion in the senior men's hammer throw, Anthony Novello, with a 63.59. So let's see if Liam can get this senior implement out a little bit further, out into those high 50s. He would love to get up towards that 60 metre mark. And we did see also the women's pole vault warming up in the background. Liam wasn't too stoked with that one, and it just falls shy of 50 metres. So we've got a bit of local action on the track behind us.
Yeah, that's the secondary school 3K that's on there in the background, and there's about 5 or 6 guys that are visiting from the Westlake Boys High School distance running squad. I have a little bit to do with them. My son goes to Westlake Boys High, and so they've travelled up from Auckland just yesterday, the Westlake Boys, to be part of this race, and we may well see hopefully some PBs come from these guys today.
Yeah, Westlake's one of those schools with just a great heritage and squad of runners. The number of Westlake boys you'll see at a cross-country event or a New Zealand secondary schools track event is, just insane.
Yeah, it's a wonderful program that they've got there. Thena Striderham and the principal, David Ferguson, they run he runs an amazing school, and they've got a really, really good environment and good culture there, and the distance running squads be one of the best managed distance running squads I've seen at a school level, and it's really impressive. It's great to see the boys develop as they get older. It's fantastic.
So you can see there Anthony Novello doing his absolute best to stay on his feet and not be thrown around by the hammer. We had Terry Lomax explaining the goal is to throw the hammer and not let the hammer throw you. And on that occasion, it was hammer 1, Anthony 0. Just ended off on the floor, got the red flag. It was a good throw. He got it out above the 60-metre mark, but it won't count, obviously, getting the red flag. And so the pole vault is warming up, and we have the long jump kicking off. Now, I think we've had Kelsey Berryman go already. So we're getting to the stage of the evening where we'll have multiple start lists out all at once.
Fun and games for the commentator.
Yeah. Especially when there's a little bit of breeze just blowing the pieces of paper all over the place. So in this women's long jump, we have Kelsey Berryman, 29 years of age, out of Christchurch Old Boys. We've got Charlotte Goldsmith, that's the young 15-year-old. And then Courtney Trowell of Palmerston North, Sophie Hancock of Hamilton City Hawks. You can see her on screen there. Mariah Ridanui of Athletics Tauranga, Lily Zabo and Ali Hurley-Langton. So there's Sophie Hancock, the 15-year-old with the 5:21 best, getting the red flag on that occasion. So these long jumpers will have it's a pretty good breeze for a long jumping, isn't it? Just a gentle tailwind.
Slight tailwind, yeah.
Nice
it's
and warm
perfect.
in the sunshine.
Yeah. Anything that involves speed or power, they like it nice and warm. It's just a nice gentle tailwind. It's good conditions for the pole vaulters as well today. You might see something special come out today.
So Mariah took the national title this year. She's about a 6-metre jumper at her best, just a tick over. I think she had to. Well, what did she do last year? Let's have a look. 6:01 to claim the national title ahead of Brianna Stevenson in 5:98. So that was a very close competition. And I think Mariah at her best is about a 6:15 jumper from memory. Here she is, just composing herself on the runway, finding her mark, and then getting into her stride for the first jump of the day into the sand with that gentle tailwind behind her. And looking good, gets the white flag. If she sticks around to check out the measurements, usually a good sign. So we have the men's and women's discus going on at the moment. The women's long jump just kicking off. In the background, we can see the women's pole vault is getting warmed up. So things are happening thick and fast. We'll shortly, we're an hour to go before we cross over to the track and catch up with the heats of the 100 metres.
Who's left right from the start. Gets into the last lap for the walking right.
So Lily Zabo getting her day underway in the long jump. And we're back to the hammer throw. We're into round 5 now. So the boys, it's still the same with Anthony Novello in the lead with that 63.59, and Liam Nachokwolf with a 1 metre gap to Max Abbott. So Liam's on 54 metres 86 and Max Abbott's on 53.61. And here we are back to Kelsey Berryman. Sorry, we've got Ellie Hurley-Langton to go in round 1 of the long jump. And picks up the white flag for her first jump of the day. And this is Lexi Mabel, so currently sitting in 4th place. So she's got a best today of 51.19, and then next is Danny Shepard Oates with a 54.20. And then you're going all of 15 metres up to Nicole Bradley and another 1.5 metres up to Lauren Bruce. So close battle for 3rd and 4th today. And that's just shy of that 50 metre mark, so that won't change the picture for Lexi. And here we are, back to the long jump. Kelsey Berryman, good speed, maybe just having to chop the stride a little bit to make sure she gets the white flag. Is that Tian Welton just jogging on by, getting warmed up for the 100 metres to come. So maybe just having to shorten that stride in that last step to make sure she hit the board.
It's quite a skill to get right in the long jump for sure.
And that it could be a case of that tailwind just
Correct.
blowing you in.
That's right. It's a little bit gusty at times as well.
All right, so here's Danny, round 5 of the hammer. She's sitting in 3rd, but only just, so she wants to make sure she can put a little bit of a gap between her and Lexi Maples. She's got her work cut out for her if she wants to claim 2nd today. She'd need to add on another 15 metres, but she's looking good so far, and that could improve on her 54.2.
Yeah, be close to it.
And so, Nick, any highlights that you're looking forward to tonight?
I'd be lying if I didn't. My son is actually racing in the B 800 metre race, so
Oh,
obviously
brilliant.
I'll have
Yeah.
a pretty close eye on that race.
That's great. And what sort of time is he hoping for?
Look, he's hoping to run a PB tonight and anything under 157, but I
Great.
think
So he's already cracked 2?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's done that
Brilliant.
earlier this season, but I think he really would quite like to go under 155 tonight, probably,
Yeah.
or better.
Yeah.
So, we'll be keeping an eye on that race. But look, the women's 100, obviously, I think that the men's 800, the elite final is going to be James Harding is in it. I know that they're going to want to run through in about a 52, so that could be a fast race for us to watch. Always good to watch the men's shot put with Tom Walsh in it. It's always a bit of fun. So,
Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be an exciting night. So the 100 metres, the 3,000s, the 800s, the shot put, all
it's
to
the
come.
national champs for the 3K as well.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, I think by then we'll almost have perfect conditions. And my understanding is that they were overrun with entries for it. So, it's going to be pretty exciting night tonight.
Absolutely.
So,
So be sure, everyone listening and watching, to hit that share button, share it with their friends and whānau. Let's get eyeballs on screen, because this summer is going to be electric, and so it's been great having you in studio,
thank
Nick.
you very much for having me. It's been
feel
fun.
free to pop back later in the night. It'll be great to chat to you again, but all the best with all the work that you're doing with athletes, both Kiwis and the Kenyans and Ethiopians that you're working with. Yeah, it's awesome. Keep up the great work.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
Yep.
Cool.
Thanks. And we also have another great runner from New Zealand history. Tony Rogers is going to step into the studio. One of our great middle distance runners from years gone by, as we look at our competition leader who just steps out of the circle, throws the hammer into the cage. So that one won't change the picture. So Nicole Bradley's distance was 63.72, and that one there was a no throw from Lauren. So no change in picture in the top two. As we go and see Lily Zabo's replay. So no change in the picture for the top two in the women's hammer, but a slight improvement from Danny Shepard Oates up to 54.25, sitting in third place currently, with Lexi Maples not too far behind on 51.19. Caleb Sola in the circle in round 6, his final throw in the hammer. So Tony Rogers, welcome.
Thanks, Hayden. It's great to be here and in sunshine at Hawke's Bay once again.
Yeah. No, that should be perfect. I could turn up your volume a little bit so you can hear yourself perfectly. Yes, we've got wonderful conditions here in Hastings. It seems to be just always. It's just you book an athletics meet here and you get just beautiful sunny weather, just a light cooling sea breeze today, which makes it it's probably pleasant in the shade, warm in the sun.
Yeah, definitely, and I guess we'll hope that, as usual, we get that wind just dropping off a little bit towards the later hours in the late afternoon, and that'll keep the sprinters happy with a nice soft tail, hopefully, and good for later on when we have the distance races as well.
Yeah, it's interesting with this long jump kicking off. We've seen some of these women just having that last stride, just having to shorten that up a little bit, maybe getting blown a little bit into the down the runway, into the board. Now, someone just did a 6:05, I believe. So I'd like to get a little update on that. So I'm not sure who that was. But that's exciting, if that is true.
There's 2 or 3 top ones in there, so it could be Lily Zabo or maybe is Mariah.
We've got Mariah.
Come in, so she's obviously defending national champion. So just having jumped in the seat, I haven't been able to quite catch up on her. And then there's the local Briar Stevenson, is it? Brianni Stevenson, I should say.
Yeah, so the field is Kelsey Berriman, who we can see on screen there. Charlotte Goldsmith, Courtney Trowell, Sophie Hancock, Mariah Dudinui, Lily Zabo, and Ali Hurley-Langton. And here is the best mullet in the hammer throw circle, with Max Abbott throwing a no throw in his final round. So he's going to finish in third place with his 53.61. Now, in second place is this man on screen, Liam Nachokwolf. So he's your reigning junior champ today, of course, throwing the senior implement.
It's good to see him in those New Zealand colours, representing New Zealand secondary schools.
Absolutely. Now, tell us about this New Zealand secondary schools team. So those wearing black today, the New Zealand colours, have been selected to be part of a special team over the summer.
Yeah, so as we all know, with the sort of environment we've lived in for the last 2 years now, we've had a cancellation of a lot of events, and particularly the opportunity for our aspiring young school athletes. So, yeah, nice close finish there in the 800s in the background. And so the New Zealand secondary schools not being able to hold the championships in Inglewood back in December due to COVID. We decided that we'd select a bunch of our best performed athletes over the sort of last 18 months. And some of them are still at school and some of them have left school, like Liam. I think he's finished school now. And to give them that opportunity to earn the silver fern while they're at school, which a lot of these young athletes have aspired to for a number of years. So it's a great move I think, from our New Zealand secondary school body, and I know that we had a huge interest when we had expressions of interest for selection. We had nearly 100, and we selected a team of 40 to keep it sort of manageable and of merit. So they'll be competing across the three classics in the central region, and then the solar power meeting for the throwers like Liam on the Sunday after the capital.
That's great. Yeah, and it is one of those really sad things as we see Mariah Rudanui, one of the victims of the COVID lockdowns and border controls, is that our athletes, particularly our young athletes, can't get overseas experience as much as they would otherwise. And then obviously we lost the New Zealand secondary schools track and field champs, which was to be in December in Inglewood this year. I see Mariah helping out with the measuring, just making sure it's done right.
maybe she's keen. It looked not too bad a jump, but yeah.
So unfortunately we're not being fed the results directly from the long jump as we are with the hammer. But we'll do our best to keep an eye on the scoreboards. It looked like someone had a 6:05, so whether that was a scoreboard error, we are unsure. So here's Anthony Novello to finish off his weekend. Now I can confirm Liam Nachokwolf has improved to a 56.30, so 56 metres .30, and that looked pretty solid there from Anthony Novello to round out what's been a pretty good day at the office. He entered the competition with a 61.36 and then threw his best throw of the day, a 63.59, but he's also thrown a 62 and a 63.
He's familiar with the circle. He's a national champion here from March, and he's probably just getting into stride. I think his best is around 65, so he's coming into form, and he's an Auckland athlete, obviously, that hasn't had too many competitions so far this season.
I believe he threw his best, just double check my notes before I put myself wrong, threw his best of a 66.58, which was in the virtual throws competition held in early December. So another good initiative to help keep competition running when it's been a bit tricky with lockdowns and internal border closures, MIQs and all that sort of thing. So great to see these athletes still getting the opportunity to perform. As we go back to the long jump. I think that was Ali Hurley-Langton getting the red flag. So you can see there it's beautiful and sunny conditions. Certainly beach sort of weather, and there's just that light sea breeze coming in off the bay, which by the time it hits Hastings isn't too strong, and like Tony said, it's likely to die down as the evening progresses, so chances are we'll have reasonably strong-ish winds on the meters for the first of our heats, but by the time we get to the 100-metre finals, I would say we just have a light tailwind, and hopefully in the legal range, and who knows, maybe we'll see a New Zealand record on the track tonight with Zoe Hobbs in such a rich vein of form this summer already, breaking the New Zealand record in December with that 11.27. Can she keep improving on that this summer?
Yeah, I think she's very focused and determined after sort of not making what her goal was last year, I'm sure, and it's good to see we've got a number of those women sprinters going really well. Hometown girl Georgia, Anna Percy's stepped down to sort of the sprinting, and she's going well from Christchurch, and so it should be, and Livy Wilson, one of their training partners, is going pretty well for early season as well. So they're all fairly seasoned athletes that are going to come right as these series sort of go through the next few weeks, I'm sure. Be good to see Hayden if we can pick up any of the wind readings on the back straight with those long jumps. I know we spoke about a couple of them overrunning the board with that tail, but it's probably, I'm picking it's probably about 3 to 4 plus at the moment, like down the back straight behind the long jumpers.
Yeah, so we're not getting fed that at the moment, but what I'll do is add a little note to our Google Doc that we've got running here. We've got a man in the field sending us through these results, and that one just sneaks outside the zone. Yeah. So Mila Name will finish up her day, and I think she's going to finish in 6th place. Let me just confirm that. She's done a best of 46.91, which I believe will put her in 6th place, potentially 5th, if my maths is right. No, I think it's 6th place for her. So Elizabeth Hewitt is sitting in 5th with a best of 52.46.
Yeah, one of the promising young athletes out of Wellington, actually with the Mana Club, but she's a Hutt girl. She's really been performing well in all the school and junior comps, but that looks like she stepped out the front there. Yeah,
that one clattered into the net. So I believe she's actually in 4th place. So Lexi Maples is with a 51.19, and then we move up to Elizabeth Hewitt there with a 54.46. So let's see if Lexi, she's got a chance to pull back that 4th place position, or maybe can she push on to catch Danny Oates, Shepard Oates, who's sitting in with a 54.25. So it's a bit of a log jam for 3rd, 4th and 5th. And that one just skips out, but I don't think that would have changed the picture. Maybe, you don't want to say when it's a foul. But that's the end of the day for Lexi. She will finish in 5th place. And as I say, Danny Shepard Oates is currently sitting in 3rd. Now it's a big old jump up to Nicole Bradley, who's got a 69.92 best today, compared to Danny's best of 54.25. But here she goes. Can she improve? She was 4th place at the national champs this year. She gets it out cleanly, and that looks to be in the low 50s, maybe just improving.
Yeah, so she'll...
As Ellie pulls out of that long jump.
It's good to see our women throwers getting together. They had a big throws camp in Christchurch last week, and a lot of them are coming together to compete against each other fairly regularly. Obviously, sadly, we're missing our top women's hammer thrower, Julia Ratcliffe, who's decided to sort of sit out the majority of the domestic season, get a good break, and it paid dividends for her back when she went to the Commonwealth Games in 2018. So maybe that's the recipe she's looking for again.
She's got a winning formula with the Com Games, and she obviously had a good showing at the Olympics as well. But this woman, Nicole Bradley, she's really proved to herself that she's
right
not
up there.
She's not too far behind these other two ladies. Yes. And if she could get this over 70 metres, that would really affirm to her that her season is heading in the right direction. She's already proved that 70.07 wasn't a fluke. She's thrown just 15 centimetres shy of that today. But let's see what she's got. So winding up, releasing for the final throw today.
She's pretty
happy.
That
is very good. Well, that is very close to the 70-metre mark. I'm saying that's just shy of those markers, but certainly high 60s. That was a good release.
Yeah, she was pretty happy, and it's good to see Nicole's a great example to our young women throwers of someone who's been in the sport for a while and just steadily working away at it. And she's made some big jumps, and she's really national, and and bordering on that international class now. Once you become a 70-metre hammer thrower, you can claim that you're up there with the best and you compete with the best. So it's really good to see that from Nicole. And of course, we see that flashed on the screen there that this is a World Athletics Continental Tour challenger meet, and that's what's at stake here for these athletes, and particularly the two throwers we've been talking about, Lauren and Nicole, will be chasing those points that helps them towards qualification, and see if they can get to the 2022 World Champs up in Oregon later in the year. So
it's a jam-packed schedule, isn't it, with the Com Games, and then just skipping across the Atlantic to the World Champs. And here we go. She's your New Zealand record holder. She won't challenge that in that 6th round throw because her foot just tipped the top of the circle, and she will finish in the lead with a great throw, really, to open up her year with a 71.38. It's not her best, but it's not too far off it, just 3 metres shy of her best. So she's your winner today. Lauren Bruce will take out the women's hammer throw, and in the men, Anthony Novello.
I think we just saw Lily Zabo in the long jump, so we'll be interested to see. She was placed at the Nationals earlier this year, had a good breakthrough season almost last year, really, for her, and see how she's going.
So there's your men's champion in the hammer. So it's safe to say that hammer throwing in New Zealand is in safe hands. Really exciting to see young athletes coming through, established athletes improving and in great form. And that was a very cool hammer throw competition. So rounding off the results, Lauren Bruce, 71.38, and then you can see not too far behind her, Nicole Bradley, 69.92. I think that's her second best throw in her lifetime. Danny Shepard Oates, 54.25. Elizabeth Hewitt sitting there in 4th place with a 52.46, and Lexi Mabel is not too far behind. Anthony Novello was clear in 63.59. And then it was Limna Nachokwolf with a 56.30, and Max Abbott in 3rd place. Now the long jump, let me bring you up to speed with what's been happening over there, because Mariah has come here full of beans. She's just dropped a 6.08 to open, and then a 6.05 to back that up, as Kelsey Berryman hits the runway and hits the sand, gets the white flag. So Kelsey's got a best of 5.85, so she's sitting in 2nd place. In 3rd place, it is Sophie Hancock. And in 4th place, it is Lily Zabo with that 5.43. So Mariah Rudanui, the woman on screen here, is in great form. She won the national champs last year, and I think she hit a best of 6.01 last year, or 5.99 actually. I'm just looking at my little database here. Yep. So she didn't break 6 metres last year. Yes, and first jump of this competition, breaks it easily, and then comes back with a 6.05 to back up that 6.08. So here we go.
Yeah, so Mariah's got a personal best, I believe, of 6.12. So for her to be getting up there in her first big comp of the year, she'll be really happy. She's been dogged by injuries since being a real promising junior. So she's obviously had a good summer or good winter build-up, and hitting some good form early.
In 2nd place and first boy representing Napier Athletics with a time of 2:57.17, Hunter Leopard.
So if you've just joined the coverage here at the Potts Classic, it's great to have your company. My name is Hayden Sherman. With me is Tony Rogers, former middle distance runner, 1984 Olympian in the 1500. Now, remind me, it was either 6th place or 9th place? What?
It would be nice to have them around the other way, 6, but it was 9.
It was 9, yeah. I got the shape of the number right.
Yeah, that's right. Good.
Yeah. Good. Well, 9th at the final of the 84 Olympics is pretty phenomenal. Tell us a little bit about that experience. What was it like? heading out into the stadium to experience an Olympic final?
Well, the final was, it was a pretty buzzing experience. You kind of knew anything could happen in the race, and I guess one of the things I kept telling myself to line up with some of the greats of our middle distance. Seb Coe, Steve Cram, Steve Ovett, Steve Scott, and Avascale, and those guys.
Wow.
So that I remember Dixon coming through for a bronze out of nowhere in the 1500 final in Munich when I was a young fella, and I thought, well, anything can happen in this race. And you saw the pressure on some of those other senior pros, if you like, and so it was a pretty awesome feeling to have, and that always sticks in my mind of those moments in the tunnel when everyone was looking nervous and I felt pretty calm because there's no expectations on me other than that Kiwis had this great tradition in the 1500 metres, which we know about. And, but it was an awesome race, Olympic record, so it sticks in the mind. There's no doubt about that.
Amazing.
And of course, the winner Seb Coe was a double champion, so and now he's the boss of World Athletics. So it's great to have the middle distance guys still in control.
Very cool. Yeah, well, what an era for middle distance running, really, from the 70s with John Walker, obviously, in 76, and then that great rivalry, Coe-Ovett, and it's sort of, that was the end of that chapter, I suppose, after 84, and
pretty well, yeah.
It moved into a new generation, into the late 80s.
Yeah.
So here's Lily Szabo on screen. Now we're into round 5 now. So we've just had some small changes with Kelsey Berriman improving her second place standing up to a 5.89. And here is Lily. And also in that round, round 4, we had Sophie Hancock do a 5.47, so that's a good backup to her third place currently, which is 5.56. And in fourth place, it is still Lily Szabo on 5.43, and that won't change that picture, that round 5 jump. So Tony, tell us about that journey. You mentioned as a youngster watching, Rod Dixon sneak up for a bronze, and then that kind of inspired you. And you obviously had a few great middle distance runners from New Zealand to inspire you in your training. But how did that journey to the Olympic final take place? Like, when did Olympics sort of become a possibility for you in your career?
Funny enough you asked that, Hayden, because I was just talking a little bit about this the other day to someone about the latest philosophy that's come out from Sport New Zealand about balance is better. And believe it or not, when I was in 72, I was in year 11 these days, fifth form in high school, and I was going to high school with Dick Quack's brother Peter. And for the first time in that fifth form year, I managed to win the school cross-country race and beat Peter Quack. So I thought it was a big deal after that.
Senior boys?
Senior boys,
wow, yeah.
But at that time, and I was still playing rugby, so rugby was my first love. First 15 rugby for a couple of years at college, and even my first year out at university, I played under 21 rep rugby in the Hamilton area. And it was basically my parents said you can't keep doing everything, because I was trying to train for cross country and track and play rugby at a high level. I still think that's great for young people that don't get too focused too early. So it was really when I was 18 that I said, well, it's my last chance as a junior in those days, because you had to be under 19, that I've got to try and win a junior title. So I gave rugby away in my second year at university. So all those times we had great people to sort of look up to, like, Dick Quacks and Rod Dixon, and my earliest memories of the Olympics, I guess, was listening on the old wireless with my mum and dad to Peter Snell and John Davies way back in Tokyo when I was a little fella. So you always had that dream of the black singlet, but to me, my first passion at that time was rugby, ironically.
So here's our competition leader, reigning national champion, Mariah Rinui. She's got a 6.08 on the board already.
Another white flag, so she'll be happy.
So she is jumping very, very well today, and we haven't had a wind reading, but chances are it'll be definitely on the plus side, whether it's above that 2 metres per second limit.
5.97, so another good performance right around that 6 metre mark. 98, we've changed it.
Very consistent. Yeah, and back to the athlete development side of thing, we were just speaking with Terry Lomax earlier and talking, how do you develop a thrower? Do you do all 3 throws when you're growing up, or all 4 throws, all 3 rotational throws, plus the javelin? He was sort of saying, well, you build the athlete first, so it's important to do all events and get fast and get used to jumping and moving your body through space, and then specialise in the throws, and then from there choose which throw is going to be your focus. But, we had Lauren Bruce on screen before. She's won senior medals in 3 throwing events, 3 separate throwing events. So,
absolutely, and I think if we look back in history, some of our great throwers, we go back to Les Mills and even, people like Robin Tate and some of the guys in that era, they were great sprinters as well as throwers.
Wow.
In their youth especially. So that's really important.
So here we go. Here's the start list for the pole vault women's competition. We've got 4 ladies going to hit the runway here in Hastings. We've got Imogen Eris, Hannah Adjai, Isabella Muriel, and Olivia McTaggart. Hannah, I hope I got your name pronunciation right. I think I've asked Hannah multiple times whether it's Adie, or Adai. I think it's Adai, I believe.
Yeah, and so these girls are in good form. I see on Thursday they had a competition here at the track when they have been down here, I imagine, with Jeremy's squad having a training camp, and both Olivia and Imogen got up to 4:45, which is right up there for both of them. Obviously, Olivia's best is 4:55, and once again, two of our best pole vault exponents and women looking for qualification points and possibly Commonwealth Games ranking status, because selecting the Commonwealth Games this year, my understanding is that we've got a priority to the top 18 athletes across the board, and so it's pretty tight for athletes in the Commonwealth Games. So it's not about just doing a standard anymore to go to the Commonwealth. It's about making sure we get athletes in the quota.
Yeah.
So they'll be looking for another good performance, seeing as they jumped well here the other night. I'm not sure what the conditions were.
So an unsuccessful attempt there in the pole vault competition with Isabella Muriel and Hannah Adjai kicking things off. So Hannah's your under-20 champion from back in March, so she knows how to jump here. And Isabella picked up a bronze medal actually in the senior women's.
Yeah, she was senior, I'm pretty sure. We'll just do a double check on that. No, actually.
Oh, that was a couple of years ago.
A couple of years back, yeah.
2019. So she's medalled at the national champs before.
Yep.
Now, we saw Lily Zabo on screen just earlier, so she had her 6th attempt, hoping to beat Sophie Hancock and just nudge her out of 3rd position. She didn't achieve that, needed a 5:56, got a 5:25, so she'll settle in 4th place at 5:43. Oh, good clearance there.
Oh, that was a late fall.
Yeah, the pole just bringing that one down.
It might be interesting if there's a bit of a breeze affecting that uprights over there. So
here's Kelsey Berriman. She's in 2nd place at the moment. Sophie Hancock in 3rd has already jumped her final jump. Can Kelsey improve on her 5:89? She's had a consistent. Oh, gets the red flag
there. Yep.
So maybe just pushing that one to try and catch a runaway Mariah.
She's inspecting the board, so she must have thought she was pretty close. Looking for the plasticine.
Show me the plasticine.
Yeah.
No, not my spike marks, surely. So good strength, good speed on the runway, and then let's have a look at this. Yeah, maybe she just needed to chop that stride just a little bit, but
it's a bit hard for us to get that visual on this side of that cone there, isn't it? So,
millimetres in that one.
It's good to see Kelsey, though. She's been performing at this level for a good few years, and I'm not sure that her season was her best last year, but it's good to see her coming back and still competing well.
And Adjai. The pole vault. Now, I believe the pole vault is sitting at 4 metres, but we might need that confirmed.
I bought my laptop.
All right. So we've got Mariah Riranui to round out the competition. We haven't seen a distance being put up from Kelsey, so we believe the red flag stands, and this will be a victory lap for Mariah, who opened up with that 6:08, then did a 6:05, then 2 foul jumps and a 5:98. So consistently around that 6 metre mark. So she's in good form this summer. That's clear. And looks like Hannah Adjai again just knocking that bar off. Oh, sorry, that was Isabel Muriel. We'll get confirmation on that height shortly.
Max Abbott, Karori Athletics, Aaron Booth, Waitaki City Athletics, Max Atwell, Christchurch Old Boys Athletics, and Matthew Oka from Papakura Athletics.
Still debating. We're bringing in more officials. She obviously knows that it was a good jump, and she wants to make sure that it is correctly recorded. Yes. It is a very interesting scenario, and this is where you hope the plasticine was rolled out appropriately before the jump took place. All right, here is Hannah going up and had the height, but just came down on top of the bar. So it's very good to have your company, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for tuning in. This is the Potts Classic here in Hastings. And coming up at 5:30, we'll be heading to the track, so that's not too far away. So that will be the 100-metre men's and women's heats. We have 3 heats of each to go. And then the final of the 100 metres, coincidentally, will be ahead in 6:45. So just as that wind starts to die down, hopefully, while the weather's still nice and warm, then we'll kick into the middle distance action with the 800s and the 3000s. The 3000s being the national championships. So we will be crowning 2 national champions in the 3K today. And I can see there are some very fast ladies warming up on the track. As I speak, I can see Portia Bing, Zoe Hobbs, all down there getting ready to roll and light things up. There we go. Isabella is clear. Over she goes. Sigh of relief. I'm assuming that was the 3rd jump. Vault, I should say. And over she goes. So the height is not at 4 metres. I can confirm that. We are at 3.4. So 3.40. And update on that, it might have been 3.660. So we're gradually getting results fed through to us. So that was 3.60. Isabella Muriel going clear. Hannah Adjai will have to settle for a clearance, first-time clearance at 3.40 after earlier clearing 3.20. So the bar's going up to 3.75. And when will we see the arrival of Olivia McTaggart and Imogen Eris on the back of what Tony was just referring to? Both of them going clear at 4:45. Our officials doing a great job getting the bar back up there. And success. We have touchdown. So women's pole vault now. The discus is about to kick off. We've got the women's and men's discus, which is starting at 5 o'clock. So we'll be doing our best to cover that while the track action starts up as well. And also to come in the field is the men's long jump. That'll be at 6:15. And then the men's and women's shot put set to take off at 6:30. Here she is, reigning New Zealand champ, competition leader, final jump of the day. It looked like another good one. Does she get the white flag? Gets the red flag. And could just be trying to empty the tank on the last round and really make the most of that tailwind. Looks like the tailwind's just pushed her over a tad, and she's going to have a little look at the plasticine as well, just to make sure. So a great competition there with the women's long jump. So there we have confirmation of that great run of jumps from Mariah, right from the gun. Mariah Rudanui dropping a 6:08, and then in second place it was Kelsey Berriman with that 5:89 best, and then third place was Sophie Hancock with a 5:56, just nudging out Lily Szabo from her opening jump of 5:43. And back to the pole vault, where we are now up to 3.75 meters. Oh no, not that one. Not that occasion. Having to pull out of that one. And here we have the start list for the women's discus.
Yes, another good field with a really quality lot of young athletes in this would probably be the highlight. And it's good to see we've got Lauren Bruce in there, so it'll be interesting to see if she does turn out in the discus after a hammer throw. But Savannah Sheen was placed second at the Nationals, and then we've got some really good young ones in Tatiana Kalmwana from, she's originally from Te Aroha, but she's probably one of the favourites for this event.
Yeah, so in the men's we've got Ethan Phillips, we've got Max Abbott, so he's your under-20 champ. We saw him earlier in the hammer. Aaron Booth, Max Atwell, the multi-eventer Matthew Orkamp, the 21-year-old out of Pakuranga. And then in the women's we've got Natalia Rankinchita. She was the silver medalist in the under-20 discus champs last year. Tapanisa Javier, Susanna Kennelly, Iorana Taufafo Tafili, Michaela Sola, Tatiana Komoana, so bronze medalist, Savannah Sheen, silver medalist from last year, and then Lauren Bruce, who has won 3 medals in this event in the senior ranks. So quite an incredible record that Lauren has in this event, and she's really known as a hammer thrower. So
yeah, no, it's what you were talking about earlier. It's good to see athletes develop and be multi-skilled, and it can only enhance the sort of the focus event.
So Natalia Rankinchita, I think, just throwing that one into the cage, so I'm sure that won't count in the big scheme of things. And we're back to Isabella Murrell. And again,
she's struggling getting it up there. Once she looked like she got too close to the bar again, didn't she? The tailwind will be tricky for the vaulters if it's becoming too strong.
Tapanisa Javier from South Canterbury Athletics, the 18-year-old.
Yeah, one of our bright prospects in field. I think she's wearing the New Zealand schools colours. I'm not sure if she is.
Just over-rotating that one, just throwing a foot outside of the circle. So, of course, like all throwing events, your foot can't go out on that front half of the circle. You've got to make your way out the back half. And so two kind of misfires to open up the competition. And in the discus, but here we have some action on the screen, 2 of the hot talents in New Zealand pole vaulting right now. In the absence, sort of prolonged absence of Eliza McCartney, it's been great having Imogen and Olivia McTaggart provide some great competition over the last couple of years domestically. And I'm sure Olivia would like to book another spot at a Com Games again. And maybe Imogen could join her this time.
Yes, so just looking at the heights they started at the other night in their comp, Hayden, they started off at 4:35 with Imogen, but Olivia went to 4:40 straight up. So we'll see how they go tonight. And she went to 4:45 straight up. So,
wow!
And that was her own clearance actually at 4:45. So she'll still be fresh. She only had one jump, Olivia, and whereas Imogen, she took a couple of shots at 4:35 and then had a first up clearance at 4:45. So that's a good sign that they're starting that high. They must be anticipating they're going to go considerably higher if the conditions are good.
It's the men's hammer throw. Are we looking for...
All right, final attempt at 375 for Isabella. Here she goes. So after a less than ideal year last year, she's going to finish here today with a clearance at 360, which is better than anything she did last year. So she's got to be happy with that. Bowing out at 375. Sure, we'll see more of her this summer. Gets a little fist pump. So James.
Looks like James Stein giving a bit of congratulations there.
Yeah, providing a bit of support to the athletes and also some of the boys earlier in the day. So I'm not sure why we didn't see him competing, but maybe he's got a little niggle. Now, on to the track action. So here we go. Heat number 1, we've got Nick Fee will run in lane 2. Lane 3, Oliver Krynen. Lane 4, Liam... I might have to find my start list to read out here. Liam McKellar. James Robertson will run in lane 5. Lane 6, Hamish Moore. Lane 7, Braden Grant. Lane 8, Tian Walkden, who really burst on the scene last year.
We will start on this side. Imogen Otis from Tankpin Athletic Club and Olivia McTaggart from North Harbour Bay.
Looks like we've got the women's race up first.
Yeah.
So just checking on the program which one was scheduled to go up first. It did say men on the program, didn't it?
It was supposed to be men, so they're throwing a bit of a spanner in the works for us.
They certainly are, because we've got the wrong fields up on the sheet there. I'm not sure why that would, but obviously some of the men were in the blocks doing a bit of prep, but it looks like the majority of women lining up, but maybe we'll just wait and see. We've got a little bit of time yet before that gets underway. It's only another 5 minutes.
So Imogen opening up her day successfully in the pole vault, which we believe is at, was that 4:35? We might need confirmation on that.
The indicator board said 4:45, I think, but which is what they sort of both cleared for first up the other night. So.
Right. And on screen is Olivia McTaggart.
The first he's going to their marks is McPhee in lane 2, Oliver Cruden in lane, Cruden is in lane 3, 221 rating, champion, Liam McKellar in 4, James Robertson in 5, Hamish 4 and 6, Braden Grant in 7.
I think it does look like the men going first there.
So maybe it was just the women packing up their practice blocks, potentially. But anyway, we're back to the discus. So we'll do our best to keep an eye on the two field events that are taking place at the moment. But of course the attention does need to head to these 100-metre heats. And Tony Rogers, I'm particularly excited to see how this young boy Tian Welcome goes this season. His season last year was cut short with a hamstring injury in late February, but that wasn't before. He'd dropped some pretty startling marks.
Yeah, so he's got a good mark on the board already this year, just over 10:40 odd. So he burst on the scene at the Capital Classic in 2020 when he usurped Eddie Osai Nikisha in the 100 down there and gave everyone a bit of a surprise, and he went on to perform pretty well. And then last year, as you said, he got a hamstring injury late in the season.
So we're back with Imogen. So I believe she went clear at 4:35, and now the bar is up at 4:45. That's my read of the situation. I can't see the height board. It's currently facing the other direction. But here she is. Vault number 2. Can she go clear again? 4:45. It was a good attempt. Good attempt. Maybe just some slight tweaking of the action there, but looked like it was pretty close. Just the right foot taking the bar down. And yeah, that was 4:45. So she has a miss first attempt. And there we go. There's the starters for this first heat of the boys. So we've got Oliver Krynen. He's going to go in lane 3. He's a former under-18 champ, so he's starting to get into those older ranks. We'll start to see how much he can challenge the likes of Tian. James Robertson has been looking pretty strong, getting into the very lower 11s.
It's a good sprinkling of some well-performed athletes, but a few up-and-comers. There's Liam McKellar there.
Oh, Olivia's over at 4:45 first attempt. That will put her in the lead for the competition. And look good too. So 4:45 backs up that 4:45 from Wednesday night. And so she is feeling good and has got this puzzle that is the the pole vault, all the pieces lined up already for the first vault of the day.
Yeah, for a vaulter, it's always good to get that first height clearance when you come in. And so, you know, as I said, with her best at 4:55, I think it is, and coming in at 4:45, there's not a lot of leeway against her personal best, but she's obviously got high expectations to go higher. And, you know, she'll be searching this season for a 4:70, which will give her an automatic qualifier to the World Champs and really stake a claim for the Commonwealth Games team. So I'm sure that's part of her goal for the competitions over the next few weeks.
Is Aaron Booth, our top performing decathlete who's been based in the States. As we click back to Imogen, tearing down that runway, up she goes. Ooh.
A really good attempt that was.
Good attempt, yeah. Awkward.
So we're in the blocks for the 100.
So we've got Nick Fee, Oliver Krynen, Liam McKellar, James Robertson, Hamish Moore, Braden
Welton,
Grant.
Welton
all
on
eyes on Welton on lane 8. He's just tearing away from the crowd. Whoa! That was quick. My gosh, that was speedy. We've got the electronic results in front of you, so I'm going to tell you what this was, and one of the key numbers is going to be seeing what sort of wind reading we're going to get. But my goodness, that was quick from Tian, running in the shadows. 10.09. 10.09. What's the wind? 3.8.
It's a very good blow. But if it calms down and he's in that sort of form, well, you know, that's great. But that's going to get people excited about the final.
All right, Hayden, you can sit down. 10.09. I mean, the others weren't even in the picture. So Oliver Krynen had a great run, running 10.88, but almost a second behind Tian Welton with a 10.09. I'm sure Eddie is tuned into this. Kia ora, Eddie. He'll be somewhere in Australia watching this, and I'm sure he's both stoking for Tian right now and also a bit like, oh, come on, man, if I'm coming back for the national champs.
So he's at home in Canberra, and I know we've got someone tuning in from Canberra earlier on today anyway, so...
If you are watching, Eddie, jump in those comments. We'd love to hear from you. And if not, be sure to DM Eddie and let him know that Tian just dropped a 10.09. And then just save the wind reading for the next message. That would be the way to do it. Wow, so we talked about the 100 metres going to be hot this season, and they're going to be hot tonight. First race in, and it's just a heat. Tian drops a 10.09 with a good old tailwind, but still a 10.09. My goodness. Okay, Imogen, attempt number 2 at 4:45. Here we go.
On the blocks for the heat 2 as well.
And unsuccessful. And here we go. So we've got Kurt Sweeney, Cody Wilson, Ben Lambert, Jordan Bolland, Jackson Woolley, Jamie Kearns, Jake Paul, and it is Cody Wilson just pulling away in lane 3 in the blue there. Good run from Cody Wilson.
Really, really good to see Cody, the national 200 metre champion, come back to Hastings. Young athlete who's progressed really well, and he's had a bit of a slow start to the season down in Wellington, but the last couple of weeks, the opportunities he's had, he's started to put those times together. So yeah, it's going to be good to see him in the final with Tian.
Jordan Bolland always gets off to a good start, and he had the lead for the first 20 or 30 metres, and then just the others just coming up on him. But like you say, Cody Wilson, good top end speed to just pull away there. So 10.69 with a tailwind of 2.8. So just above the legal limit.
Yeah, so his wind was much more favourable in terms of closer to recognised marks, not to the 2 metres, but still a good performance from Cody, so that's good.
So Jordan Bolland recording 11.00 for that one. As we have Olivia McTaggart now in Heat 3, we've got Zachary Saunders lining up, Rylan Noom, Jacob Douglas, Tommy Tapuni, Ryan Shooter, and Theo Elmazan. So all eyes on lane 5, Tommy Tapuni, the reigning under 20 100 and 200 champ.
Yeah. I think Tommy's had a few early season performances and limited opportunities up in Auckland, so he'll be looking for a good time here to build his confidence and move into the final.
So Olivia McTaggart, the bar will move up to 4.55. Now, I wonder if she gets a say in this and can ask for a 4.56, because her personal best is 4.55. So I don't know the logistics of how these heights get chosen, but she's your competition winner, having gone clear at 4.45.
So did we see Imogen's last attempt, or she got one more to go on?
No, so she's all done.
She's all done.
And here we go. So we've got Zachary Saunders, Ryland Noom, Jacob Douglas, Tommy Tapuni, Ryan Shooter, Theo Almazan, and in lane 2, it is Zachary Saunders running a blinder.
Yeah, very, very smart run.
I should have really talked him up, because we saw a lot of Zachary, particularly in the high school ranks, and lane 2 just running very, very well. Tommy Tapuni in lane 5 really only got going at about 60-70 metres, and also running a good race was Jacob Douglas there from Hamilton City Hawks. So 10.79 for Zachary with a 3.5 metre second tailwind, and then Tommy Tapuni 11.03, Jacob Douglas 11.13, Ryan Shooter 11.15, Ryland Noom 11.39, Theo Almazan 11.7, I believe it was, just before our results changed over. So Olivia McTaggart misses at her first attempt at
it looks
4.55. It's a long way up, isn't it?
Yes.
They pan back and you really see the height.
Just wondering if she struggled on the pole a bit there. I wonder whether she swapped poles for the new height, which would be interesting to know. But which is often what the vaulters do. When they get to another level, they change the pole.
Tony Rogers was talking us. I'm talking to Tony Rogers right now. Terry Lomax was talking this through with me, and so often when you step up, you go to a slightly stiffer pole to allow you to put a bit more force and hope to get a bit more force back from that pole. Right, here we are. The speediest woman in the country in history is on screen in front of you, and there we have the start list. Sophie Hancock, Zoe Hobbs, Simone Tuffanai, Jade Henley-Smith, Shannon Murphy, and Portia Bing. Some very speedy women. We've got the 400 hurdles national record holder in Portia Bing, and then we've got the New Zealand record holder Zoe Hobbs just next to the reigning bronze medalist Simone Tuffanai, who likes this track. She claimed her first senior women's medal here back in March. But Zoe Hobbs, the New Zealand record holder outright.
Yes, so she equalled Michelle Seymour's record, and I contacted Michelle during the week because she's actually back here in New Zealand after spending time living and working overseas with her partner or husband. And we've seen that record set way back in 93 or 94, I think. So.
Oh, she's over. There it is, 4.55. That's a great mark to get on the board. That equals her personal best. So shows she's in the form of her life. And, wow, can we see her go even higher today?
Well, that was good. She definitely got it right after that first attempt, and she didn't muck around, didn't have a lot of time between the two.
All right, so heat 1 of this women's 100 metre. Sophie Hancock, Zoe Hobbs, Simone Tuffanai, Jade Henley-Smith, Shannon Murphy, Portia Bing. And Portia Bing got a good start, but look at Zoe Hobbs really pulling away. That top end speed kicks in now. Simone Tuffanai having a good run as well, but let's check the clock because Zoe was flying.
Yeah, Portia did have a good start, but as they came away, you could see Zoe's just, constant speed just be maintained.
Zoe with a big smile, and those three training partners.
11:21 that's right up. That's better than a record, but I'm sure we've got a windy time there. So.
Oh no, it's 1.7. It's 1.7.
That's a new national record then. Well done, Zoe Hobbs.
Wow. So Zoe Hobbs unofficially has just broken the national record in the 100 metres in the heats.
So
we've still got the final to come. Does she know what she's just done?
clicking over on the clock down there on the infield board, so if she hasn't seen it yet, she's going to be very excited. There it is, it's up there, 11:21, and if the wind is, as we say, it's definitely a national record.
Wow.
And she's getting really close to an automatic qualifier for Oregon World Champs. It's 11:15, so it's pretty comforting for her. I think I've got that right. I might do a double check on that, Hayden, because we might need to look at it shortly.
That's just a fantastic run, and I'm sure we'll get a replay shortly as she goes down the night's not over. It's just getting started for Zoe. But look at this. So she got away to a good start. So did Portia. But look at this top end speed when she clicks in. She just moves through that drive phase and just keeps on accelerating. And I mean, look at the distance she's got once she's crossed that finish line. Now it's clicked in. It's a New Zealand record. She's doing this on a monthly basis now. Here she is, Zoe Hobbs. She's taken the record down to 11.21. The wind just calmed down perfectly. She's taken another 0.06 off her own New Zealand record. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise wherever you are in New Zealand, wherever you are in the world. This girl is lighting up the track. And we're just getting started. This is just the heats.
I mean, it's great. You've got to take these opportunities when they come, and she's done that. She's come out here. She knew this is a fast track. It can get some favourable winds that just die in and out.
Yeah.
And more importantly for her, it's going to be great points towards her World Championships qualifying.
All right, here goes Olivia. The bar is up and over she goes.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh.
Now, I need confirmation of what she's jumping. I believe it's 4.60. All right, here we go. We've got heat number 2. We've got Lily Szabo, Anna Percy, Kale Collette, Georgia Whiteman, Brooke Summerfield, Rosie Elliott, Michaela Whitty, and it is Rosie Elliott and Anna Percy looking very close. The two training partners looked like they were very close. Just hearing the news that the New Zealand 100-metre record's been broken. If you don't need any more motivation than that to get you to the finish line nice and quick. Well, it looked very, very close. I think Rosie got the pick of the starts. So
very fast time. That'll be a personal best for her.
11.49, so just 2.3 on the wind readings, but this is a good night for sprinting. Anna Percy with an 11.67. Kale Collette with a good run, 11.89. Brooke Summerfield coming through in 4th place in 12.10. My goodness, is the track and the field just on fire right now. Olivia McTaggart has dropped a personal best in the pole vault with a 4.60.
So if I was Zoe Hobbs, I'd be going down to the start team later on this evening and shouting them a drink for just holding them in the blocks until that wind just died enough for her to get that record, because as you can see, the next race it's over again. So it was just perfect matchup.
Wow, so if you've just joined the coverage, welcome along to what's already a historic evening in New Zealand athletics. We've just seen Tian Welton drop a 10.09. Now that had an illegal wind. The wind was too strong, but the wind died down just enough for Zoe Hobbs, the undisputed queen of New Zealand sprinting, to drop a new New Zealand record of 11.21. 11.21, so of course needs to be ratified and all that and confirmed, but 11.21. The wind just died down to, what was it, a 1.7?
1.7, I think you said. So we got the local girl, Georgia Hulls, the national tournament champion in this. She'll be looking for a good time on a home track. And she's away well in her lane.
All right, so we have Livy Wilson in lane 8. She's running well, but as you say, Georgia Hulls looks like she's going to pull away.
Livy's pulled up there. I think she must have strained something. She's holded up down in the end there.
Yeah, I hope Livy's okay. They're just looking like she, as you say, pulled up with something, unless she knew she had it.
Maybe she knew she'd qualified, so let's hope that's what she was easing back for.
And Olivia's over. No,
not
she's
quite.
brought it down. I'm getting all sorts of excited today.
11.55 for Georgia Hull, so that's another fine run. We'll see what her wind reading is.
Yeah,
at the moment.
2.5.
2.5.
Tailwind. So it really is getting into that ideal range of, the wind is forecast to die off. It's just a sea breeze. So while the weather's warm and the winds keep dropping, will we see new times dropping? I mean, is it out of the question to think that Tian can come back and get a New Zealand record?
Well, we can see he's moved his legs that far, so it's just a matter of how much assistance he was getting. It was a 3 points, 3 something plus, I think, wasn't it? But so I guess if you get it under 2, he's going to, probably drop about, 0.1 to 1.5, I imagine, for that difference. If he can get it win just to be just under 0.2. I'm not a sprint expert. I'd get someone like Kerry Hill or Terry Lomax or probably someone like that to come up here. They'd know how much it's worth, the different when it's about another 1.5 meters per second over the allowable.
Phenomenal sprinting. Apologies to our discus throwers because
we haven't had much time to focus on them.
We've been severely distracted by what's been going on in the pole vault and the sprints already. And these are just the heats, remember. These, ladies and gentlemen, are coming back to contest the final, which is yet to come. And Olivia McTaggart, she's just improved her personal best up to 4.60. You can see she's pumped. She's nodding her head. She's smiling. She is loving life here in sunny Hawke's Bay. And I might be able to dig out, I believe I have the qualification criteria for the Com Games anyway for the pole vault. So an A standard for the pole vault would be 4.55. So she's definitely got that notched up. The qualification criteria is reasonably complicated because we do have those, what is it, 18 or
that's
22
what I
slots?
I understand it's 18, which could grow depending on the different sports, but that's my understanding at this stage. So we've got, you've got to be in the sort of top 18 ranked in terms of the performances across the events there. So you might consider that you've got a high ranking within your event, but it might not be the one that's going to be the highest ranking for the medals and things like that.
Yeah,
all those things come into consideration in terms of the quota.
Now here is Olivia once more, and we believe the bar's at 4.65. She's had one miss at this. It wasn't bad.
It wasn't too bad.
She had the height, but maybe sacrificed a little bit of projection over that bar for that height. But
she's trying to adjust the run up, I'm sure, for that wind that's fluctuating. Like we know, down the back straight it's more severe than the home straight here in the sprint, and it looked like she just wasn't quite had that run up quite right as she went up to the bar then.
Corin Hanning.
Yep, one of our young up-and-coming para-athletes, throwing really well. So it's good to see. We've got a number of para-athletes here competing today and across these classic series over the next few weeks, taking opportunities to perform.
He's got a best of 37.90. That might be getting close, certainly mid-30s for that one.
So Corin was the Wellington Regional Para-Athlete of the Year last year in the Nachokwolf Sports Awards for the Wellington region. It looks like we've got Tapanisa Javier stepping into the discus circle now. She's one of our up-and-coming young throwers representing New Zealand secondary schools in this competition. Has the best this season so far of 46.45.
And that marker there is the 50-metre marker,
Yeah,
so that could be a good throw.
It's looking like it'll be right out there for her. Good conditions for the discus throwers with this wind blowing down the ground into them. It just gives them that little bit more lift.
And for those who have just tuned into the action, very good to have your company. My name is Hayden Sherman, and with me here is Tony Rogers, what is your role with the New Zealand Secondary Schools? What's your official title?
So I'm the president or the chair, or whichever you like to call it, of the executive, which runs the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics. So that's one of my sort of hats that I wear in the world of athletics these days. It's been a tough time. We've had to cancel a number of overseas trips for our young secondary school teams, right back from a team that we had ready to go to the World Schools Cross Country back in 2020. We had to pull the pin on that. That was at the time of the National Track and Fields in Christchurch. Yeah. It was due to be in April that year, and so we haven't managed to get a team away since the previous year, which was 2019. So that's why this was a good initiative, I think, to let these young people, earn the colours. They love wearing the fern, don't they?
Yeah. Yep. And
here we go. We've got Olivia.
Here we go. I think this is the final attempt at 4.65. Can she go clear? She's already improved her personal best, and a rather awkward landing there. But she's had a really good day at the office. What a way to kick off her summer in 2022. She can see there's a big smile on her face. She is stoked and amping because that ticks another box for her road to Birmingham, to what will hopefully be another Com Games for this young lady. There's Jeremy. He's pumped. Looks like he's got a little calf injury or something, hobbling down the bank. But successful day at the pole vault. So what an afternoon we've already had. From all the field events, the pole vault, the long jump, the hammer throw, to heats that are already breaking New Zealand records. We've had Zoe Hobbs go clear of the New Zealand senior women's 100-metre record with that 11.29. 2-1, sorry.
Yep. So that would be good for Olivia, just looking back. She's only done 4.55 once before in her career, so once you start being able to achieve
on camera. sorry, Tony, carry on.
No, sorry.
There's a chalk mark to prove it.
As I was saying, she's cleared 4.55 once in her career before, so to do it again in early season, and as I said, when they did their comp on Thursday, they must have been expecting to go close to their best pretty quickly in the comps.
So great friendship between all these throwers. There's a really wonderful blossoming throwing community here in New Zealand. There's so many youngsters coming through. It's just wonderful to see. And so the discus throwers throwing into this headwind. So they'll be maybe hoping for a little bit of extra lift throwing into that wind. But as we say, it's forecast to just die off as the day progresses.
Next up on the track is the 100-metre hurdles.
So the interesting thing with the throwers for these, and that's part of the reason we've got the schools team, the throwers have got a number of competitions coming up, which gets them plenty of competition together. We've got today's classic, then we've got the Cook's Classic. Well, actually, there's the Peter Jack Throwers meeting, which has a throws meeting only at Newtown Park in Wellington next Saturday, and the Cook's Classic on Sunday, followed by the Capital Classic on the Friday night, and then the Shaka Solar Power Academy throws meeting, which is a permit meet or a challenger tour meet for shot put. So and they have all the throws at that. So across a period of just over 2 weeks, these throwers can have about 4 or 5 opportunities to throw in good competitions.
That's great, and right at the height of summer as well. Now we're back on the track with the 100 hurdles. So we've got 3 women lining up with Maggie Jones, the 17-year-old out of Wanganui, Amy Robertson. She's your reigning 100 hurdles champion. She's running in lane 4 there. And then Grace Wisniewski, the 16-year-old from Hamilton City Hawks.
So I think Amy's checking on the lane, but she's on the inside anyway. So
right. Yep. Okay, so we've got Amy on lane 3. And here they go. Amy is the first to rise over that hurdle, pulling away from Maggie Jones, and a few clatters of hurdles. Looks like Maggie's hit a couple, but a good run there from a reigning 100 hurdles champ, Amy Robertson, going through for the win.
And she'll be looking for a good time as well. Seeing the sprinters have got those times,
absolutely,
she'll know that the conditions are good, so it'll be good to see how that comes up for her.
So Amy Robertson 3 years ago was bronze in the national champs. Next year she got the silver. The following year, last year, she got the gold, and this sort of form, just beautiful hurdling technique, nice and clean over the hurdles, didn't touch one of them, and it's like maybe high 14s, 13.75.
That'll be very, very good for her. So her best is 13.58. So that's very close to her best. It's really good to see Amy. You talked about her progression at the national level. I remember when I was at Rangitoto College in my role there as Director of Sport, that she came and had a chat about whether she was very good at a number of sports and decided she's going to give her athletics a sole focus, and it's obviously paid dividends for her to become a senior national women's champion. So once again, it's young athletes learn, put the work in and persevere, and
yeah,
the rewards do come.
So there we saw Michaela Sola back into another throws event after the hammer. As we carry on with this action from the discus now, apologies that we're unable, I am actually able to bring you some results. We've just had some fire through, so we are into round 3 in the discus. I don't have all the results, but I'll do my best to try and work out the standings and work out who's where. Now, it looks like Tatiana Komoana has the lead with a 51.42. That most recent throw from her was 49.42. And Savannah Sheen is not too far behind. She's got a 48.74. But between her and first place is a 49.11 from Natalia Rankinchita. Well, that looked like it could be up around that 50-metre mark. So it looks like if you want to be in that top 3, you need to be peppering that 50-metre line. Savannah Sheen looking pretty good, and I can tell you Lauren Bruce is actually in second. I need to scan down the results a little bit further. Lauren Bruce is sitting in second place. So after her win in the hammer, yes, she is also a accomplished shot putter and an accomplished discus thrower. And I say she's in second place, but Savannah Sheen has just bumped her down into third place. So Savannah comes through with a 50.02 with that throw that we just saw on screen. And that nudges Lauren, the woman on screen, who we usually see throwing a hammer, is throwing a discus, and that looks like it's just shy of that 50-metre mark from my angle, which is notoriously inaccurate, but let's just call it somewhere around 50 metres.
So Lauren's got a best of 54.56, which is probably going to surprise a lot of people. So she's right in the mix of the sort of national ranked girls for the discus. Yeah, and it was good to see Savannah have that throw. She's already thrown 52 this season, Savannah, so she'll be pushing to improve, I'm sure, during the competition.
So that was a 48-84. So my eyes didn't lead me astray. That was about right. And we've got Simon Murphy with our para-athletes. And she has already thrown a 19.91. Looks like she might be up over the 20-metre mark with that one, potentially. So we've just had the 100 hurdles. You can probably hear some clattering of hurdles on the effects microphone. That is the hurdles getting moved and adjusted, which is a sport all of its own, really, setting up for 100 or 110 hurdles. But it is getting readjusted for the boys to take on the 110 hurdles. They get to run an extra 10 metres.
And just a little bit higher obstacles as well for these guys. So, interestingly enough, we're talking about some of my early days, Hayden, earlier. And my first event I represented my college, Fairfield College, back in Hamilton, that was at a zone championships, was in the short hurdle. So there we are. That's something that dropped down. So, but yeah, it's been really good to see. Unfortunately, we don't have our number one hurdler here today, but looks like Josh Hawkins. But a good field of hurdlers, all pretty even ability, I'd say. And as we mentioned earlier, he's already had at least one event, and that's Aaron Booth, our number one decathlete, been based in the States. He was a silver medalist at the World Uni Games in 2019 up in, was it Taipei from memory? I'm trying to remember where those World Unis were.
I don't
somewhere,
was it Italy?
Somewhere in Asia.
No, it was in Asia?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Should look that up, shouldn't we? But so yeah, he's doing a few events today, which means he's preparing for another decathlon, I'm sure.
Came sixth at the NCAA champs.
Yeah.
Which is always a good performance whenever you're coming in the top 8 at the USA college champs. It's not just Americans, obviously. You get some of the top, not juniors, but young adults applying their craft early in their career in the college system in the States. And here we have Max Atwell. He's thrown a 40-26. I've got to say, Max, since rupturing his Achilles earlier last year, was at this ground at the national champs back in March, he's come back looking strong. He's obviously taken that time to get in the gym and improve the upper body strength, because he's looking strong and powerful, which should transfer to some good performances in the throws, you would think, all other things being equal.
Yes, so I'll take back what you were saying, where those World University Games were.
Right.
So Aaron, I've forgotten that he's actually won 2 medals at World University Games. He won a bronze in 2017 and then the gold in Naples in Italy in 2019. So,
right.
Yeah.
So I was onto something with Italy. Yeah. And did we get the 2017 location? Was that... Were you right with Taipei?
It was somewhere in Asia, and I'm just going to tell you
we
where
need to round these things off.
Yeah, we do. So...
But yeah, certainly Aaron Booth is our top performing multi-eventer, and it's great to have him back actually to give the likes of Max Atwell some company in the multi-events, and that's going to add a really cool twist, having the multi-events at this at the national champs on this ground in 6 weeks time, 5 weeks time.
Yeah, so just getting that right then. So it was Taipei for 2017 when Aaron got a bronze, and then it was 2019 in Naples when he won the gold for the World University Games.
We were onto something.
And unfortunately, they didn't get to have one last year. So, and I'm not sure. I did think it was rescheduled for 2022, but I haven't seen any selection policy come for that yet.
So we've got Joseph Dunn from Papakura, Ethan Phillips of North Harbour, Tom Maloney of Auckland City, Matthew Orkamp Pakaranga, Aaron Booth from Waitakere, and Joshua Woodhead. So very much the flavour is of the multi-eventers. Well, Tom Maloney's the silver medalist from the national champs in this event. But can the multi-eventers keep up with them? Let's wait and see. The 110 hurdles, here we go. So we've got a good start from Tom Maloney in lane 4, but on the inside, actually, Joseph Dunn has got a good, clear start. He's looking good. Aaron Booth is looking good for second. Maybe Tom Maloney just taking him. Ooh. Joseph Dunn, fantastic run. And, is that Tom Maloney taking a fall right at the end? But Joseph Dunn,
well, I think you'll find that Joseph on the inside was actually perhaps hurdling a lower height hurdles.
Right,
as an
the separation.
So that's the separation of the lane. So, yeah, so the senior race there would have been taken out by...
you can actually see it as the cameras move across. Clearly quite a lot lower. So Tom Maloney here just sort of started losing his rhythm a little bit. Aaron Booth started to come through at this stage, and then with one hurdle to go... Well, it was really Aaron who clipped the hurdle, but Tom Maloney just losing his balance and doing the old belly slide across. I hope he's still got a skin, because the Mondo surface can be pretty nasty, or is it a Rickerton surface here? It can be pretty nasty on the skin.
So 15:26 is the time. I can't see the wind, but you might be able to read that from here.
Yeah, so Joseph Dunn got the 14.73, but as we say, so 3.3 metres per second. Aaron Booth wins in 15.26 from a belly sliding Matthew Orkamp. Tom might be a bit further. Matthew Orkamp in 15.27, so very close actually. Tom Maloney was 15.27 as well. So obviously took a while for the finishers to work out where he was placed, because he was sliding on his belly.
Yeah,
and then Matthew Orkamp was given the 15.85. So a fair bit of work for our finish line photos to work out what was going on there. Joshua Woodhead coming through for 6th place, 17.67. Ethan Phillips, 16.60.
So for any of the viewers that watch that fall across the line, it's the once any part of the torso crosses the line is when Maloney's time would have been recorded. So his shoulders were going to hit there first, the way he was going horizontal on the ground at the time. So that's what they had to look for. Yeah,
the key is to hunch your shoulders if you're going for the slide on your belly across the finish line, but definitely not a lean technique that is trained for. It's one that sort of just happens in the moment.
So for Aaron Booth, he'd be happy with that time, 15.26. So I understand his best is 15.32 in the legal perspective. So
right.
It was quite windy, but obviously he's in pretty good shape.
Yeah, great to have Aaron Booth, and look, people should check out his. He's got a podcast going called, or someone might need to correct me, but the Athletes Platform. And so he's doing some really cool interviews with many of his fellow athletes. So be sure to look Aaron up on Instagram and YouTube and your podcast player. So our next event on the track will be the 400-metre dash. One lapper, the good old one lapper. So we'll have Nat Kirk running on the inside, Flynn Johnston, Sarevi Sauce, bronze medalist in the 200 metres from last year. Jonathan Moore will run in lane 5, Jackson Woolley, Joshua Taylor, our T20 athlete, and Christo Creffier.
So it's good to see this field at Sarevi Sauce, as you said. Was a bronze medalist in the 200 at last year's Nationals, and he's already had crack at 400 and 400 hurdles locally in Wellington. So
awesome.
I think he might be thinking about what his progression is. So,
so he's 30 now. So
yeah, he's not a young athlete, but it's good to see he's in the sport still. And yeah, picking up a bronze for him last year would have been a big highlight at senior level, I'm sure, in the National 200.
Absolutely. So this is the B heat, or B final, I should say. So it's Connor Hewitt will run in lane 1, Joshua Taylor in 2, Jonathan Moore in 3, Serevi Sos in 4, Flynn Johnston in 5, Jacob Douglas in 6, Christo Creffier in 7, and then Jackson Woolley in lane 8. So we've got a few para-athletes taking part in this one. It's always good to see the para-athletes coming up through the ranks. Once again in Tokyo, we just had a wonderful performance from our para-athletes over there. I think, 7 medals from a team of 9, something like that. Amazing ratios, and it was similar to Rio. I think it was 8 in Rio. I might need to check my notes on that one.
That's really good that, and I think our sport has embraced para-athletes, I believe, in having them compete at these meets, and alongside able-bodied where they can is great. So
so it was nine para medals for the athletics team in Rio and 7 in Tokyo, both with a team of 8. So pretty spectacular, really. So the crowd filling in now for the action. We're really getting into the meaty part of this. The food trucks, the ice cream stall have been well attended. You can see Portia Bing there getting ready for her 400. And Tony, I've been throwing around the idea today about the possibility. Has Portia got her eye on the New Zealand 400 flat record as well as the 400 hurdles record?
Well,
just maybe. It's a bit of a way to go because it's a pretty up there record. 51.3, I want to say.
Yeah, is that held by Monique Williams, or is it still Kim Robertson's? I should be tested there. I should know that.
Oh, yeah, this is one of those pub quiz questions, but I can tell you it's Kim Robertson, so 51.6. I think it's way back to 1980.
Yeah, so that's back in the day when I was there. And so that was the one record that eluded Monique Williams, our forerunner to Zoe Hobbs, who won the 100 and 200 and triples at the Nationals, but never quite got that record over the 400. But she's still got the 200 record, and she was a gold medalist at World University Games back in 2009. So we've had some good women sprinters, obviously, come through.
And I'll introduce you, Tony Rogers, to my list that I put together earlier today of potential records, national records that we might see this year. And I put down 7 records for men, 7 records for women that I think could likely be broken. We've already seen one of them ticked off tonight.
Yeah, you've done well. You got one. We got a book on this, Hayden. Or?
Yeah, 1 out of 7, and then I put down 8 for the men. And in particular, I want to pick your brains. Could we see Brad Mathis or James Preston, or James Harding, inch closer to Peter Snell's 800 record?
Well, that's a real brave one you put out there, 1:44.3. So it's been standing for 60 years now.
That's the only one I put a question mark next to. But the other one, which is coming up, which viewers need to be aware of, is that Geordie Beamish has just been on fire in the States. George Beamish. And he's going to be taking part in the Melrose Games in the 3,000 metres. And I feel like that 3,000 metres record of Nick Willis of 7:36 is ripe for the picking.
It's definitely, he's got the potential to do it. There's no doubt about that. And, so there's only a few Kiwi men that have run in that sort of sub 740 mark, and Walker, Willis, and I think also Dixon, I think, might have done it, but whether it was indoors, I'm not sure. So when we're talking indoors, it's a different environment. And Liam Back's obviously run really well, the other young lad out of Wanganui.
New Zealand junior record.
Yeah. So here we've got discus woman in here again.
Now this discus competition is very, very close, so I'll bring up the results and try and decipher what's going on exactly. From last look, Savannah Sheen has a 50.02. That would put her in second place behind Tatiana Kumoana with a 51.42. Now third place is so tight. We've got Lauren Bruce at 49.40. We've got Natalia Rankinchita in 49.11. Tapanisa Javier 48.65. So it is very, very close. There we have Natalia on screen, who we believe is in fourth place at the moment.
Come up here.
So here's Natalia. Well, it's getting some good height, just stalling up in the wind. Sorry, there was Tapanisa.
Yeah, Tapanisa.
So Tapanisa is sitting in fifth place at the moment, at 48.65. And here is Natalia, again wearing the New Zealand colours, representing the New Zealand secondary schools, and really a cool opportunity for these high school athletes who have maybe just finished high school to wear the silver fern, earn the fern, and really represent our country in New Zealand. And they'll be travelling all around New Zealand to do so. So the men's long jump is coming up.
Yeah, pretty excited. I see we've got Shay Veach, the national champion, entered in that.
Absolutely. And he's on my list of potential New Zealand records that we might see broken. I put down 4 field events. The high jump's a potential, long jump. He's still got, I think, another 25 centimetres to add, but this boy is hungry. He's new to the sport as well, so his improvement curve is going to be pretty good. Could we see a new shot put record? Potentially. This is going to be a big year for Tom. And then discus is right up for grabs as well. And there's Lauren Bruce sitting in third place. So they're my picks for potential field medals.
Talk about the long jump one shortly, possibly.
All right, so we've got another 400 heat. So this is the B final in the men's. So we've got Connor Hayward, Joshua Taylor, Jonathan Moore, Surevi Sauce, Flynn Johnston, Jacob Douglas, Christo Creffier, Jackson Woolley on the outside as they get away. So they will come around this bend and then face this dying breeze, but it will be significant. You'll feel it. And it looks like Flynn Johnston has the lead of the running so far, with Surevi Sauce just inside him, also looking pretty strong, looking like he's using his years and his wisdom to pace himself well as they come into 200 to go. It is Flynn Johnston who's looking pretty good on the outside, and Surevi Sauce just pulling in, getting nice and close to him. Jonathan Moore is also looking pretty good. Is that Jacob Douglas on the outside? Jacob Douglas of Hamilton City Hawks making a great strong run for the finish. Here comes Jacob pulling away from
Very
Flynn Johnston.
Finish.
Surevi Sauce looking strong to finish, and the finish time's just a tick over 50 seconds. Oh, great running there from those boys.
So you could see the tactics of the wind there from the Hawks boy. Didn't put himself right out there down the back straight and then came home strong. It is a good breeze for the 400 down the back straight, so it'll be interesting to see how our top athletes do that in the next division.
And I didn't even call Jacob's name until probably 80 metres to go. So that's often when you know you've run a well-timed 400 when you start to get talked about at the 80-metre mark, and then it's all you to the finish. So, Tony Rogers, thank you so much for coming in. We'll be sure to get you back on before the end of the night. But we've got a young lady here by the name of Angie Petty, who is not racing this weekend, but I'm very privileged to have come and join me in the commentary booth. So welcome, Angie. Yeah. Now I'll just make sure that's nice and close, and you're on, ready to go. There we go. I'll just pull it back a little bit. So Angie, you are here on a coaching role / supporting husband potentially. Is your husband racing?
No, Sam's not actually here. He's just not quite ready to race yet, but he should be within another few weeks' time. He'll be ready to go for nationals and that. But
Perfect.
No, here with the teenagers today that we coach. So
Brilliant.
Very excited to support them.
And here we're back to the discus with Max Atwell, who's featured in pretty much every event so far today. He's one of our multi-eventers, and he'll be jumping across from hurdles. Now here's Shea Beach. He's your reigning long jump men's champion. Set a new PB late last year, and just using that wind a little bit to his advantage to pull him across the plasticine. I'm just hunting around for my notes. I don't know.
Conditions look like the wind's starting to ease off a bit, so normally it gets, quite nice by this time of day.
So we've got the women's 400 metre B final coming up now. Did you or have you run many 400s in your time?
I have done a few, but not really quite at this level. So
Yeah.
PB a 54 flat.
Nice.
But yeah, would hopefully can improve on that on my comeback.
Yeah. Now, for those who have been not following Instagram and social media, you're not running this weekend because you got a little bun in the oven.
Yeah, that's right. 26 weeks pregnant, so
Very
due at
cool.
the end of April.
Very exciting. So here we go. The start list for this B final for the 400 is April Milne running on the inside, Maggie Jones of Athletics Wanganui in lane 2, Vanessa Story, the evergreen Vanessa Story from Palmerston North, and Georgia Whiteman representing North Harbour on the outside. It looks like Georgia might just have the better of the running to start with, but you can never tell in the 400, as we found out in that race just earlier. So
Yeah, she's gone out hard into that wind on the back straight, but
and going through in a tick under 30 seconds, I make it through 200 metres. So she's looking good, and I bet it feels much better when you come around and get a little friendly tailwind.
that's right. Yeah, that will certainly help them on that last home straight. And it's good to see Vanessa as a Masters athlete here competing up against some of the best in the country.
So Georgia Whiteman from North Harbour just pulling away well, and it looks all like Maggie Jones would pick up second, and coming through Georgia Whiteman tick over 60 seconds, and then it's Maggie Jones, April Milne and Vanessa Story.
Yeah.
Now, Angie, were you here to see Zoe's run?
Yes, we just got there in time, so that was very impressive,
Awesome.
very
Yeah.
exciting, and I think it spurs everyone on for, well, today's obviously a good day to run fast. You know, I know that whenever I've competed around the world and there's been good races leading into it, it gives you a bit of a hype to go and do it yourself.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she's in the shape of her life, isn't she? It's very good to see for New Zealand sprinting.
Absolutely amazing, and it's just been an incredible summer after, like, what's it been, like 2 or 3 years since she set the resident record and then equalled the national record, then equalled the national record again. It's like, when's she going to break the record? And now she's crushed it twice.
That's right, and it's really exciting for her leading into the Commonwealth Games, isn't it, this year? And I think she should really be confident that she's got it all there, got what it takes to be against the best girls in the world.
Now we'll get to talking about some of your athletes that you're looking after today, without putting too much pressure back on them. But I'll run through the start list of this boys long jump. So we've got Lewis Arthur, Kurt Sweeney, Forbes Kennedy, Angus Lever, Nick Fee, Shay Veach, so he's your reigning national champion, Ethan Phillips, Max Atwell, Matthew Orkamp, Jack Bryan, Jamie Kearns, Aaron Booth, and Joshua Woodhead. So quite a few of the multi-eventers crossing over. And there's your field for the elite men in the 400. Nat Kirk, Braden Grant, Kieran Pym, Josh Ledger, Troy Middleton, Lex Revel Lewis, Charles Royal, and Aidan Porritt.
This should be a very exciting race.
So it's good conditions there for the long jump. They've got a friendly tailwind, but as you can see there, just the temptation is to just overshoot a little. Now in this 400 final, we've got Hamish Gill, who's been a real revelation with the 400, going up from the 100 and 200 to specialise in the 400. Here's the top three in the long jump.
It's awesome to see Mariah back after a few years away from the sport.
Yeah, and she came out and jumped a massive 6:08 for her first jump.
Yeah,
so that was pretty incredible.
Looking really good and inspiring many people. I think that, you can have a little bit of a break and still come back and be the best. So, no, all credit to her.
So a few key names to look out for. So Hamish Gill, has he been scratched from this? It looks like he is a late scratching. So apologies as Aaron Booth.
Oh, does a roly-poly.
Does a little forwards roll and gets the red flag, as many of these boys have. So obviously just a bit too eager on that runway, unfortunately. But I did like that forwards roll.
That was very impressive. Wouldn't be able to do that at the end of an 800.
Yeah.
So always the question is whether the 400 or the 800 is more painful.
Yes.
A bit of a debate.
Or the four hurdles.
Yeah, true. That's true.
The four hurdles, you've got something to distract your mind from the pain. But then they are large fences.
Yes, that's right.
You got to leap over. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, when I ran the 800, it was run the first lap as fast as I could, and then just hang on. So I don't know if the 400 would be much different for me.
No, that's right. But although that last 80 metres can feel like you're running through quicksand.
Yeah,
sure.
Absolutely. So we've got Nat Kirk on the inside, Braden Grant, Kieran Pym, Josh Ledger, Troy Middleton, Lex Revel Lewis, Charles Royal and Aidan Porritt as they are away. Now we've got a couple of former age group champs with Lex Revel Lewis, the 2020 under-18 champ. Troy Middleton came third at the New Zealand Secondary Schools a year and a bit ago. And Kieran Pym was your under-20 champ. So he's running in lane 3. Looks reasonably even at the moment, maybe just pulling away our man in the purple singlet. Josh Ledger looking really good as he comes into the home straight. He's got about 10 metres, but he's got a fast closing Troy Middleton coming up in him. Oh, look at that lactate just burning close at the line, dipping.
Oh, that was so close.
Wow, so close, as you say. So Josh Ledger had a good, strong lead. He ran a very good top bend. But what a last 100 from Troy Middleton.
Yeah, that was an incredible finish. It makes you wonder if he had even a bit more there if the race had been another 10 metres. But yeah, so Josh obviously doubles up with the 800 as well. So maybe just didn't quite time his sprint finish. Well, it's pretty much a sprint the whole way, though, 400.
Yeah. It's the hold on. How long can you hold on to that sprint? So Troy Middleton wins the race in 49.61, just out dipping Josh Ledger in 49.65, and then Aidan Porritt in third place with a 50.91.
Good to get under that 50-second barrier. This women's race next is going to be very exciting with Izzy Neal and Cameron Smart, the two first and second at Nationals, up neck and neck.
And Portia Bing, who is making a bit of a go for the 400 flat this summer. So right. I'm quite excited to see how these three girls mix it up.
Yeah, that's right. She's got a very fast PB as well, so it's going to be a very exciting race.
6 metres 80 from Matthew Ognup, 6.71 and Jack Ryan, 6 metres 48.
Here's Lauren Bruce back in the discus circle. So Lauren won the hammer throw earlier.
Awesome to see her doubling up.
Yeah, so cool. And closely followed by Nicole in that event. She's sitting pretty good. We've lost the feed of results that we were getting from the discus, but she did have a best of 49.40. Whether she's improved on that, I'm not too sure. But we'll hopefully catch up with that action soon.
Andrew Spence, if you're available, Andrew Spence.
So there's Portia Bing, more known as a 400 hurdler, and before that a heptathlete, making a bit of a return to the flat one-lapper.
Yeah, it doesn't seem long since I was in Beijing with Portia at the World Champs in 2015, and she was in the heptathlon. So very amazing woman that she can do so many events so well and then, you know, still be world class over that 400 hurdles.
I think that was Savannah Sheen throwing that into the net. So we go back to the long jump. Do we get a white flag or is it more red? It is white. Good news. Mm-hmm. So in this 400, we'll have Shannon Geary running in lane 1. She's one of the locals. Sarah Pearce, another local, will run in lane 2. And then Portia Bing from Waitakere, Isabel Neal of North Harbour, Cameron Smart of North Harbour. Those three are the key to keep an eye on. But don't count out young Maya Powell, she was just 1 second behind Portia in a race back in December, running 54 high, 54.9, I want to say. And then Emily Fairclough from Waitakere in lane 7 and Brooke Cull in lane 8 from Takapuna.
That's right. It's very good to see Maya as a junior as well, doing so well at such a young age. I know she has a great coach out of Auckland and she's been doing some great things, so she's one to watch in the years to come.
In lane 2, that's best of 55. She was second in the 2015 National Championship.
So we've got 3 boys from Palmerston North. I'm not too sure which one of those it was in the long jump. So apologies. Well, it must have been Nick Fee because he's right ahead of Shay Veach in the start list. And there we have confirmation of the lanes coming up for the elite women in the 400. And this track has already proved that it's fast for the 100-metre sprints. Can it be fast for the 400 sprints as well?
I think they quite like the big bends here, is what I've heard from the sprinters. So it makes it not such sharp bends, you can run nice and fast.
So that means shorter straights? Is
That's
that how
right,
they work that out?
So it's always nice at the end of the 800 when you get to the home straight and haven't got too long to go.
Yeah, so true.
So Portia with a PB of 53.38. Should be looking to get close to that.
You can see the shot put boys warming up there as well. There's Shay Veach on the long jump runway, prowling. And Shay, does he get the white flag? They're having a little look at the plasticine, just making absolute sure. We've had a few. We saw Kelsey Berriman spend a long time looking at plasticine, and it gets the red flag, unfortunately, for shade. Okay, here we go for the 400 metres here at the Potts Classic. There are some very speedy women in this race. In particular, we're looking for the middle of the track and seeing how that unfolds. It looks like Portia's getting off to a good start, but also Cameron Smart is running well as well. Portia's running a very strong back 100 on that back straight. Portia's probably got the lead going into 200 metres to go, and we're 26 seconds into it. So let's see what the 400 hurdler specialist can do over the last 150. Those big long strides of Portia Bing are striding out as she comes into the Hawke's Bay sunshine. Here she goes. 80 metres to go now. Portia striding away from this field with Isabel Neal in second place. Cameron Smart's hoping to get back up there. Here goes Portia. This is going to be a strong time.
Oh my gosh. 52 seconds, was it? That's incredible.
52 high, I want to say. Wow, that was quick.
Phenomenal.
It's certainly a PB. Certainly a personal best. You just looked it up. 553.3 something.
Before, yes. That's world class.
So, Angie, I'll introduce you to my little note system here. Oh, well, there we go, 52.78.
Wow.
So that is a very incredible time.
That's one of the fastest times a New Zealander's ran for a long time that I know of.
So I've created a little list here of the most likely to be broken records this summer. And I've put down the 400 flat time as a potential outside chance that one of these girls could get up and break that record. And so 51.60 is the time by Kim Robertson set way back in 1980. And so she's now within, a second?
Yeah, you got to think that
Just
Portia's
over a
got a
second.
chance with, considering that was on a windy day as well. I mean, it wasn't super windy, but there was some wind on that back straight. And if she had someone right on her shoulder, what could she run later in the season?
So 52.78 is Portia's time. Isabel Neal, 54.35. Cameron Smart, 54.85. So what a run from Portia. Like that strong back straight, I was like, oh, maybe she's going too hard.
I did wonder, but she just looks so strong. But that's the thing with Portia. She doesn't seem to tie up much, and same with her hurdles, because she has got that endurance strength.
Yeah.
She's paced us over an 800 all the way to 600 on a really good time. So it makes me wonder what she could do for an 800.
I know. Is the coach coming out of you?
Yeah. I might have to ask her if she's interested in stepping up. But
would you like to run the 800? It's fun.
Yeah, well, fun is a bit of a questionable word there.
Yeah.
Fun once it's finished. No. I actually better head off to help with the girls with their warm-up. Awesome. They're about to go get ready for the women's A800 tonight, so very excited.
Thank you for joining me with that little special moment with the one lapper, and all the best for your athletes, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you from a coaching role over the summer.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very excited. It's a pretty amazing opportunity for our 16-year-olds, Kira Hall and Rosario Gibson, to be here against New Zealand's best runners. So it'll be an exciting 8 tonight with Catherine Camp and Holly Manning and Jenny Hawke, and it's going to be a good 800.
Yeah, and all the best starting your next race in your life, bringing a new human being into the world.
Yeah, very, very excited. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Angie.
See ya.
See ya. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are tuned into the Potts Classic here in Hastings. The second of the Classic series. We had the Lovelock Classic a couple of weeks ago down in Temeru. And this week we're up in the Hawke's Bay, and where the sun is shining and this wind is just gradually dying away, which should hopefully lead to some perfect running conditions. And if you've just tuned in and haven't caught up on the news, that the New Zealand women's 100-metre record has been broken again by Zoe Hobbs, running 11.21 into a 1.7, with a 1.7 metre tailwind. Phenomenal stuff to see that record go down again within, 4 weeks of the previous record. And Tian Welpton in the heats also dropped to 10.09, which would have been a New Zealand record, but for the fact that he had a big old tailwind behind him for that one. So that one didn't count, obviously. But is exciting signs to come. We've got another race from Tegan to come in the final. That will take place at 6:45. So that's coming up just around the corner. And I will endeavour to try and get some start lists for that. But first of all, we've got this is, I guess, the B final of the New Zealand 3,000 metre champs, the men's champs. We were overprescribed with the number of very speedy boys wanting to take part in that. So this is the B final. We've got William Little, Thomas Strawbridge, Michael Sutton, Ronan Lee, Fionn Cullinane, Chanel Muir, fresh off his win at the Lovelock Mile a couple of weeks ago. We've got Andre McKay, Shogo Watanabe, Nelson Doolan, Darian Sorori, Max Janzik, and Logan Slee. So some talented boys in this B final. Max Janzik, 2 times bronze medalist in the under 25,000 metres. And about to be joined by Tony Rogers, back just in time to catch this 3,000 metres, the B final. When I first looked through the start list, I saw the start of this heat in the 3,000 metres and thought, oh, where's Ollie Chignall? Where's all the others that we can expect to take part? But of course, we're just overprescribed. That's the sort of depth that we've got in distance running here in New Zealand, that there are so many speedy youngsters looking to take part.
Yeah, it's really good, Hayden. It's good to see the number that was prescribed for the 3,000. So there's some good, really strong club and school runners in this event, if you like. And so we see how they play out over the conditions on the track tonight, and we'll get an idea what the men's senior New Zealand Championship will be like towards the end of the program. But I bet you enjoyed that 400 there before.
Oh, that was amazing. And me and Angie were talking about those 3 women and who would take honours, and it was just incredible to see Portia accelerate and then continue accelerating all the way down that bend, down the back straight, into the bend, and run. I mean, I'm unsure where that would put her rankings all time, but I'll be able to tell you shortly as this 3,000 metre kicks off.
Yeah, it was 52. I just didn't quite catch the final 52 something, but that's a fairly strong performance. I don't think too many have run faster than that.
Yeah, I believe it's 52.78.
And to think that she left the national champion in a stride like that. Yeah. I mean, obviously, and Izzy Neal came through and edged a teammate from the Tasman. And they're 2 very capable young athletes. So it's looking good. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of chatter now. Can we get a 4x4 women's team together for the Commonwealth Games? So that's another added twist to the tale, really. So that would put. I'm just looking at the all-time list. Kim Robertson's out the front with her 1980 time of 51.60. Then Monique Williams, now Monique Dell, just shortly behind her in 51.88. But that time by Portia would put her 6th all time, just behind Rebecca Waddell. So when you think about, as we know, the conditions of the back straight wind there today, it's a fairly solid time that she should be really pleased. And you did have your list of records there before.
Yes,
and
got the list.
Got the list. I hope you have the 400 hurdles record down there, did you?
Yes, I've got the 400 hurdles and the 400 flat, just in case.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well, now our eyes should turn towards this 3,000 metres, which is taking place. So they've passed 1.5 laps, and it looks like the University of Canterbury boys getting a bit of work done up the front.
They went through the first lap in around 69.70, I think. I just caught at the clock as it went by. So it's not a bad pace for these young fellas. It's sub 9 minutes considerably.
Yeah, so most of these guys capable of about an 8:40, 8:30. And so I expect the win to be somewhere around there as they go through 2 laps in 2:16. And good train on offer here. It's almost like we've got some pacemakers on hand. And this is a good night for distance running, for running a 3K with that wind just dying off. And I think it's going to be perfect conditions by the time we get to the A finals.
Yeah, you can see those flags down the back now, nowhere near as much movement as there was earlier on. So they're coming up to 1,000, so it'll be good to see what they do the first K in about 250, 251. So, you know, they're on for about an 840 to 845 3K.
You can see Chanel Muir in the blue and orange. He had a great close with the Lovelock Mile a couple of weeks ago, taking out that title in 4:10. So he was looking very strong with a field of 6 going through the bell, pulled away from that pack. So you can see there he's just wanting to tuck in as William Little takes the wind. Did you manage to get out and have a little walk around and feel that wind and get a gauge for whether it's dying off yet?
I just went out the back of the grandstand for a few moments, and yeah, it's still fluctuating a bit, and you can see by the one that they're just coming around past that bottom bend now, about 1:30 to go, that flag's still fluttering pretty strong.
So it looks like our University of Canterbury athlete who peeled off earlier was potentially helping out with some pacemaking, because we've whittled this down to a field of 4 and potentially 5. Chanel Muir's just doing well to be tucked in there.
Followed there by Chanel Muir, Ronan Lee, Thomas Strawbridge.
And it's Ronan Lee in 3rd place, and then Thomas Strawbridge, just getting confirmation from our stadium announcers. So that's your top 4. It looks like they're breaking through as they come up towards 1 mile into it, and they'll go through that in 4:33. So they've passed the halfway mark, and that always feels good in a 3K when you know that you're less than a mile to go and you can start just ticking down those laps. So Chanel Muir happy to jump on the front and push this pace as William Little starts to grimace a little.
Yeah. So it's good to see these young Canterbury athletes travelling up here to get the extra competition in the North Island.
Shay Veach in the long jump. Oh, look at that flight time. He's pleading for the white flag.
He got it.
He puts the hands up. Please, give me a white flag. He had 2 red flags to start. He gets the white flag. And let's see what that measures out at.
The leading 4 going further ahead with Chanel Muir.
So here they come up to 2K.
Yeah, so they're running along pretty smoothly, and they're, as I say, it's still pushing there.
You can see, by the way, it's sort of just stalled. Maybe the wind's just playing a part there, but they go through in
5:41.
Yeah, 5:42.
Yeah.
So pretty much same pace as that first K. So these 4 just holding pace, and it's more a case of the pack just pulling back a bit. And there you can see 7:23. That gets Shay Veach in the competition. He can stick around for another 3 jumps. Phew.
Yeah, he would have been happy about that. He wouldn't want to come from Dunedin up here to have 3 no jumps in his first competition in the North Island for the season. So getting 2 laps to go.
William Little goes back into the lead. Chanel Muir, and there's some hurting bodies there. Heads bobbing around a little bit with 2 laps to go. Chanel Muir, we know he's got that kick after that great close at the Lovelock Classic in the final 400. William Little looks to me like he knows about that kick, so maybe just wanting to take the edge off it and make these last 2 laps nice and solid.
I'm pretty sure Chanel Muir is a Lydiard's trained athlete under Barry McGee's reign, so he'll be strong.
Yes. So 600 metres to go.
These athletes, they actually haven't let up. They might go close to 8:30, these front couple, I'm thinking.
Absolutely.
They're definitely not letting up in the conditions.
Looks like William Little has accelerated. If anything, it's definitely these 2 pulling away. And here goes Chanel Muir coming onto the shoulder. he might feel a little aggrieved to be left in the B final. And so he wants to prove a point here, and here he comes into the final 400, 7:24. So let's keep an eye on that and see what he can close in.
They've definitely picked it up. They're gonna, if he can close in 65, he's going to run an 8:30, isn't he? So
Chanel Muir pulling away from William Little, who has done, to be honest, a fair amount of the work into that wind, which Chanel is feeling for the first time today, and looking strong and comfortable. 200 metres to go. That's always a good feeling for a distance runner. You can do a 200, and now it's time to drop the hammer. He'll definitely, well, you'd think he'll go sub 8:30.
Yeah, so it's going to be a big PB for him. His best time until now is 8:41, so he's going to smash 10 or 11 seconds off that at least. And that is what happens sometimes. These athletes in the B race, they want to prove a point they should have been in the A race.
And here he comes. Good speed, showing that speed that led him to a victory.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And that was a 60-second last lap.
Yeah,
phenomenal.
Very good finish.
And in second place, it will be William Little. Well-deserved second place as well, after doing a lot of work early on to sort the field out and string them out. And is that Thomas Strawbridge coming in third place? Yeah, Trentham United.
So a personal best of some 16 or so seconds there from you. So that's worth the journey from Christchurch to get a PB like that.
Yeah. And solid last 1K, 2:44 as well. So pretty impressive running there from Chanel. And I don't think they'll leave him in the B race next year.
Well, it's interesting for these young athletes in the distance, what events they're choosing at these meets across the three meets, because next Sunday in Wanganui is the junior 3,000 metre champion. So this is the B division of the senior 3,000 champions. So Chanel, I'm sure he's still young enough to be, or maybe no, he's going to turn 20 this year, so maybe he is a senior, but there's a number of the younger athletes, and I know we've got a couple of the under-20s running in the seniors today to see what they do in Wanganui, whether they plump to try and get in the big mile or run the junior 3K. So
Absolutely.
Will Anthony's an example of that, and Henry Bellevue of Wellington Harriers.
Yeah. Now there we go. There's the starters for the women's shot put about to take place. So Michaela Sola, Susanna Kennelly, Natalia Rankinchita, Lexi Maples, Lauren Bruce, Tapanisa Javier, and Sinan Murphy. We've seen, I think, all of those names already today. So great to see them all returning. Of course, no Val Adams and no Madison Wishy. In the men, we've got Max Abbott back again, Nick Palmer, Liam Nachokwolf, Liam Pavia, Joshua Taylor, Corin Henning, and Jack Lua. So definitely watch that battle between Nick Palmer and Liam Nachokwolf. That'll be an interesting one. See if the youngster can edge closer to the senior. And there's Aaron Booth.
He's continuing his busy afternoon, so we'll see what he's...
All right, now get excited, ladies and gentlemen, because we saw Tian Welpton drop a 10.09 wind-aided 100 metres. He's going to be lining up in this 100-metre final. We've got Jake Paul on the inside in lane 1. Ben Lambert from Paraparumu in lane 2. Zachary Saunders in lane 3. Tian Welpton in lane 4. Cody Wilson lane 5. Oliver Krynen in lane 6. Jordan Bolland in lane 7. And Tommy Tapuni makes it through to lane 8. So expect Jordan to get out nice and quick. And then how fast can Tian Welpton go, and can anyone stay with him? That is the question.
So the time we're wanting that Tian wants with a legal wind is 10.11, which is Gus and Keisha's time, Eddie's father, 10.11, and we obviously need the wind to be +2 or less.
So I'm sure Gus and Eddie are tuned in. Greetings to you both. Will we see a New Zealand record? Will the wind be gentle enough? Either way, we're going to have we're going to have some electricity here at the track at the Potts Classic. Opening up a summer of athletics here in New Zealand. And they're away cleanly. Bolin got that quick start, but here comes Tian Welton pulling away, being chased by Cody Wilson. Here goes Tian. Have we got a time on our hands? Ladies and gentlemen, what is it? It was low 10s. I saw a 10.1 when he crossed the line, but who knows? We're going to have to wait. We're going to have to chew our fingernails. It was an electric performance from Tian Welton. He is on fire. 10.18, and the wind 1.9 meters per second.
So that's a legal time.
10.18. That's a huge. Well, is it a 0.12 PB? I want to say it's a PB anyway for Tian. It's not a New Zealand record, but man, is it close. Man, oh man, is it close. So there he goes. He got a really good start and then just accelerated, got those long legs going, and once he was up to speed, there was no slowing him down with that tailwind. He pulls away for a fantastic time of 10.18 seconds. My goodness. New Zealand record in the women's 100 metres earlier from Zoe. She's about to come on stage. Can she drop that even lower? Portia Bing's back from her blazing fast 400. And we've just seen Tian light up the track with a massive PB, and that will climb him up the rankings. Does that get him in the top 5?
It puts him equal top 4th with Joseph Miller. 3rd place is Chris Donaldson. 2nd place is Edward Nakisha, and Gus, his dad, is in 1st place. So he's equal 4th with Joseph Miller, 10.18. It's a great performance here at the Potts Classic for 2022.
Eddie and Gus, you can breathe a sigh of relief, but man, does it get exciting. And look, Eddie's competing over there in Australia, and I'm sure we'll see him dropping times just like that as well. So well done, Tian. Exciting racing in the 100 metres. So here's the 400 metres winners.
Yeah, that was a very close finish as well, wasn't it? With Josh Ledger getting pipped just on the line. Of course, we're extremely grateful, I am, to Josh Ledger's father, Mike and Tanya, the team Ledger supporting the Capital Classic. So it's good to see Josh running pretty well over 400 there today.
All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, time to turn that excitement up just another notch on the dial, because we have Adira Collette running in lane 1. Livy Wilson will run in lane 2. No, she's a scratching. We saw her come up, so hopefully she's going to be okay. Georgia Hulls is in lane 3. Zoe Hobbs lane 4. Rosie Elliott lane 5. Anna Percy lane 6. Portia Bing lane 7. Keel Collette in lane 8.
So we've got 3 of the top 4 all-time women in this race going now, with Michelle Seymour the only one missing from...
Here we go. Zoe Hobbs is off. Georgia Hull's got a good start as well, but Zoe's pulling away now. Here's her top speed. Here she goes, getting those arms pumping. The legs are going. Wow! Another fast time. Georgia Hull's very quick next to her as well.
Rosie Elliott as well. Very impressive. Not too far behind Hulls there.
Ladies and gentlemen, have we just seen a new New Zealand record, 11.14, but the wind is 2.2.
Oh, that's just over. That's actually under the world champs auto qualifier 11.15, but it's just a little bit over in the wind. Some great running. So some personal bests there.
Can someone check that wind reading meter? Oh my goodness. So 11.14 for Zoe. Georgia gets 11.43, Rosie Elliott 11.51, Anna Percy 11.65. Put the 4x1 team together and get them on the track tonight. Wow, and we didn't even talk about Portia Bing having to come back from her 400.
That's correct, yeah. So talking about the 4x1, I believe they're going to have a crack at the 4x1 in Wellington. So looking forward to seeing amazing.
That. Wow, 11.14 from Zoe Hobbs. That is incredible. And I wonder if we can send someone out to get Tian and Zoe to come on up for a little interview, or should I head down? I wonder if we've got time in the program.
You could get.
All right, I'll head down. So, Tony, I'll leave you in charge.
Yep, be good. I'll just put your screen down so I can see that better. So we're going to let Hayden go and see if he can track down our sprint specialists, the record breakers, setting personal bests here tonight, even though one of them had a windy time in the heat and the other had a windy time in the final. So between them tonight, though, Zoe Hobbs and Tian Welton have lit up the track here at Hastings. So we're in the shot put, and it looks like Lauren Bruce, I think it was, I just caught that. Right. So that was Tapanisa Javier, I think, there. They just caught at the end of the shot put. All the way up here from South Canterbury. She's a New Zealand schools rep. And after all the action on the sprint track, we move back to the middle distance. We've got 800s coming up. Obviously the feature race tonight is the Sylvia Potts Memorial 800 metres. For women, I think we have 3 men's 800s with our national champion due to start in the senior men's 800 for A race. That's James Preston. Good to see. Come and sit here. So while we've got Hayden Sherman down hunting out our sprint winners alongside me, joining me for a bit of comment on the shot put is our coaching guru with the throws, Dale Stevenson.
I'll introduce myself.
Yeah.
No, lovely to be here.
And as head coach of Lauren Bruce, who's having a big night tonight, and he's guided Tom Walsh and all of our throwers to new levels in New Zealand. So Dale, and we're sad to hear that you're going to be leaving us sometime soon, but tell us about your highlights of the night so far.
Well, I've been I'm pretty throws biased, so I've been keeping an eye on all 3 of the throws so far, with the shot just heading up into round 1. But Hammer was impressive. Nicole Bradley in particular, consolidating her new level with a number of 69-metre throws, and thought we had one that might have tipped over 70, and another solid result for Lauren early in the season. So, yeah, things are ticking away, and down to the big lads and girls over in the shot at the moment. So, just getting some feeling their way out in the first round, I'd say, by the looks of things. But as always, Hawke's Bay's put on
Lovely weather, eh?
Lovely weather, beautiful conditions, and a well-run meet for fans, athletes, coaches, and spectators online alike.
And so with just going back to the hammer, which is definitely a highlight. Good to see Lauren continuing on a good form, best effort for this calendar year, I think it was. And as you said, Nicole, I was talking about her, over the years, her progress just with consistency and dedication, and came through. It's just continuing to improve, isn't she? And it's a good sign that we've got 3 of them in the hammer pushing each other almost.
Yeah, to have 3 women over 70 metres puts us in a rare club globally. There aren't a lot of countries. US, yes. Poland would have 3, and I think we may be the 3rd. I could be missing someone there, but certainly it's a buoyant time for that event in this country, and if we can get all 3 of them in shape together in good conditions, we could see even more explosive things, potentially at the national champs back here in the first weekend of March.
Yeah, well, they did well here last year. It sort of led up with a national record at the time.
That's right.
It's nothing like having a number of athletes in the one discipline pushing each other to the next level, is it?
Yeah, it's usually a pretty reliable and fertile recipe for success when you've got a number of athletes going toe-to-toe regularly. And to be able to have it across our domestic season is a cool thing. And three very different athletes too, different stages of their career, different trajectories, and certainly Nicole's patience and resilience to be throwing significant personal bests at 29 years of age is a cool story.
Yeah, so I was saying it's a good example for young athletes to keep trying, isn't it? Not to flag it away. So we're off on the track with the C Men's 800. We've got Camden Russell Hastings, Nathan Neal from Pakuranga, Luke Cameron Hamilton City Hawks, Zach Manning Hastings, Wilson Lee from Wellington Harriers, and Jackson Mackay Hastings, and also Jonathan Wolff from Hastings. So be interesting to see. They don't look like they're going out too hard. So just tell us a little bit while this race is underway, Dale. Lauren, she's doing 3 throws here tonight. Is that sort of how do you see that as part of her training for the number 1 event?
Yeah, well, obviously hammer's her priority, and that's been a big focus for us, especially last year with Olympics and the trajectory that she's been on. We got quite narrowed down, but we thought we're here hammers first on the program. If it was the other way around, it wouldn't be the case. So we just thought, rather than sitting back and watching, she got the chance. She's here, she's warm, weather's nice, and get out and compete and have a bit of fun. So discus and shot won't take too much out of the tank, and in the grand scheme of things for her, she's already qualified for the major championships this year, and hammer's a bit of a free spin at the moment. So she's coming into some really good form in the next little while. And but for mid-January, why not come and ply your trade, and it's good for overall athleticism too, just to stay in touch with a couple of those other events.
So we see young athlete Nathan Neal out of the Pakuranga Club running in his Auckland colours, taking over the lead down the back there. These young fellas are around just 2:05 probably for 800.
As Nathan Neal
Throws aside, good to see some great results in the pole vault and the 100 metres as well.
It is really good, and it kind of, some of those athletes that were on the fringe of just not getting to Tokyo started performing really well, and so it just shows you that the desire is still there for those athletes, which is augurs well for the New Zealand athletics scene.
Yeah, absolutely, and it can really be a turning point when you miss out on an Olympics and a team, as we look down to Lexi Mabel throwing shot here.
Yes,
again, a hammer thrower out of the mighty Wanganui stable.
Yeah.
Alec McNabb here in all his glory.
So she's one of the young ladies in your stable now.
She is. She's found her way down to Christchurch and settled in down there. So always nice to to have people find their way down to the beautiful South Island?
Yeah. Well, you've had a big camp down there. We'll talk about that after you. I no doubt you want to watch Lauren on this throw here.
Believe it or not, I've seen Lauren throw a few times, but
yeah,
one more won't hurt. I'd say she looks like a much better hammer thrower than a shot putter. So.
Yeah.
We'll just keep that between you and I.
Well, you've just put it out there now.
No, I'll have that on record.
So yeah, you had a big camp. I think it was started last week, just over last week, wasn't it? Prior to the.
It was, yeah. We had
between the second week of January. So
That's
how did that go? How many throws did you have in Christchurch at the camp?
Well, I believe the total attendance was somewhere between 60 and 70 people.
Wow.
From around the country who came down. So really good numbers and good level of enthusiasm and excitement for the throws events for a few days to get together and celebrate and train concurrently. So that was an exciting few days.
Well, it's good to see that comradeship of the community around throws. So we're underway now with the B 800 metres. The field is Baiwa from Pakuranga, Cowan from North Harbour, Phillips fielding Moa, Bitters from Hamilton City, Mills from Wairarapa Athletics, Baylor from Wanganui Athletics, O'Connell Port Hills from Dunedin, and Chilhaya from Pakuranga. So if those were tuned in earlier, you might have been listening to Nick Cowan out of Auckland. This is his son Thomas, who's aiming for a PB in here and hopefully maybe get a time that gets them in the A race in one of the meets further down in the series. I won't try and pick a winner, but I know Costa Mills has been running pretty well, as has Ben Bidwa out of Hamilton City Hawks, Cambridge lad, who's done really well in secondary school events. Pakuranga lad in there, Akshay Baiwa.
Looks like a well-bunched race as they take the bell.
Yeah. So it's up a notch from the one before, obviously, which is what we want from the B race.
Yep, starting to open up as they head down towards the back straight, slotting into single file, sorting themselves out for the final push.
So as a good throws coach, can you pick a winner from here?
Yeah, look, the chap taking the leads, I reckon he's spent his bicky, so I'm going to get in the, usually the one leading the train coming up behind him is probably going to reap the benefits of the tailwind coming home down the front straight, but we'll wait and see. I could be way off the mark, and it looks like I probably am, so I should stick to throws.
He's got a handy lead coming off the bend, but young man in orange is moving around pretty quick, but he's got a clear lead. Been chased hard though from the Bays lad.
Yeah, well done.
So
applaud that.
So Thomas Cowan, as I said, Nick Cowan's, it'll be interesting to see what sort of time they got, but they probably hung off a bit down the back straight, some of the guys there, and the young lad from Port Hill's got a good win, so that's Liam O'Donnell, I think it was.
Yeah, it's probably two lessons from that race. One, pace to go out and push the pace, as you say, especially in the B race, and he's taken it out strongly, and then secondly, just don't listen to me and whatever you think is going to happen in an 800-metre race.
Well, that'll be like me commentating on hammer throw, so...
The throws community are very simple people, you know. We're just quite literal, but look, overall, been some fantastic races, and must commend the organisers here for putting on a great show and continuing to make Potts Classic a staple highlight of the domestic season.
Yeah, and so we've got time. Winning time there was 1:56.42. Cowan second in 1:56.83, and Samuel Phillips from the Fielding Mower Club, Real Progressive Club, 1:57.99. So we've got long jump hiding up there as well. I haven't been able to get too many of the updates from over there, but it's a pretty handy sort of a jump there from our national champion, Shea Beach. So if you can see what the indicator board tells us. He's got younger eyes than me, Dale, and he's used to picking up the indicator boards. You keep your eyes on the long jump across the far side, and we might find out what Veach jumped there.
Yeah.
They're changing it now, I think. He was on thin ice after the first 2 rounds where he had no jumps and managed to get us.
It's showing 6:06, but
that ain't right for sure.
No, that isn't right. No. 60E.
Be nice to think they corrected. Looks like it's 7 something. And look at that when the young lady moves. It's 7:54 for Shea, so he'll still in there in round 5. Thanks, Dale, for joining us, and we'll catch you in some of the classics over the next couple of weeks, and looking forward to your team performing well as usual.
Very much looking forward to it. Thanks very much.
And I think we've now got Hayden back with a couple of strong performed 100-metre athletes, so hand it back to Hayden if he wants me to jump ship and let one of these young ones come in and chat to you. Yes, we'll do. Yes.
A very speedy Tian Welp didn't make his way into the commentary booth, so we'll get you to jump in to Tony's spot and put the headphones on as we kick into this 800 metres. Now I'll need to catch up with what's been going on and find some start lists. So I'll quickly tick off that one before we get to hear about your pretty epic night, really.
Yeah, sure.
So apologies to the listeners. I'm still trying to work out what race we're up to and get them all teed up.
You want me to take over on the commentating?
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay. It's right. We've got Olivia Malloy, Emma Osborne, Samantha Cork, Nikita Wayne, Sophie Dennett Welch, Samantha Fuchs, Jamie Dennett Welch, Sophia Limbridis, Gabrielle Healy, Georgia Jones, just in time to bring in the last lap. So as they look pretty stretched out, going through in a tick over 1 minute. And how you're feeling, Tian? Your body's catching up with what you've just done.
It's hard to describe, but I have to say I'm ecstatic. I'm so happy, just elated, really.
You should be. It's so epic. It looks like Samantha Fuchs just pulling away. So she's your New Zealand secondary schools champion from back in 2020, December 2020, but closing in on her. Well, just as I say that, Samantha hits 200 to go and puts her foot down on the gas once more and pulls away. Look at that gap just forming up there. I think that's Samantha Cork behind her, I want to say. But yeah, Samantha Fuchs looking nice and strong, pulling away into the lead. She's just got 50 metres to run, and she will claim the race win. And good little battle for second, third. So, Tian, tell us how you're feeling coming into this weekend. Like, things feeling good? You did that, was 11.4 with a big
headwind, 2.5 down in Timaru.
Yeah.
No, I've been pretty happy. Just all through training through the winter season, put in the hard work and smashed a couple of big training PBs. And
awesome.
Been talking to Andrew, been talking to Angus, and we reckoned that I've got it in me. I just need a bit of luck. I've got the speed, and we had that today with a nice 1.9 tailwind.
Oh,
so
man.
can't complain.
Can't get much better than that.
Can't get much better than that.
Yeah. No, it was pretty epic. And what did it? Now your 109 with the big tailwind happened first, wasn't it? That was the first heat of the day.
That was the first heat.
Yeah.
And came through and I saw the clock and I thought it said 10:80 and I was like, oh, that's kind of average. And then someone told me it was 10:08 and I was like, oh my gosh, that's that's pretty insane. But yeah, unfortunately not wind legal with that one. Yep. But so stoked to come through the final, finally get a nice wind legal PB. As you know, the wind's quite often not legal down in Christchurch. Yes. But have to say thanks to the organisers of this event. This is one of my favourite events, and it's such a privilege to be up here in Potts and to be able to run these quick times on this quick track with this perfect conditions. So.
Oh, amazing. And running that 10 point was 10.09. Did that kind of give you the confidence just to go for it?
Oh, I had the confidence. I think getting into the blocks, I kind of knew. I was feeling the conditions and I was feeling myself, and I just thought, you know what, I'm going to go out there today and I'm going to show people what I can do. Yeah. And I've known I can do it. I've just needed a chance to prove myself, and there it goes. So yeah, I think it was definitely a big confidence boost to run that. I was hoping to go 10-1 something in the heat, so to see that 0 on the clock just got me so excited for the final.
Oh yeah, so good. Now talking about speedy boys, this is another speedy lad, Shay Veach, and how cool has it been watching his improvement in the long jump?
Oh, it's so cool, and it's I got to root for him because he's also a South Island boy. Yes.
So got to stick together. Look at that hang time.
I managed to see his 780 that he jumped at Rhythm and Jumps, and it was just absolutely crazy. Yeah.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Yeah, he's looking good, and he looks hungry as well. I think that's something that I love about Shay. He never turns up looking half-hearted. I don't know if he'd do half-hearted anything.
Oh, definitely not. He's so determined, and such a cool guy too. Love chatting with him. Always comes up and greets me, and we get along pretty well. But no, good on him. And still young too. He's got so much room, so much potential, and I'd be excited to see him hit that 8 metre mark.
Yeah. Now your time at 10.18.
Yep.
We think it puts you up in 5th all time, Kiwis.
It sure does. Yeah.
New Zealand resident record equaling.
Yep. That's the one. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. 7. Is that a 6?
767.
767. All right. I'm going to load up and see if we've got the results coming through. Yeah, I'm excited to see Shay and see if he can progress up close to that 8 metre mark, and
definitely see him get into the low 10s with the legal wind as well would be fantastic.
Yes,
we're thinking of running a relay in Capital, and he'll be one of the people in it.
Oh, so nice.
Who knows? Maybe we can give that New Zealand relay record a go.
Yeah,
could be exciting.
I've talked to everyone about this little list of mine as we see the 3,000 metres, actually I should read out the start list before we get to this, because this is the national champs of the 3,000 metres. Man, we're going from one exciting thing to the next. Let me find a start list of some description. Okay, here we go. We've got Nicole van der Kay, we've got Hannah Gapes, Esther Kern, Chloe Brown, Bridget Dennehy, Penelope Salmon, Laura Nagel, Gemma Antoniazzi, Eva Goodison, and Bella Brown. So these are some very speedy women. The girl in second place there is one of the hometown heroes, Laura Nagel, but I believe Eva Goodison, who's in first place at the moment, I believe she's a local as well. So a few local girls in this field. And this is the national champ, so this is the first national title that we're going to hand out for the year. So this is very exciting. Now, Tian, so I've written down 7 records that I think will be broken from the women this year. We've already seen the 100 go down tonight, and I've written 8 down for the men that I think will go down this year. Namely, the 100 metres is in there, but I should have put the 4x100.
Yeah, we have got a couple of speedy boys at the moment. If we can get in a race with Eddie too, I see no reason why we shouldn't be able to get that done. We just got to get the baton round, and I think we can get it.
Any chance we'll see you in the 2?
In the 2? Yeah, sure, we'll do. I'll be at ITM running the 200 metres, giving that a good go. You can definitely catch me running a 2 there. Haven't run a 2 in a while, but I'd be pretty keen to see what I could do. If I can hold this 100 metre pace over the second 100, maybe we could be on for a record there too.
Has your training been sort of focused on the 100, or has it got a bit of that more speed endurance stuff?
So we do a lot of longer stuff just to make sure we can keep the speed endurance for the 100, but I'd say predominantly more focused on the 100 this season for sure,
Yep, tick the 100, and then there's always the 200 to move up to.
Yeah, of course.
Well, well done, Tian. It was just so exciting that you just lit up the track. That first heat really set the tone for the night, and I think it set the tone for Zoe's national record.
Yeah, good on her. That's awesome.
And well done for entering the top 5 Kiwis, and I'm sure you're going to keep climbing up that ladder.
Sure will, yeah, definitely. I'm excited. It's only the start of the season, so who knows what's coming up.
Yeah, legend. Well, so Capital Classic is when we'll see you next?
Yeah, you'll see me at Capital, ITM, Sir Graham Douglas, and then once again back here for Nationals.
Brilliant. Oh, thanks, Tian. Keep the entertainment and the speediness going. And
anytime.
Thanks for coming into the studio.
That's all good. Thank you so much for having me.
Awesome.
All right,
cheers,
awesome.
Tian.
Thank you. Cheers.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to focusing on this 3,000 metre champs where everyone's all bunched together, and really as predicted, because all of these girls are similarly paced, and it goes to show that Hannah Gapes, the youngster in the field, is going to the front and deciding, look, I need to make this pace a bit more honest because I understand how fast some of these girls are over the last lap. So 3:16 for the first K, and we saw a few moments in that first kilometre where it slowed down and got a bit more tactical, but now you can see that train forming with the Brown sisters at the back, and then it's Bridget Dennehy at the back there as well, up to Esther Cone, and then it's a bit of a gap forming maybe. Well, everyone's just stringing out. Laura Nagel's in a good position there in second place. And is it Nicole Vanderkay? Is she looking like she's in third place? Another triathlete. So we've got 2 triathletes here, and we know as we welcome back Tony Rogers, we've seen what triathletes can do on this track before with Hayden Wild showing how things are done in the 5,000 metres last year. I'm sure these triathlete girls would want to mix it up, but Hannah Gapes at the moment doing a good job at just stringing out the field.
Yeah, she's running well and she's in good form. I see she's ran a PB for 800 just last week, I think it was, so up in Tauranga. So, for a young athlete who's really a distance runner running PBs over 800, they're in good form.
Yeah, always good to see those young distance runners put in the mahi with the faster stuff as well. Okay, so we have, 3 laps to go now?
Yep, 3 laps. So it'll be good to see what their 2K time is as they come around. Oh no, they were.
Yeah, maybe I'm getting a bit ahead of myself.
We're a bit ahead ourselves. Yeah,
4 laps to go. Yeah, that would have been a fast.
I just realised that we're thinking men's times and not women's here. So.
Yeah.
But,
so it continues. Hannah Gapes and Laura Nagel's doing a good job just staying out of that wind, which is dying every minute. I mean, it's where we're seated in the stadium, it's negligible. We can basically have our notes with no paperweight on them sitting on the table, and we're outside. So things have bunched up a little bit. You can see there the Brown sisters who have been occupying, Chloe and, what's the other?
Bella.
Bella, that's right. Occupying the back of that pack, just have inched their way back on, which means that surge that Hannah put in has just eased up a little, and Laura continues to sit in with Nicole Vanderkay, well placed there, riding the pole. And Penelope Salmon just on the outside of her. Bridget Dennehy with the glasses, one of the North Harbour Bays girls. If you're not following them already, be sure to follow them on social media. They put out great content, and it's a great group of women all training together on the North Shore of Auckland.
Yeah, and looks like Laura Nagel's just sort of sitting there biding her time a little bit at the moment, doesn't it? So.
Yeah, she would love to claim a national title on her home turf, I'm sure. And so Laura Nagel, one of those women who's spent a bit of time overseas. She's won 3 national titles, but I don't know if she's ever won the 3K. So she was one of those athletes that took off to the States and did the college thing, and here they come up to 2K to go with that woman in front at 6:32. So that shows that surge went in from Hannah, and then it just slowed down a touch. But this is going to be a nice and quick last K. A lot of these girls are capable of running sort of 9:40, but I imagine the win will be going to that person that can dip into the 9:30s. So expect this last K to get very close to 3 minutes as Laura Nagel applies the pressure. And is that Penelope Salmon going well with her?
Yeah,
looking nice and comfy. Nicole Vanderkay coming around.
So Penelope ran well early in the summer at the North Island schools, I think from memory, over the distances there. But yeah, so Laura Nagel, she's taken out the 3,000 national title back in 2017. So,
right.
And she ran 9:22 that day, and she's obviously a 5,000 metre title holder, as you said. So I don't think they're going to run 9:22 today, unless they really wind it up now. So.
So Laura Nagel looking nice and strong. So they'll come up here with 600 metres to go shortly. And just pulling away, and I wonder if Hannah Gapes can bridge that gap. Nicole Vanderkay's just behind her.
Behind, isn't she, the triathlete? So it's going to be a good battle up front. And it's good to see a young athlete like Penelope really hanging on there to a very experienced athlete in Laura Nagel.
So Laura looking good as she comes into the sunshine and enters the shade of the stadium. The home crowd will be cheering her and hoping for a national title here again from Laura Nagel. But Penelope Salmon's looking good, just sitting right on her, not letting that bungee cord stretch. Here we are, 400 metres to go. The bell, what will it kickstart? 8:23 at the bell. Laura Nagel pulling away ever so slightly away from Penelope Salmon. Can Penelope stay with her? Hannah Gapes is about 30 or 40 metres back. She's looking like she might be able to pick up her first senior medal. But Bridget Dennehy is about 5 or 6 metres behind her. But at the moment, it's all about Laura Nagel pulling away ever so slightly from Penelope Salmon.
Still hasn't given it away, though, has she? You can see that. And she's got a best of 9:37, so she should go well inside that.
So here goes Laura Nagel. She's absolutely pulling away now, really laying the foot down. But I'm so impressed by Penelope Salmon, the way that she's been able to stay strong.
Her stride is good still, chasing hard.
So here she is, Laura Nagel, on her home turf. She's a Hawke's Bay girl, and here she is in the Sunshine Capital with the sunglasses on. Laura Nagel, she's going to claim the national title, the first national title of 2022. And Penelope Salmon, what a well-deserved second place. And look at this finish from Bridget Dennehy. Huge finish. And can Hannah Gapes hang on for fourth place? Esther Cohen will take fifth. Wow, what a gutsy run from Hannah to get fourth. And look how stoked Laura Nagel is. That is huge, because I remember about this time last year, Laura wasn't doing a hang of a lot. She managed to bring herself back to fitness to get a bronze medal in the 5,000 metres at the National Champs last year. But wow, what an electric last kilometre. And I make that under 3 minutes for that last K.
Oh, well, yes, I think so. She's finished very strong. Once again, like the men's B 3,000, the last lap was where they really put it together. And I was really impressed by Penelope Salmon, a young athlete.
Yeah.
Her best is still 9:37 before tonight, so she's going to run a big PB, and she's only just turned 18, so she's got a big future. Yeah, she's really come on in the last 12 months.
And that's what it feels like to have run 3,000 metres as fast as you can and won a national title. That's what it's like.
So 9:28.87 for Nagel, 9:30.09 for Penelope Salmon, and third was Bridget Dennehy, 9:38, and I'm pretty sure that'll be a big PB for her as well. And we'll just see. I'm pretty sure Hannah Gapes was hang on there for fourth, and she probably ran pretty close to her best as well.
So about 2:56 for that final kilometre, which is you're closing well when you're running under 3 minutes.
Good to see a couple of our top young athletes there have been performing well. Talking away about tonight's performances. So
yeah,
Lauren Bruce. We had Dale Stevenson up here in your absence for a little while, and it was good to get some of his insights.
Now, while you were gone, my little list of potential New Zealand records, Tegan wanted me to add the 4x1, and I'm just going to add a little sneaky men's 4x1 because he was pretty confident that he could get a good team together. And look, if we can get Eddie and Tegan and Shay and maybe Tommy Tapuni, maybe.
Yeah, well, it's about if we can get them all together, isn't it? And you know,
maybe even Joseph Miller.
I haven't caught up with Joseph to see where he is at recently, but I'm sure he's not too far away. I know he was working with Eddie before Eddie went back to Canberra. So here we've got our young thrower, Italia, the shot.
Just overstepping that one.
Yeah.
So in the shot put, I can tell you in the men's competition, we've got Nick Palmer. So he's the more favoured of the competition. Maybe
he's the leading performer in the group, and he's got a best of about 18.5 metres. So he looks like he's a couple of metres ahead of everyone at the moment.
Yeah, 17.62, and then behind him is Nachokwolf, who's up to 16.89. So I feel like he hasn't broken 15 with the senior shot put. So that's a big improvement for Liam. And then Liam Pavia has a 14.62, and then we've got a 15.45 from Max Abbott as well. So I believe Max is...
So we've got the men's 800 A division lining up here now, Hayden. So there's going to be some action. We've got James Preston in this, going off in lane 5. National champion.
All right, so we've got Luke Hitchcock, Mikhail Starzinski, Dylan Ford, James Harding, Zach Bellamy, Sam Averill, James Preston and Joseph Morgan lining up. And like you say, all eyes on James Preston, the senior champ, and James Harding, the junior champ, going head-to-head today. So we've got a blinding fast opening of about 24 seconds for that first 200. So he's going to just ease up and let James onto his shoulder. But brilliant pacing here. We wanted a fast race. It was set to go through in 52 seconds. So James Preston has a good amount of cover. Now James Harding's going to have to do a bit of work to bridge that gap across to James Harding. So our pacemaker peeling off.
Yeah, he's done his job well. He's taken him through in 51, 52.
Yeah, pretty perfect pacing there for James. And look, there's almost a smile on his face. He's looking pretty strong. About 8 metres back to James Harding. And then it's a little bit of a gap again. But at the moment, James Preston, he's been the domestic 800 metre of choice for the last year or two since he came back from injury. Brad Mathis has been performing very well over in Australia, and I'm sure he'll be tuned into this as James hits 200 metres to go.
So he's going to run about 147, 148, probably if he can hang on. Depends how the wind's taking effect.
James Harding looking good in second place, but he's being chased. He's got a few men on his heels. Here goes James Preston. What's he got over this last 100 metres? Here he is. He's your national champ. He's almost smiling. He looks so relaxed
Harding
and chilled.
Is finishing nice and strong, though.
Yeah, here comes James Harding. James Preston, he's going to take the win. It'll be about 148 or 148. Yeah. James Harding goes under 150, and then a whole bunch of boys climbing through for those lower 150 points. Wow, what a finish.
So there should be some PBs in that for those athletes in behind Preston and Harding, because they had a set-up pace. They were in a bunch for the first part of the race, and then it strung out nice if everyone have good clean running. So it'll be interesting to see how many get some good times out of that. And there it is, 148.38 for Preston. That's a good opener for the season.
We're on to the highlight of the meeting. It's the women's 800 metres. Memory of Sylvia Fox, sponsored by Andrew Spence Pharmacy, Oxford Family and Sylvia Fox. That's the Sylvia Fox Memorial. The field, Rosaria Gibson, Macy Hilton, Rosa.
So 149.70 for Harding. So it is sub 150.
So yeah, after that very quick start, that 52-second first lap, about 56 seconds for the next lap for James Preston. So a good solid run.
especially doing it by himself, hard down the back straight. He got to 600 around 119, so that's good. It's good. Came home strong still, didn't drop off much.
So James has been under 150. I think he's been under 150 a couple of times, hasn't he? So
young Harding, it's junior champion. So we've got a feature race before we have the men's 3,000 coming up, the Sylvia Potts 800 metre memorial race. So it's going to be, I can go through the field if you like. It's Rosario Gibson up from University of Canterbury, Macy Hilton from Auckland City, Rosa Twyford also running well out of University of Canterbury. We've flicked on the screen, we've got Kerry White. Holly Manning is back here looking for a fast time. She was a national schools champion back in 2013 in Hamilton. I remember that race well. Jennifer Hawke has run well recently. Kira Hall also from Christchurch. Emma Douglas, who trains with Preston. Catherine Camp, reigning champion, and Susanna Lynch. They're all in the field. They're underway.
Yeah, interestingly, Cara McDermott, the winner of the 3K here, former national 3K champion, opting for the 800 this time. So obviously deciding to focus on those shorter distances. But we've got a big field as they all merge together, all into lane one, and that gets squeezy. There will be spikes scraping.
So that's White leading. She's run well already this summer.
Yeah, so Kerry White, she's the reigning New Zealand cross-country champion. As they went through 200, I think in about 30 seconds, I saw just to the right of my vision. Yeah. But here we go. It's a big old bunch. Catherine Camp's on the outside. She's your reigning champion, obviously.
Holly Manning pushing up now, the local girl back from the States.
Yeah, Holly Manning looking nice and relaxed as well. Let's see how this goes as they get the bell. Who gets priority up there against the pole? And it is Catherine Camp who gets the better of that little tussle.
Yeah, she has. She's saved the ground, but Manning's on her shoulder. Manning ran 2:04 in the last sort of 6 or 8 months from the States. So she's a form athlete, and she should have some local support.
And who's that just on the inside there in third place?
Just trying to pick it up.
Yeah, so we've just had a few chops and changes. So we've got Holly Manning. Oh, yes.
Jennifer Hawke, is it?
Yeah, so this is the girl who's been based in Germany, Jennifer Hawker. So here we go. So Manning. Here comes Hawker. She's passing
that's Manning,
Catherine Camp. Oh, that's Manning, sorry. So here goes Holly Manning back from the States. On our home turf, I can hear lots of her family cheering her on. Catherine Camp is being dropped. Holly Manning pulling away. Hawker is coming in through for second. Will she be able to claim it? But it's Holly Manning for the win. 2:06. Catherine Camp maybe just held off Hawker.
So we've had a good couple of local performances with Laura Nagel in the 3,000, former Hawke's Bay athletes, been away on the States and back here, now Holly Manning. So, yeah, that's good to see for the locals.
That was an incredible last 200. So many chops and changes of the lead and trying to track who was who. I was getting confused with Holly Manning and Jennifer Hawker, but let's have a look at this finish. You can see how much this meant to her. Because
it's really tight between second, isn't it?
Oh,
we'll have to watch the camera on that.
Looks like
and it looks like Camp's just got it. So 2:06.23 for Manning, 2:07.47 for Camp, and Hawke 2:07.50. So nothing much in that second place. And yeah, the wise head of Catherine Camp, she got that inside running, as you said, at the bell, and that saved her a lot of grunt on that last few metres, I think, by just not having to do any running around anyone.
And that confirms the placings for the women's shot put. So Tatiana Komana taking the win. I'm assuming that's shot put.
Could be discus. I think with Shavina Sheen up there, it'll be discus, I think.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so what a race there with the 800, Holly Manning coming through, and I could hear her family just going crazy in the grandstands, and I'm sure
definitely a lot of people shouting for Holly, that's for sure, and it's good because it's good to see the athletes that go away come back to their hometown and perform.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have another presentation here. This is
while we wait for the men's 3,000 field, which is lining up now. So Henry Beliveau from Wellington Harriers recently won the Scottish Night of Miles just before Christmas in Wellington. Julian Oakley, the national 1500 metre champion, and he won the 10,000 metre nationals in November in Wellington as well. Caden Shields performing many times, and Eric Speakman, so it's a really good lineup in this men's 3000.
So last year we had Sam Tanner sprint away for the win. Wonder what it's going to be this time around as we see the 100 metre titles be handed out. Now, did we manage to round off the long jump at all? I don't know if we saw that.
We saw that Shea Veach, I think he did 7, I think I heard him say 770 in the final round.
Right,
so
solid.
He had a 760 and a 757, I think, in there. So,
yeah.
We haven't had a grid come up for us for a bit, have we? I'm not sure if you've got any access to that at the moment, but yeah, after his start, which he had a couple of no jumps, he obviously came through and did pretty well. So yeah,
we lost our results after round 3. So at that stage, Shea just bumped himself into the lead with Aaron Booth not too far behind.
I can probably look for that result of it. Oh, it's probably not up yet.
So some delicious food being passed around, and I hope some of that makes its way over here, because it's definitely dinner time. Yes. But we've had a fantastic field assemble for this 3,000 metres final. We said before that we had to split this race up into 2 because it was just oversubscribed with so many young men wanting to take part. But our winner from last year is not back again, unfortunately, but we've got the national cross-country champion in the shape of Ollie Chignell. We've got Will Anthony, the junior national cross-country champion. We've got Zane Powell, the under-18 3K champion.
So it's a big field, so they're using the echelon start. So you've got some of the runners running out from lane 5, and they'll break lanes when they make the home straight and inside. So yes, so you can see why we needed that B race. It's great to see the number of young athletes. So it'll be interesting to see how many of the athletes in here don't run as fast as the guys in the B race, because that's what the B first and second place guys will be sitting there looking for, won't they? So we've got Eric Speakman in the yellow on the outside, another local athlete based out of
And
Wellington.
Could we see another local take it out?
Yeah, Julian Oakley tucked in just there.
Yeah, so Eric Speakman had a silver summer last year where he got silver in this event and silver in the 5K. Julian Oakley just behind him is your reigning 1,500 metre champ, so he's another man to watch. And Matthew Taylor also in there, just in 4th place wearing the black of North Harbour. He won this event 2 years ago. So, I mean, who do you call? It's strung out at the moment, and it looks like Eric has decided he wants this fast because he doesn't want to mess around with anything.
Gone at around about just over 8 minutes, so it's not super fast, but it's solid, and that's going to string it out and make it easier for everyone in the race to run well without too much shuffling around. And I'm not sure whether Julian and Eric have had a chat with each other to try and work together. And Ollie Chignell tucked in there in 4th. The Christchurch Avon athlete,
Cameron Avery.
Yeah, so he's a well-performed junior through the age grades, isn't he?
Yeah, it's good to have Cameron back in New Zealand now after a stint in the college scene over in the States. But it is, at the moment, Eric Speakman, the hometown hero, ahead of Julian Oakley, and then Cameron Avery, and then Ollie Chignell, and then its previous winner of this event, Matthew Taylor, who's also medalled before in the New Zealand 1,500 metre champ, so don't count him out if it comes down to a kick.
Yeah, so Matthew Taylor's been around for a little while. I think he's probably in early 30s now. I think I remember him running against some of my squad athletes and performing pretty well as a junior.
So 64 seconds for that lap. So that's the 8-minute pace that you talked about. I'm sure a lot of these guys will be capable of going under 8 minutes.
Yeah, so they'll be looking for a time of 2:40 when they come to the finish line this time. That'll put them on 8 minutes exactly. and we know that these guys can all kick up a gear a little bit in the last lap. And Ollie Chignall's looking good on the outside. He's in the green shorts there. So it's sorted itself out to the top three now, isn't it? Oakley, Speakman and Chignall.
And
they would tick over at 240, I think, weren't they?
Yeah.
Okay,
so Eric's just went wide and allowed Julian to come through and share the load. And we saw a great run in the 10,000 metre challenge in Wellington from Julian. Just looks so smooth running the 25 laps. So he's really adapting more into a distance runner, making that evolution away from middle distance to distance. And so I do wonder whether the strength of Julian could really come into play today.
Well, he's sharp as well. He ran a 3:46 last weekend in Taronga, so over 1,500. So he's in good shape, and I think it's good that these guys look like they're going to work together a bit. So.
So the final race of what has been a fantastic day in the sun, as we see Zoe Hobbs collect her medal for a 100-metre win, but most importantly, a New Zealand record. And boy, if the wind had been favourable for her in that final, man, oh man. So taking the New Zealand record down to 11.21, and I'm sure that's just going to keep heading south. It's just going to keep improving.
So Oakley's still leading. It's still pretty bunched, this field. They're just clocking pretty even, about a 65, that was last lap was. So we've just gone through the 1,500 in about just over 4 minutes. So they're still on that 8-minute schedule. So
here they come up to that mile marker, so about 4:20.
Yeah, 4:21.
So yeah, still pretty bunched. I'd say that once Eric just peeled off, the pace has been allowed to just drop a little bit. Julian not wanting to push it as much, and was that a little look over the shoulder? So come through. I've done my 2 laps.
So whose turn is
Time
it now?
for a
They
hand.
got a turn, or someone else is coming through. He's waiting for someone to come through, but no one's doing it. So
it's really, really bunching up now.
I wonder if someone's reneged on their pre-race discussions. But it is bunched up, and we've got the Christchurch University athlete in there.
I think they're all looking at Ollie saying, we've done our 2 laps.
I think
it's your turn, Ollie. And Ollie's like, no, that's not in the rules. I can sit in. I don't mind it being technical. Did I tell you guys I'm a sub 4 minute miler?
Well, that's right.
Just remind you about that.
Just over a year ago he did that. And I'm interested to see, we haven't spotted much of him yet, but the young athlete Will Anthony should be in there.
So it's all bunched up now as they've gone through 2K. The pace has definitely slowed off, which has allowed a lot of the pack to catch up, and it's bunching. It's running in lane 3. And this is going to be very interesting to see how it plays out, because this plays into the hands of the people who are more kickers.
Oh, yeah,
so I'm looking at some of those youngsters at the back, the likes of Zane Powell. Can they come into it now?
6:03, so I think the pace has just dropped a little bit now, as you can see, and that's why they're bunched up.
So 2 laps to go. Remember at the start we were talking 8 minutes was certainly on the cards. 6:03, they'd have to run a 1:57 to hit that 8 minutes. So it's definitely dropped through that middle section. But as we say that, I would say that, Julian's just gone to the front again, decided I'm not going to leave this for a gamble, because I got beaten by Zane Powell at a road mile in December, so I don't want to chance this.
Yeah, I think he's kicked it in now, and we'll see. He's opened up a good gap. Whether anyone can hang with him or not, but I mean, as I said, he ran 3:46 and led some young fellas to some good times in Taronga Domain just over a week or so ago. So he's looking strong.
Yeah, and they're really letting him go as well. Ollie Chignall, Eric
going to try and go.
Speakman.
Looks like Speakman's, but we know Eric will still come at the end. We've got Cameron Avery still there in 4th in the Christchurch Haven colours. So it'll be interesting to see what they run the last lap in.
All right, here we go. The bell has been rung. We've got less than 400 metres to run. Julian Oakley has that lead of about 8 metres back to Ollie Chignell. It looks like Eric Speakman might be going backwards a little bit, but just as I say that, he probably heard me. He goes round Cameron Avery and he's stepping on the gas. He's saying, look, this is my home turf. This is where I run at my best. Here he comes. I don't want silver again. I want that gold. Julian, can he hold him off?
The Speakman, I saw Eric Speakman doing a few good speed sessions with Steve Willis about 10 days ago at the track, so it'll be interesting, Steve. But we know Oakley out-sprinted Hamish Carson at the Nationals here in 1500. So
here he goes, Julian. He's your 1500-metre champ. Can Eric respond? Eric's going wide. Has he got enough?
Oakley's
Julian pulling away.
Again.
He's going to be your national 3,000-metre champ. Julian settles for silver again. And Matthew Taylor, where did he come from? He takes out third place. Wow, so what a run.
That was a courageous tactical decision by Oakley to ramp it up just under 800 to go. And he obviously knew he's in good form with his 1500 speed, and he held on really well there, because we know Speakman's got a good finish in any of his races. So that very good finish. They ran a solid last lap, probably about a 56 last lap by the look of the clock, I'd say, when we get the official time.
Yeah, they hit the bell in 7:05. I wrote that down as they came through. And phenomenal from Julian. He had to do so much work in the lead, and I really didn't think he would have enough legs left him after having done that work to hold off Eric Speakman on his home turf.
Yeah, so he's always a good finisher if he's on form, and he's had good leg speed. Remember, as a schoolboy, he started off his career as an 800-metre runner and then 1500. So he's having a good season, and he's currently now holding 3 national titles at the one time. The 1500 from March and last year, and then the 10,000 in November, and now the 3,000. So yeah, he's having a good little spell right now.
Impressive stuff from Julian Oakley.
80.96, so it didn't quite break the 8 minutes, but that was, as you said, then a sub 56 last lap, or around 56. 8:01.46 for Speakman in second. 8:01.58 for Matthew Taylor. As you said, he finished really well, so he claims another national medal, and on his former home track with Ollie Chignell. 8:02.57.
Well, what an evening we've had. What a day we've had here in Hastings. We've had new national records, we've had personal bests, we've had just absolutely electric racing, and we've handed out 2 national titles as well. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning into the action. It's been an absolute privilege to bring it to you, along with the team at the Stream Shop and skysportnext and all the team at Athletics New Zealand and the local organising committee here for the Potts Classic. We will be back here, of course, in early March for the National Champs. So if you want to book a weekend away in the sunny Hawke's Bay, be sure to book that in, because if this is anything like what the rest of the season's going to be like, it's going to be absolutely on fire. And Tony Rogers, you're going to be bringing the Capital Classic in a week's time?
Yeah, the Team Ledger Harcourt's Capital Classic, 2 weeks' time, Friday the 4th of February, but before that, and next Sunday we've got the Cook's Classic in Wanganui. Yes. So the Cook's Classic's next up, Sunday the 30th of January, and Cook's Gardens, famous for its mile running, and it's the New Zealand Mile Championship being run there for men and women, and then the Team Ledger Harcourt's Capital Classic on Friday the 4th of February at Newtown Park, Wellington, and the Shaka Solar, or the Solar Power Academy throws meet the next day out in Lower Hutt. And the throwers are still going here.
And I believe this could be we're still in round 4, and now are we going to stay live? Right, so I was kind of building up for a close there, but we'll stay live for the shot put, because so we should, as Nick Palmer,
local man as well, he's gone out. Is he?
Well, he buried his face in his hands, but it wasn't too bad. It stayed in. It looked like it might be around 17 metres, so it's worth a measure. So Nick Palmer PB'd last year with an 1871. And Well, there's shaking of hands going on, so potentially that sign in the background refers to the discus. So that confirms that we are at the end of the Potts Classic. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an absolute privilege bringing you the action. We will see you all at the Cooks Classic next weekend. Ka kite ono. Catch you later.
In fact, anyone that got a placing in any of the events and you've yet to receive your presentation, if you could please make your way to the victory guys.